All right. Very good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'll set I'll set this up. I'll set the stage for what we're going to do. You know, I like intimate little groups. So in the work that I do in my regular job when I'm doing consulting, we have 3 or 4 models. One is we do day-long consultations with people. 2 is we'll get 20 companies together and we'll very deeply do 90 minutes with each one over 4 days. And then this one is actually a wonderful one because it's very affordable to you. We don't charge very much, but it gives me a chance to answer the one big question that you pose. And it's very, very, very helpful for you. It gives me a chance to zero in. And we allocate approximately 15 minutes to answer your question. I know a lot of you have posed them ahead of time. And I want to say 3 things. One, my heart is always gratified when anyone turns to me to try to help them make their business better or make their problem less severe or achieve an opportunity. I want to assure you that I'll do everything I can in the time we've got, but I also don't want you to get mad at me because one question is not a complete consultation. So thank you. You have posed a question to Satoshi or to Learning Edge that they have for you. I want to encourage you before you come up here to think carefully and make sure that's still the same question you want to ask. I'm here prepared to answer any one question you want to ask. And what I always say is figure the most important question that can be asked most concretely. And I'm saying that to you for your benefit because we have this much time for each one of you. I'll give every fiber within me to answer, but if it takes 10 minutes to try to understand the question, then that gives me 5 minutes to answer. If I can get clarity on the question right away, and I can ask clarifying additional questions of you, then I can get you great answers. My job is to get you great answers. Your job is to ask your question as clear, as specific, and let me give you an example, and we'll take a few minutes early so we can make it work good. So let's say I was on the stage and one of you were doing my job. If I said, well, I want to know how to use risk reversal in my business, I'd have to say, okay, tell me your business, tell me how you do it, tell me you're this, tell me you're that, and it'll take a lot of your time away. So if you could say, let me give you in 3 minutes a profile of my business. I sell to this. We sell through advertising in the newspaper. People call in. We talk to them. We try to get them to book an appointment. It's just the more you can help me, then the more I can go right to the answer. The more abstract the question, I'm not trying to criticize any of you. I'm just trying to make sure you think carefully before you come up so that I can give you each the greatest outcome. And then what I'll try to do for the observers, and I'll try to do it for everyone, because when you're on the stage, you're going to be focused on yourself so much, you may not even hear clearly the answer. So I will ask and offer 2 things. One, when you're on the stage, try to be in the moment, attentive to me. Take notes if you want, but when you go back to your table at the breaks, I would appreciate if all of you would share with each person on this stage with me who asked a question what you heard me say for them, because they might have been so consumed trying to answer my questions that they don't always hear. And certainly it'll help when they get the recording, but you will help them a lot if each of you say, I'm not trying to be redundant, but here's what I heard Jay say for you. Here's what I heard Jay say, because you might get 10 or 15 more expansive understandings. And then what I'll do in exchange for all of you doing that and you doing that is at key intervals, meaning after we do 3 or 4, I'll try to stop and tell everybody what I think the lessons are that we learn from those 3 or 4 that'll help everybody. Now, a couple more things and then we'll start. Pardon me. You get 15 minutes for your question. Sometimes in the beginning, the first couple will take a little longer just because I need to calibrate. But we don't do exactly 15. So this process will go on through the day until it's completed. Probably go through till 5 or 6. Sometimes it ends early. We get done fast. Sometimes it's slow and we go slow. So if you have a plane or you have something that's going to be difficult at the 5 or 6 o'clock mark, tell them so we can make sure you get your question early because, as I said, I've done these before and it's great. We got done at 3 o'clock and we did a great job, so it was nothing negative. I've done them before where I know we have a dentist here. It was like pulling teeth and it took a longer time. And my commitment to you is I'm only going to give each person 15 minutes, but I'm going to give you the best 15 minutes I can. But it might require, because it'll be intense, a little bit of break in between. So we're going to make it fluid. By that I mean it'll work out the best way. I prefer not to stop. When I do seminars, unfortunately for the audience, I'm on a roll. And when you're on a roll and you stop and you sit for an hour or two, your whole creativity stops. And this is more intense than a seminar because I have to be totally focused on each of you. So what we will probably do is eat while we continue. And I don't mean for that to be rude. It's just that I know myself, if I stop for an hour and a half, then I got to work much harder. And my job is for every question I answer to help everyone. So even though each of you are coming with one question, my hope is that I can answer 17 questions, and that'll give each of you 16 more answers than you even thought about, and that it'll give each of you out there 17 answers. And I'm going to ask you to all collaborate. When we do have breaks, I'm going to ask you each to do 2 things. Go up to the people who were on the hot seat in the previous session and tell them exactly what you thought I said. And those of you who grasped everything I said, if somebody's redundant, say, just listen anyhow. Because remember I talked to you about nuances? Somebody might say what seems like the very same thing you heard, but they might have one little shift or twist that if you think about it later might add another whole level of impact or profitability or value to what I give you. One of the keys to all of my processes is that this is not merely about me. I am using my experiences, my knowledge base, my ability to try to understand and access my experiences and harness them to give you answers. But the bigger opportunity is to discuss what I say with you with all the group, because then they'll build more dimension, and that also to listen to the other questions that I answer, because very often when we do the very expensive $25,000 a person hot seats, 90% of the people on the hot seat have issues in their business that actually help everyone else, even though everyone else didn't know those issues would help them. Now, I can't promise. I don't know what'll happen. You might get a great answer. You might get a good answer. Your question might be a difficult one to answer. Just know in my heart that 2 things will happen. I'll give you the very best I have in the 15 minutes you got. And if in my heart I think that there might be more I can add, I will continually think about it. And later in the day, I might re-review and say, oh, by the way, Satoshi, I have thought about it, and there's a few more things you might want to add. I'll try my best to make this a wonderful experience, but just remember, 15 minutes is not a full day consultation. It's not a hour and a half, so please, even if you've already posed the question, take 2 minutes right now before we start the process and make sure that the question you wanted to ask is still the question you want to ask. And if it is, make sure that when you're up here and we're talking, you're clear, you're focused. You save me from having to waste your time on stage just getting like the background, okay? All right, let me have a sip of my coffee and we will begin if I can figure out how to put this on my ear. Who knows how to put this on my ear? And I'm trying to figure why I can never get it on my ear. Well, I think I did it. I did it. Did I do it? Yay, now I'm a professional translator, ear putter. Okay, so who's first? Come on up. Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you. Good morning. Thank you very much. I own a company called Medic. And I sell cosmetic products. And those cosmetic products is distinctive in a way that, well, they're very distinctive, and that is one of our USP. We provide IPS, cell culture fluid. We provide cell growth factors. So we take those in, and we provide them in non-additive products to take care of whitening, spots, atopic symptoms. And we also do hair growth as well. And we just started, and I don't have very much sales experience. And within that, I often hear about your system and your concepts, but we want to be able to better implement that in our business so that we can take a better approach in our business. But it's quite difficult for me to actually implement it. So I would like for your advice on how to do that and to have a better optimization so that we can have a better USP.
I'm going to tell you what the notes they gave me said, and I'm going to make sure that I answer the question you want. It sounds like you really want to know how to structure and establish joint ventures with a lot of other organizations. Is that correct? Okay, good. So I'm going to give...
Yes.
Okay. So I need to ask a couple of very quick questions. With your products, do people tend to buy them one time, or do they buy them over and over again?
Ordinary people purchase at least once a month, so 12 times a year, so once a month, basically.
I see that you have many products, but what's the average cost of whatever the normal product would be? What do people pay for it, approximately?
Individuals pay about 30,000 yen.
Okay. And what kind of profit do you have in that sale? What's the profit on a $300 sale?
Well, this is more of an MLM type sales system. So it's difficult to calculate in specific numbers, but at this stage at least, I'm sorry.
No, but here's the question, because I need to know how much profit you have available to share with others. For example, which I think it's good, you could set up very profitable relationships with a lot of other medical and cosmetic and beauty type organizations. But if you don't have enough margin, then it becomes very, very difficult. So I just need to know if I had a medical clinic and I was your partner and I sold the first product for $300 to one of my patients, how much of that $300 is available for me as your partner to keep?
わかりました。
Okay, I understand. There are about 3 patterns to that answer. First of all, if that person who is my partner as a joint venture, it depends on what kind of partnership we have. So the percentage would be different depending on the partnership. So if that partner has a contract as a monitor, then that would be 10% off. And if it's a different partnership, it's 30% off. So
More than 30, or is 30 the maximum?
there's also a 40% type as well.
To get to 40%, and I understand it's network marketing. To get to 40%, do they have to buy inventory or do they have to have a certain amount of sales? What is the determination that allows somebody to make 40%?
えっと
Currently, we take in an application fee.
How much is that approximately?
え
For agencies, it's about 99,990 yen. Okay. So
About $1,000? Yes.
そうですね。
I believe so, yes.
Do they
はい。
do they get inventory, or is it just to buy the distributorship?
ことですか? Yes, they will have inventory as well. Yes.
So let's start with the understanding that it's complicated because of the different layers in the network. And are you a master distributor? What is your position in the network? Are you the 40% person? Are you a 50%? What is your structure?
はい。
Myself, I'm at the 50% level. Well, I don't have 50% now, but I used to have 50%. I was an agency.
I'm asking this because the margins and the percentages determine the kind of partnering deals you can do with other companies. So right now, if you sell the product yourself, what kind of profit do you make?
Well, right now, it's 0. I've just started, so it's still 0.
So are you doing this full time?
It's not full time.
You have other things you do.
はい。
Right.
I'm going to try to answer your question,
はい。
but I'm going to give you a recommendation that I hope you will not be upset with. Okay. If you're going to go to all of the trouble and all of the effort of setting up partnerships with medical organizations and beauty cosmetic organizations, it's probably better for you to search all of either Tokyo or the world and identify products that you can control yourself that are not being sold by everybody else and who are not being sold by complicated levels of distributorship where it's hard for you to make profit. And let me explain why, and let me attempt to shift your thinking. If you are you a good salesperson?
はい。
Yes?
no, I'm not very confident in my sales skills.
So let's look at what's happening. You're starting from zero.
はい
You're taking a product that everybody else can sell, and you don't have good profit margins, so you have to work really hard to make any money. They're good products. However, you don't have any sources of distribution yet. So let me ask you to consider an alternative concept. If you say, if you can find great products, great beauty products that either exist in Japan or exist anywhere else in the world that can be easily and legally sold in Japan, then you could get the exclusive rights to them. Now, if you had the exclusive rights to them, the reason that people would give you the exclusive rights are because you would control a distribution channel. So the best thing to do is be able to go to medical, dental, hair salons, fashion, women's clothing stores, health clubs, everything from hair removal to makeup facilities, and establish joint ventures with them. The problem that you have is it's almost more difficult to do it with your current product because the profits are so low. You might be much better. I mean, if I were you and I wanted to build myself a valuable business, I would not build it around a network marketing product that everybody else in Japan can sell and that have so many layers of distribution that I can't make any money. I would say what I'm going to really build is not the sales of the product. I'm going to build an exclusive distribution channel, because if you can build the distribution channel, let's say that you can learn how to set up and how to create 100 medical practices and 100 exercise facilities and 100 beauty or hair salons that are all selling your product for you. Now you have distribution that you can also gain control of a lot of other products that you can put through that distribution, and a distribution channel that is based on having the exclusive rights to a product is a business that other companies will buy. Let me give you an example. A company that is talking to us about helping them in the United States built a distribution channel to hair salons on the western part of the United States, and they got the exclusive rights to a line of organic hair products. And they were able to establish 1,000 hair salons and beauty product companies that sold the products. They did about $5 million in sales, and they made about $400,000 in profit. But a very large company, Revlon, wanted their distribution, so they bought the company for $10 million. The point I'm making is, you look to me to be somebody who's going to work really hard. I don't recommend, if you're just starting out, that you work that hard for a product that everybody else can sell. I suggest you take a minute, you look all over Japan first, and then if you have to, look at every other country and find products that you can get the rights to. Remember I was talking about Panasonic yesterday? And I said when they started, they didn't have any products. They went to Philips Electronics in Germany, and they secured the rights to their electronic products, their TVs, their radios, their toasters, to make them exclusively under the Panasonic or the Matsushita label in Japan. You should do the same thing, because if you are going to work hard and build distribution, meaning if you could establish 100 or 200 medical clinics or hair salons that were selling your product, you don't want them to sell a product that 1,000 other distributors can sell. You want them to sell a product that you only are the one that has the rights to. So here's what I suggest you do. And it's very appropriate because you're just starting out, is keep doing whatever your other job is so that you have the time. Take the time to look all over Japan for great products that have terrible marketing. There are a lot of great products that have terrible marketing. An easy way to start, and what I found a lot of people can do, go online. Look up every category of beauty product you want. Anything like these, skin rejuvenation, wrinkles. And then don't look at all the people whose companies are listed on the first or the second or the third page of the search engine, because those are going to be the most successful. Look at the ones that are on page 5 and 8 and 9, and the reason is that they're going to be people who are very bad marketers. They might have great products, but very bad marketing. So what I always do is I try to find great products with bad marketing, and I try to tie up the rights to those products for my company. And then once I've tied up the rights, I then create joint ventures, because remember I talked the other day about the toll booth? Do you remember that? I said you want to control. You don't want to be one of 20,000 distributors in Japan selling that, because every time you get a medical clinic to sell for you, what they're really doing is selling for everybody, because they're advertising your product, but everybody else can sell it to other people. You want to be the only person that controls the product. Does that make sense to you? So,
Yes.
and now I'm going to tell you in a minute how to set up partnerships. But I'm telling you again, I would not do it for these products. And the reason I wouldn't do it for these products is you're not building an exclusive business. You're building a business that 1,000 or 10,000 other people are selling the same products all over Japan, so you don't have any advantage. If you take your concept, but you alter it, and you say, I'm going to do two things. Number one, I'm going to be able to build a great distribution channel of partners with medical clinics, with hair salons, with health clubs, with other cosmetic type organizations that have the same profile of the market. But I'm not going to do it to try to sell a network marketing product that I have this much profit on. Instead, I'm going to take a few weeks or a few months, and I'm going to search all over Japan, and if I have to, I'll search other Asia or the United States or Europe, and I'm going to get the rights to a product line that's great, but that I'm the only person who controls it. So that when I put those products in the medical clinics, when I put those products in the health clubs, when I put those products in the other the hair salons, I'm the only person who can sell them. People aren't going to come and see those products and then be able to buy them from some other distributor unless that distributor buys from me. And you will be creating a business that has value. Network marketing businesses are very hard to sell. They are very hard to build a lot of profit because the margins are so bad. Now let me take it to, I hope I'm not confusing you. So if instead of doing that, you can get the rights, the exclusive rights, the rights just for you, not the rights that 1,000 other people have, but the rights exclusively for you, for Japan. to a great product line that has bad marketing. Now you've got the rights. So now you can go to a medical clinic and you can say, you will be the only medical clinic in your area that sells this. Nobody else can sell it unless I give them the right, because I have the exclusive rights to all of Japan. Now, also, and this is very important, if you get the rights, that means you are able to acquire the product at a very low price. Right now, if you sell a network marketing product, you make 10% or 30%. And that's very hard to share with somebody else and get them motivated to want to sell for you. If you go to a medical clinic and say you get 10%, they would say, why would I want to sell your product and make 10%? Because that's all you make from the network marketing. But if instead you owned the exclusive right to Japan for products that you controlled, they would probably have very large profit margins. So you could go to medical clinics or hair salons and say, I will give you, you sell this product, you get to keep 50% or 60%. You could even say on the first sale, you can keep all the money, and you can do a lot more if you control the product. And my heart tells me, if you're willing to work hard enough to set up the distribution and the partnerships, work a little harder and don't do that. Get your own product, because that will be a company that other companies will want to buy from you, and that will be a wealth creator. Does this make sense? Yes? Okay, so now
Yes.
I'm going to answer 2 questions because I want to make sure that you guys all get something out. Okay, so my first answer to your question is don't do that. And the reason I say don't do that is it's not in your advantage. It's in their advantage. They win, you lose. You have to try to make 10% or 30% work with partners, and it won't. And even if you got it to work, you're not the only person doing this in Japan. They're trying all day long to get 10,000 other distributors, so you have no advantage. So don't do that. Instead, take the time and find great products, either that exist in Japan or exist somewhere else, and you alone, nobody else, you get the rights. Now that you have the rights, you can go to medical clinics, salons, and you can say you'll have exclusive to promote this in your clinic for me, and you'll make good profit. So that's how you do that. And then there's one more point. The way you get people excited is that you also say, and I will provide you with all the marketing you need to sell the product to your people. I'll provide you with the brochures. I'll provide you with signs. I'll provide you with demonstrations. I'll come in and do special seminars to teach your people how to sell it. I'll teach your clients about it. And you build a model where you, number one, find products that you have exclusive control of. Number two, you have enough profit that you can make it exciting for your partners. So they make good money, the medical clinics, the hair salons. Number three, you give them exclusivity in their area so it has value. And then number four, you offer to help them be successful by teaching their people how to sell it, by coming in once a month and scheduling special seminars where they can invite their clients and you do the selling, by creating for them brochures. Now you're building a wonderful business that will work for you. And let me tell you one more story and then I have to stop. I told this at the seminar, but I'll tell it to you again. Remember I told you the story about the man that bought me the pair of shoes? The man bought me the pair of shoes because he learned from me how to create an incredibly successful candy company. And the way he did it was helping all the candy stores be successful. He went to all the little candy stores in China, and he said, you can buy candy from anybody, but you can't get everybody to help grow your business. So if you'll let us grow your business for you. We'll show you how to grow your business. We'll show you how to get more clients. We'll show you the 3 ways to grow a business. We'll work with your candy company to make you more successful. And all we ask in exchange is if we help you, buy candy from us. So you can do this. You can go to the medical facilities. You can go to the hair facilities. You can go to the beauty shops, and you can say, first of all, I have acquired the rights to a wonderful product. And believe me, there are a lot of wonderful, wonderful products right now in Japan that nobody knows about because they don't know how to market or sell. There are a lot of wonderful products in Europe. There are a lot of wonderful products in other parts of Asia. All you have to do is, first of all, get the rights. And in order to get the rights, you don't have to pay any money. You have to say, I'm going to get the one thing that you don't have. I'm going to get distribution. I'm going to build for us, for me and for you, the company that has the product, I'm going to build hundreds of medical clinics, hundreds of hair salons that will be distributing our product. But don't do that because that gives you no advantage. Do you understand what I just said? Okay, so
Yes.
before I let you leave, tell me what you think I just told you to do. I just want to make sure that you heard what I said. So tell me what you think I just said to do.
So the products, the current products cannot be. It's not good to sell the existing products as they are, and it's impossible to utilize the J's approach. However, as a right of sales, well, if the products are good, I established a distribution with a partner for the products that I have the exclusive rights to sales. And one approach is to do the internet search, and not the ones on the first page or the latter pages, small shop owners. I will partner with them. And then I will have the exclusive right, or we will have the exclusive rights to sell. And then joint ventured company, the sales rights will be shared. And based upon that, utilizing that, we will go to the medical clinics or the hair salons. And if you want to source these great products, or if you do not source these great products, you will actually lose an opportunity in the future. If you ever want to write these or sell these products, you will not sell. Probably I thought that I would be able to make a pitch like that. But the existing products, existing approach will not work. I probably have to work part-time.
Give me 5.
はい。
Give me 5. 5, give me 5. You get it. So the only thing I want to make sure you understand is that this that I'm suggesting is a formula for creating wealth for yourself. I had a partner in the United States, and I don't know if the product is here. Aveda products, are they popular here? A-V-E-D-A? Are they popular? Yes? Well, this man got the rights to Aveda from Europe in the very beginning. he had the exclusive rights to Avita for the United States. And he did the same thing. He went to certain salons and certain beauty shops, and he said, I have a great product. I will make it very attractive for you. I will help your staff learn how to sell it. I will ask you to only buy a little bit in the beginning because the products are so great that your clients will love them. But he controlled the product. He wasn't one of 10,000 distributors. He was the only distributor, and he died, unfortunately, but his company was sold for $400 million. Because if you have the rights to a product, the exclusive rights, that's an asset. If you build distribution, if you build 100 or 500 partners that keep buying and rebuying and rebuying, that's a business that you have created that has wealth. A network marketing business is very difficult. Doesn't mean you can't make money with it, and it doesn't mean that the products are good, but trust me, those are not the only great products that exist in the world. There are a lot of great products that the people who created them don't have great marketing and selling. So they're unsuccessful, but it's not unsuccessful because the product isn't great. They're unsuccessful because their marketing or their selling isn't great. That's what you want to find. You want to find great products with terrible marketing or no distribution in Japan that you can tie up and you can control the rights to, okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Did you all understand that? And apologies, my foot is still swollen, so if I don't get up with everybody, it's not me being rude. It's just I want to, Stelio, take a picture. Here, come. Boom. Okay, got one more. Whoop. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And all of you, whatever answers I give to whoever's up here, the best advice I can give you, if you want your $4,000 or your $1,000 or whatever you paid to be the best investment of your life, is take a minute and write down, what could I do with my business if I took a variation of what Jay just said? And everything I say isn't going to be directly good for everybody, but a lot of it will, or at least thinking differently about it. So I'm not going to be this long with everybody, but let me tell you so you understand what just happened. She had a concept to go in one direction. The concept she had didn't allow her three things. It didn't allow her the chance to build something that was hers. It actually was negative because everything she built would help the company with all their other distributors. It wouldn't just help her, number one. Number two, the profit margins in the network marketing are so low that you don't have enough profit to share generously enough with partners to make it worthwhile. Third, because it's not an exclusive product that can only be acquired from you or from the partners that you set up, it has no great value as a business, so you could never sell it. And what I said is change the rules. Don't sell that product. Find a great product with bad marketing and get the rights. Then once you've got the rights, you can go to people and say, I have the rights to a great product. You can be the exclusive seller in this city or this area or on this street or in this category. Then set up 100 or 200 or 300 partnerships all over Japan. And then help those partnerships learn how to sell the product. Don't just have them buy the product. Spend the time to help them all get excited about selling them. Give them the tools. Because if you do that, two things will happen. They won't just buy the product, they will sell the product, and they'll repurchase the product, and they'll resell the product. And you'll build this incredible business that you control, And then a big company will come in and they say, I want to buy that from you for millions and millions of dollars. Did you all understand that? Good. Okay. Who's next? Take this. Hello? Hello. Sit. And would you get me a fresh coffee, please? Let me just look for a minute. Okay. All right.
すみません、今回ちょっと社員と一緒にセミナーを受けてましたので、ぜひ一緒にお話を伺えればと思います。ありがとうございます。まず
I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, sorry. I'm here with my employees today, and thank you very much for your time today.
Over. Okay.
うちの会社の
So, my company's business is finding cheaper apartments in the countryside, apartments that are profitable, and we resell that to investors in Tokyo. So, that is our business. And the real estate information come from small real estate companies in the countryside. And then we purchase that real estate, or we make a contract and then resell that real estate. But that business, because of the Olympics coming up, the market is actually getting more heated up. And originally, there were very few companies that were doing the same business as we are, but now there are many more companies that are approaching real estate companies in the countryside, so there is more competition. And until now, we're based in Tokyo, so we did fax, direct mail, or direct mail. We also called the small real estate companies in the countryside. There are tens of thousands, but we approached them that way with flyers as well. But of course, the other competitors are doing the same. And so it's difficult for us to acquire quality real estate. So we are trying to figure out how to differentiate ourselves. And so we are limiting the area that we're doing business with. And we are also hiring people from that local area and try to approach the small real estate companies that way, so that we have a more closer relationship with that local region. However, listening to your suggestions, we don't have, if we have a concrete USP, we won't be just simply a company that buys cheaper real estate. We can provide different services. Then we will have more advantages in gathering quality real estate information. So we're trying to figure out how to create a USP. There are a lot of competitors who are approaching the other companies saying that we'll purchase real estate. So that is one of the issues that we're facing. So do you have any suggestions on how to approach this issue?
I have suggestions, but as a courtesy, let me make sure that I understand correctly, and I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay? Okay, so first, you actually either buy the real estate or you tie up or option the real estate for investors who will own it they'll rent it to other people. Is that correct? It'll be rental property for investors.
そうです。はい。
Right.
What kind of price would I mean, are they expensive homes? Are they inexpensive homes? What are you selling the investor? What's the average price of a home?
Scott? It's 100 million to 200 million yen.
Now, will an investor?
Jay, it's $1 million or $2 million each.
It is? So they're expensive homes, or are they buying apartments?
そうですね。はい。そうです。
Yes, it's really, yes, it's around $1 million to $2 million. So it's a little bit expensive per home, yes.
Those homes, or are they owning them? I'm just trying to make sure that I understand. You find the homes for the investor. The investor buys the home, and then do they rent the home to people in the city where the home is, or are they buying or is the investor buying the home for himself?
他の人に
They rent it to other people, and there's about 10 rooms or 20 rooms sometimes
In a building.
in a building.
A home, it's going to be more of an apartment. Is that correct or wrong?
そうです。
Isn't it? Right, right, right. It's
I got it. Okay. And will they normally produce positive cash flow?
ポジティブ。
yes, it's positive.
Let me ask you an unusual question. Where do you find your investors?
Well, I provide books. I actually sell books for investors, and I myself as an investor. So I make
それは取れます。
Okay. All right. So there are, and do you sell a lot of books?
well books. I have one book available, and I've sold about 4 million copies, or 40,000 copies. Excuse me.
And did you make, what does the book sell for? How much? How much money does it sell for?
は
It's about 1,500 yen.
Okay, but have the 40,000 book buyers, have many of them turned into investors?
Not all, but
A lot?
そこまで
I don't think it's that many, but I also provide materials about investing, and that costs about 30,000 yen each, and I've sold about 1,500 copies.
Is that a big part of your business, or is it a business that exists, or is it a part of your business that exists just to produce investors? In other words, is it a big profit center, or is it a
そうです
sourcing
投資家のリ
process?
スト取りです。
It's not a profit center.
So I'm going to give you a couple of really cool answers. First one
はい。
is I'm going to tell you what I do in my own business and tell you how to model it, okay?
はい。
So I have expensive books and I have expensive
はい。
video and audio products. And,
はい。
and I have the choice of selling them to make money or using them to create partnerships with organizations that have the businesses I want to find as clients. So what I do is I go to organizations, magazines, newspapers, associations, all kinds of organizations or companies that have the profile of the market that I want. And I tell them, I will give you marketing so that you can either sell these books or sell these programs to your market, and you can keep all the money. What I want is the ability to, number one, have all the name and the information of the people that bought it, and then 4 times a year, I want you to sponsor after you have promoted my products and kept all the profit. Promote me 4 times to do a one-day seminar for your audience, and that's very successful. I have gone to companies and said, I will give you books, I will give you programs, you can give them away. Give them freely to your audience as long as I get to create the marketing that supports it. And what I mean is this. Let's say you went to a business association and they had a magazine, and you said, I'm going to give you the ability to give every one of your readers this book, or I'm going to give you the ability to give every one of your readers this DVD set. And the book's worth $15, and the DVD set is worth $200. I will actually pay to send the books or the DVDs out, and I will give you a percentage of any business that comes from it, but I need to be the one that creates the marketing so that when you give away the book or when you give away the DVD, it has high perceived value in the mind of your audience. And let me explain. So you go to an association, or you go to a magazine, or you go to an organization, and you don't just say, here, you can give away my book, or here, you can give away my program. You say, this book will teach, you say, among your audience are many men and women who are investors or want to be. They don't know how to invest well. They don't know how to choose the right property. These books and these materials will help your people. It's a value added. I sell them, and I sell them for a lot of money, but I would rather have you, your organization, and I gift them to your organization as an investment in helping them become more successful investors. I'll write the copy, you would write the copy, and the copy would be signed by the organization. But let's say that it was an association
ちょっとだけいい
magazine. What? You understand?
Yes, I understand. However, the investors, I have enough a list of investors already, and
It's just finding the property.
投資家のリストはもう十分なんです。どちらかというと物件のそうです。
yes, exactly right. I need in order to get the information of the real estate. Well, my question is how we can like build a relationship with the local
Understanding what I'm saying. One of the questions you're asking is, how do I get a USP that makes me distinctive?
はい。
And I'm saying, if you
Right.
have organizations
Right.
tell their members
Right.
that you are the only one to trust, that is one USP. Do you not understand that? If there are 25 people I could choose, but you make
Right.
partnerships with organizations that tell all
Right.
their members that your organization is the one organization to turn to deal with, that's a USP. Do you understand that? That's the first USP. You get people to trust you over everybody else. That's only one part of it. But having investors that don't trust, if the investor trusts you, you wouldn't have the problem. The problem is the investors buying from you, the investors buying from other people. I'm trying to, first of all, give you a tool that has the investor only want to trust you. That's the first thing. The second thing is you want to create what's called the buying criteria. You want to establish, you want to go to investors and say, you should only invest in apartments if they fulfill a buying criteria, and most investors don't know what it is. When you help an investor establish the buying criteria, and you say, we have helped more investors invest in more apartments in the countryside than perhaps anyone else. We have looked at hundreds of thousands of apartments to pick the ones that had the best predictable cash flow, the best appreciation, the best minimal maintenance, the best growth opportunities, and those are the only properties we ever recommend that our investors buy. And here is the criteria that we use to select the homes we recommend. That's the second thing I would do. The third thing I would do is not just call the realtors or even make a person locally your partner. I would go into the markets yourself, and I would have constant events where you bring all the realtors together and they love you over your competitors. I have, in the States, there's a category of businesses called private equity firms, and private equity firms are collectives where investors put money into companies that buy other companies. And there is fierce competition. Everybody wants to buy good companies. So there's 2,000 private equity companies all trying to buy the same good companies. The ones that win are the ones that build the strongest relationships in the market. Because if they have the strongest relationships, they get first choice on the properties, and they don't have to negotiate the most. So What I would do if I were you, if the profit's big enough, I would hire one or many people, and their job would be to go into the markets constantly. And that would be two things: to meet all the real estate agents and say, we know we're going to do business with you over and over again over the next decade. We want to invest in the relationship now. And I would help all the realtors. I've helped, this is an aside, this is a diversion, but I have personally helped 10 of the top real estate training companies in the United States train real estate. I would take my techniques and I would share them with real estate agents and help the agents be more successful. I would tell them that you want them to be successful because you know that it's only a matter of time before they're going to have great properties. And when they have great properties, you want them to choose your company to offer them to because you have added value to them. So that's the first thing I would do. The second thing I would do, I would have the people that you hire to go into the marketplaces find out who owns apartments right now. And even if those apartments are not for sale right now, I would find the owners and I would introduce myself and I would say, I know you're not selling this apartment today, but I know that in a matter of time, sooner or later, you or your family are going to want to sell this apartment. Maybe you want to buy a bigger one. Maybe you're tired of owning it. When you're ready to own that apartment, I want you to call us because we want to buy it from you, because we respect this property. It's a wonderful property. And you build because you know in real estate, there's cycles. People buy property, they own it, they sell it. And if you are more preemptive, and preemptive means you're not doing, because what you're telling me you're doing right now is what everybody else is doing. A little bit better. You're selling a book and you're getting some people who want to buy, investors. You're going into calling the real estate agents saying, hey, we want to buy a good property. You're going and saying, hey, we want you to be our partner, but you're really not getting deeply involved in the community. If there are, let's say, 10 communities, country sides that have properties you want, you should have more of a relationship in all of those 10 areas than anybody else, so that when there's good properties available, they call you. Before properties are even available, the owners know that you're the person they want to sell to when they're ready. You can tell your investors that no other company has the relationships in the market that we do, that we know what's good, what's bad, we know the criteria, and you build this not only real relationship network, but you build a vision in the eyes of the investors. Now, having investors sounds great, but I'm just telling you what you told me, and that is that a lot of those investors they'll buy from you, but if that man has a better property, they'll buy from him. You want investors to only want to buy from you because they trust you over him. And that requires you to establish the fact that the only properties you sell and you offer are the properties that they want to own. There's a lot of people out there offering properties. There's a lot of nice properties. There's decent apartments. But we only recommend the best performing properties, the ones that are going to give you the best cash flow, the ones that are going to give you the least maintenance problem, the ones that are going to have the highest appreciation, the ones that are going to have the highest continuous occupancy. We have a very strict criteria. Our competitors are very nice men and women. They're professional, and their intention may be good, but we are more committed to your success as an investor than anybody else. That should be the way you do it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand.
So I just said a bunch of things, though. The first thing I said, you rejected, and I want to revisit it. The reason I told you to become the recommended, no, listen to what I said, because you interpreted what I said incorrectly. You thought I was trying to just get you more investors. What I was trying to say is if you become the only recommended professional for 10 or 20 or 30 organizations, or 10 or 20 or 30 associations. Now you've become preeminent. Do you understand that? If they say, if the organization says, there are a lot of people in our organization that either are investors or want to become investors. We took the time to carefully evaluate who you can really trust and who has the best success track record of helping investors succeed and prosper with rental property in the countryside, and it's this company. So these are our recommended professionals, and we want, in partnership with them, to invest in your education. So we are offering you books, and we are offering you materials that everyone else sells. We don't want to sell it. We want to buy it for you, because we want you to know that this is the one organization. When you're ready to buy your next property or when you're ready to buy your first property, they're the only people you should turn to. That's one USP. One, not everyone. The other USP is in all your materials, you establish that we, your company, have looked at more properties, we have helped more investors, and we have been able to determine that there is a criteria that needs to be satisfied. And if that criteria isn't satisfied, you can still buy a property, but it's probably not going to be the optimal investment. It may not produce the maximum appreciation. It may generate more problems. It may have less occupancy. We cannot recommend those kind of properties. Our competitors can, and if you want a property that will make you less money, give you more headaches, appreciate less, and be less valuable, then buy from them. We won't let you make a bad decision. That's another USP. Another USP is that you build greater relationships in the community. So you can tell your investors, everybody else calls them on the phone and says, do you have a good property? Everybody else maybe gets somebody locally to communicate. We go into the market. We build relationships with every real estate company. We know the market. We know all of the apartment owners, even the ones that are not yet ready to sell. We have more understanding. We have more connection. When we tell you this is a great investment, this is a great investment because we invest more in our intelligence gathering. We invest more in our research. We invest more in our evaluation of properties before we will ever recommend one to you. If you don't want the best investment and you will settle for any investment, here's a list of all our competitors. Call any one of them. If you want the best investment and you want an investment you'll be so happy with that you can't wait to come back to us and buy another one and another one, then you should trust us because we will never make a recommendation that will be anything but the best investment you should make. Does that make sense?
Yes, understood. で、気に入りました? Yes, yes. Yes, I did.
When you go into the market, though, you want to really build relationships. You don't just want to say, you know, you don't want to. You want to hire one or a group of people, and their job is to continuously be in the market, continuously meet with the realtors, continuously not just meet with the realtors to look for properties, but help the realtors be successful. Help the realtors grow and help the realtors be more successful in the market. You also want to go to all the apartment buildings in the countryside and find the owners and have your representatives introduce themselves and say, I know you're not ready to sell your property, but you will be someday. And when you're ready, I want to be the one that buys it because I know this is a wonderful property and I would be very honored and privileged to have my clients own this property because you've managed it so well, you've maintained it so well, it's so desirable that when you're ready to sell, please promise you'll give my company the first chance to buy it. And you start setting up the future.
わかりました。
Understood. Thank you so much.
One one more thing. I don't know Japanese holidays and customs, but what I did for realtors in the States was at holiday time, we would go to all the markets that we wanted to control. And for example, we have Halloween. You know what Halloween is in the United States?
わかります。
Yeah, I understand.
So we would go into the markets we wanted, and we would sponsor Halloween parties, and we would give all the retailers and all the community free pumpkins. At Christmas time, we would hire a Santa Claus and send him into the community. At summertime, we would hold one summertime picnic, and we would and do things that nobody else will do in those countryside communities so that they love you.
ゴルフコンペをやろ
Golf competition, that was the idea that I had. So that is the kind of event that I should gather.
It's constant. So you I had car dealers in the United States that sold very high-end cars, Mercedes. And we would have golfing events all the time. We would take people to places where they could drive on racetracks. We would bring prominent people in and have intimate cocktail parties. We would get famous golfers to come and teach them how to swing. We would do whatever nobody else we competed with would do to endear and connect ourselves so deeply to our buyers that they would come back every year and buy Mercedes from us. So what I'm saying is, don't be a static thinker. A static thinker is someone says, okay, I'll go into market once, or I'll do a party. Be a fluid thinker, meaning it's constant. You say, okay, it's holiday time in Japan, and we're going to have parties for every real estate office in the countrysides that we want to have a relationship. Okay, it's tax time to pay the taxes. We're going to contact every apartment owner in the countryside and say, as you're paying your taxes, if you're thinking about selling that property, and you're just out thinking and out connecting in the countryside with people, but at the same time, you're representing to the investor that you are the only viable and deserved choice they should make. That there are lots of other companies selling investment property, but that they're not really looking out for your best interest. We're not selling a property. We understand that an investor that invests in an asset that pays off buys more. So this isn't one transaction. This is the beginning of a lifetime of us representing you. And the only way you'll keep coming back to us is if we provide you with better investments than anyone else. Those should be your USPs.
そうですね。そこは構築
Yes, I understand. Yes, we do have customers because we haven't achieved some of that.
Saying that your strategy changes. Your strategy should be, we are the only logical choice you could make, not because we are greedy, but because we look out after your best interest. We have better criteria of judging the properties. We look at more properties that we reject. We have better relationships in the communities, so we get first chance at the best property, not just a property, but the best property. And the best property means the ones that get the most rent, that stay filled all the time, that have the least maintenance, that appreciate the most, that can be sold for the most money in the future. We understand your objectives better than you do, and that's why we want to be your advisor. And then you get organizations to tell their members that you are the only company they should trust. That way, even if you have a lot of investors, those investors are probably talking to other companies too. You want them not to even ever consider talking to anyone else because you're the only trusted advisor. who has an understanding of what's the best decision to make, what's the best property to buy, what's the best criteria to use to invest. Does that all make sense?
Yes, understood.
Just said.
Yes, first of all, for the investors, we need to be a trusted company.
Not
いや
a,
唯一の
the.
そうですね
Right, the trusted company, of course. Yes, so we want to be the trusted company, and also we need to be able to evaluate a good quality real estate. And so we want to become the only one company. And also regarding real estate information, or rather, in order to acquire the real estate information, we need to have a better relationship with the community and the market, so that people are fluid and that we can have constant access to the owners as well through events.
Tell your investors that that's why they should trust you, because you do so much more in the community, that you really know what's most desirable and most valuable and what the best investments are, because you're deeply rooted in the communities. Keep talking.
So, yes. Thank you.
One more thing I need to share.
More-
And then we have to stop. There's a company in the United States, very successful. It's an asset management company, and it's called, I think, hold on, I'll think about it and give you the name later. But they have a very wonderful marketing approach. They contact high net worth investors, people who have 500,000, millions of dollars, and they send them a very quality communication, a letter that says, my name is whatever the gentleman's name is, and I wrote this book, and he talks about the book, and my company helps investors preserve and expand their capital. And we manage about, I think they manage $10 billion. And he says, we create very valuable research and special educational materials for our private clients. They pay us a lot of money, but we would like to buy you a collection of our materials for no charge. The reason we would like to buy it for you is that we have found that when we provide people with a comprehensive understanding of why and how our company is different, they get excited. They see that we look at investing in a much different way than the people they have been using. They see that our investment selections are much more designed to protect and expand their capital. They get excited, and we have found that when we invest in good prospective investors, many of those investors reinvest in us. So let us buy you our book, let us buy you our research, let us buy you a copy of a seminar that we did, so that we can help you be a more successful investor, because we know from experience that you'll come back to us when you see how different and how much better our thinking and our advice is than the people you're using. So I would suggest you try to take everything I've told you and incorporate it, because it might be a lot for you to think about and talk to her, because I think I gave you some extremely powerful ideas just now, but they might be a lot. And I know that the first thing I said you didn't want to hear, because you didn't understand that I wasn't telling you how to get more investors. I was telling you how to get investors to only stay with you and not to call him or call him, but to trust you exclusively. And that's what you do when you become the trusted, recommended provider from an organization. I'm out of time, but I hope this helps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take a picture. Okay, got it? Hey, come. Got it? Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have a question for everyone, and it's a very important one. And I call it a calibrate. Thank you. I call it a calibration question because it's designed to help me calibrate whether my answers are making sense or not. Did you all understand what I shared with this gentleman? Okay, so you can share with him your interpretation, because sometimes one of the problems with people that I work with for the first time is they have a vision of what they want. They don't mean this, it's not negative, but it happens. You have a vision of what you want to hear me say. And if what I say isn't what you want to hear, sometimes your mind will fight it. And that's human nature, but I'm trying to look at what you're saying and understand not just what you're saying, but all the different factors and forces and elements that are affecting it. And I'm trying to give you answers that are bigger, perhaps, than your question. So please try to reflect, but make sure if you're on this sofa that when you go back, you talk to a lot of other people and make sure that what they heard is what you heard, because you might be fighting it a little bit unintentionally because you think he's going to give me this answer, and I give you this answer, and it's not necessarily the answer you wanted to hear. And our minds tend to turn off sometimes, and that's a mistake because I'm trying to give you better answers to better questions than you're even asking me. Now, not always going to happen, but I'm very committed. Okay, who's next? We'll probably take a break after this one or the next one, but I want to get some momentum. Okay, let's see. Take that one.
はい。J ごめんなさい。通訳さん。
Sorry. I'm going to explain a little bit about the dollar-yen conversion a little bit. When we talk to Jay, we need to convert yen and dollars, but the interpreters cannot do the conversion and the interpretation at the same time. So if you are the person asking the question, then please understand that you need to do this conversion. So you can take your time, you don't have to rush, but please do the conversion because the advice would change greatly depending on the scope of the volume. So if Jay says, okay, so this is about how many dollars, then please, you as the listener, make sure that that is how much it actually is. Because the interpreter will interpret or translate as is in yen or in dollars. Okay, thank you.
Okay, come on up. Come on up. Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good. Go ahead.
I'm good. I'm good, thank you. Thanks to you, I'm good. Since yesterday, I've been really excited, so I would like to thank you.
Okay, go ahead. So this explains a bit, but why don't you give me quickly a little background and then your question.
はい。
Okay. So my name is Machino Shoko, and then my job is I'm a lawyer. And when I don't do any internet marketing, I only get the jobs by referrals. And then I'd like to increase the number of clients, or I did a consult with, but it hasn't been working so very well. So that's my concern. I think the factor for not working well, there are two factors. Number one, if it's a male lawyers, they can go out for a drink with prospective clients, and then they go to golf, and they get together, hit it off, and then, okay, let's have a deal. However, when it comes to female lawyers, it doesn't really happen that way much. And then the second factor is that when we get the referrals for female lawyers, many times the cases are regarding the divorces or family matters. And so it's not really B2B business. We don't have a lot of the B2B cases ratio is really low. So that's why I want to increase the number of clients. This is my 8th year becoming a lawyer, and I have 2 clients that I consult with, but I want to increase the number of those clients that are mine. So if there is any way to do that, I'd like to hear from you.
Are you more, we would call it, are you a litigator, or do you do contract business law, or do you do both?
両方やります。
I do both.
And what would be the preferred size and type of a client that you would desire? What would your client profile look like of the kind of clients you want to attract?
The size of the company, the client company, you mean?
規模は
Yes, the size would be the business that has more than 10 employees and that has a business sales over 50 million yen. That would be $500,000 on annual sales or bigger.
Have you been very successful in the litigation that you have been involved in? In other words, have your clients won more often than lost?
はい
Good. And as a lawyer, what are you allowed to say as far as promotion? Can you say anything, or are you very restricted because of the regulations that govern your profession?
はい言って。
Yes, so there are, one of the things that we cannot do is to pay the referral fee. That's prohibited. And then we can't guarantee the result. Like, for example, you can't say, like, you win if you get me as a lawyer 100%, or those things we can't say.
Okay. But can you share that out of 10 lawsuits that you've represented, you've won all 10? Could you say that? Is that legal or not?
Well, yes, you can say that if it happened in the past.
Okay. All right. So,
はい、
and are your clients, are you here in Tokyo?
はい、
Yes.
Clients all over, or just in Tokyo?
ほとんどと
Most of them are in Tokyo,
You don't care as long as they're in Japan. You can take them anywhere, correct?
もちろんです。
of course.
A number of ways you can do this, and I will give you 3 really cool examples. One example is you find every organization out there that tends to have as either its members or its clients women entrepreneurs. You find organizations and you find companies that have a lot of women business owners. You go to those companies and you said, I would like to make you a very bold and appealing proposition. I want to be your attorney. I want to be the attorney for your organization, but I'm not going to charge you. I'm going to help you with your basic law, your basic contracts, and I'm going to invest in you. But what I want in exchange is that I become the recommended attorney to your organization. And you tell all the women entrepreneurs and all the women members in your organization that a woman litigator understands a woman entrepreneur. A woman contract lawyer understands a woman business owner. This and I will help you introduce me to your audience, and I will provide white papers you can give them to help them make better legal decisions. I will write articles that you can publish on your website or in your communications. I will go around with your salespeople occasionally to meet your clients. I will conduct webinars where your clients can ask legal questions. And I will become the source of expertise, not just for your people, but I will become your attorney. So you can actually tell people, not only is she a great attorney and she's a woman who understands women entrepreneurs, she is our attorney too. And then if you did that for 10 organizations, you would have more clients than you can imagine. That's one idea. Do you like that?
素晴らしい。
I think it's wonderful, fabulous.
Done it before. That's only one idea. I'm going to give you more because you look so innocent, but I have a feeling you're a terror in the courtroom.
Yes, you know everything about me, Jay.
So here's another approach. You write a book, and the title of the book is Legal Advice for Women Entrepreneurs. And you get that book to basically give great basic advice about contracts, about operating your business, about litigation, about being a woman entrepreneur in a world that has been male dominated. It's very, very, very balanced and very, and then you get organizations to give the book away. And you say, I will buy a copy of this book for, or you get media to partner with you. And I know you can't pay for referrals, but normally it is legal to pay for leads. Like, I mean, in the States, we have law firms that will buy leads from magazines. Leads, just prospects who are interested. If you go to magazines and you say, I will give you ads that allow you to either give away or sell this book. And if you give it away, I will pay you $10 for everybody that you give it away to. Or I will let you sell the book for $20 and keep all the money. All I want is the contact information of the person that buys it. And when they either give the book away or when they sell the book, you add as a bonus the fact that everybody who buys the book or anybody who requests the book will also be entitled to participate on a 2-hour webinar you conduct where they can ask questions. And these are processes you do all the time. The next thing is, if you like what I'm telling you, which is this positioning of a woman entrepreneur needs a woman attorney who understands them. And I'm a nice woman. I can be a very polite woman, but I understand how to protect your rights, and I understand how to negotiate and protect you and support your growth and success in this very aggressive world. And that becomes your unique selling proposition. That becomes your distinction. There are, how many people in this room are women owners of a business? Raise your hand. Wouldn't that appeal to you? As long as you're not trying to be nice and sweet, you're saying, look, a woman entrepreneur needs a woman who understands all the issues you're dealing with. She's got to make you tough. She's got to be your sword, your shield, your advisor. I've done it, and I want to be your attorney for life. It is my hope that my advice will keep your business growing and prospering. But the truth of the matter is, in the course of business, you can have problems. You can do everything right, and you can get in litigation. You can do everything right, and somebody doesn't pay you. You can do everything right, and your landlord tries to take advantage of you. You need a strong and a dedicated professional who understands what it's like to be you. I'm that person. That's a powerful position, don't you think?
Yes, I think so. So, is it better that I would just target the women?
I think you can do both, but I suspect that that's, I mean, you can do anything you want, but if you created that as a very distinctive first of all, is there anybody that you know of in Japan that has done that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know that person personally.
You do that, that gives you great advantage. You don't have to just take women, but if you say that our practice, is dedicated to women entrepreneurs, and you can still accept anybody who wants you, but if you focus on that, it gives you a great opportunity to get a lot of media for yourself, a lot of articles for yourself. You can go and write columns, a woman attorney looks at women-owned businesses. You can do a lot of really cool things that kind of a USP will be very, very conducive or supportive of. But no, you don't have to make that your only one, but that's a pretty powerful one, don't you think?
Yes, I think so.
Like cool articles you write, cool books you create, cool white papers, cool. You can go to all kinds of organizations that have a lot of women as women business owners and say, and again, there's two things. If you go to the organizations and you say, I want to be your attorney so that you feel comfortable with my profession, but I want you to I don't care about being paid. I just want you to recommend and endorse me to your audience. You can do it for male-owned or female, but I think if you want, I'm giving you an assumption. You can try it out, but I think you would find that a woman attorney who is very successful, who's attractive and can be very, very respectful, but can take off the gloves and defend you and support you and make sure you don't get taken advantage of in the business world is something that a lot of women would appreciate, don't you? What do you guys think?
Eh, そうですよね。
はい、
Do you like that?
はい、思いました。
Yes, I liked it.
And the trick is, how many ways can you leverage that positioning? As I said, you can go to every organization that has a lot of women who are in it. Maybe associations of hair salons or nail salons, or, I mean, you can just do research. You can go to every magazine, every newspaper, every blogger, and you can now have a very distinctive position. You can create your own unique, what's the word I want to use? Vocabulary, and you can talk about scenarios. You can show. I mean, you read the article on preeminence, and preeminence is great for everybody. But if you identify it, let me give you a great example. Great example. I told you the other day, one of my earlier clients looked at the investment advisory market, and he saw that the wealthy people had asset managers, they had wealth managers. The poor people had the government who took care of them. The middle class didn't have anybody. So he became the prosperity advisor to the beleaguered middle class. And people loved it because they had a champion, they had an advocate, they had somebody who was looking out after their interests for a change. I'm just suggesting that if you take that and you slowly build that as a major part of your positioning, There's probably, I mean, I have no idea. You can do the research, but I will bet that in Japan, there's probably 100,000 women-owned businesses. And there's probably 200,000 businesses that maybe the owner is older and his daughter or children are there. You only need 50 or 100 and your business is huge. But you can get media coverage. You can have the woman entrepreneur's point of view. You're the advocate, you're the champion, I just think that, again, I'm not trying to force you to do that. I'm just saying, you're asking, how can you be distinctive? That it's hard to compete against all the men, but it's not hard to be the one person that understands what it's like to be a woman entrepreneur or a woman business owner or a woman professional in business. And that seems to me to be a very powerful positioning.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
Come. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good. Okay, now, a question to you all. Did you agree with that? Look, show. Have her see. Look, I asked, do they agree with the concept? Look at this. So, now obviously, in 15 or 20 minutes, I can't build you a whole business model, but I said something the other day that's very important. If you get the concept right, you can mis-execute some of the marketing and it'll still work. I promise you, if you do this right, you will create an enormous market for yourself, but also you will help an enormous amount of women entrepreneurs that probably will be benefited more by having you look out after their well-being. And it will be great for you, and it'll be great for them. Okay? Who's next? I'd like to do one more, and then we'll take a break, if we have one. Then I'll feel like we're making progress, okay? No, but you know, I'd like a Coca-Cola if you can find a real Coke. Yep. One second. Okay, all right, how are you?
ちょっと混乱してます。あ、
There's a great statement that confusion normally precedes clarity. Before you get great clarity, you can seem very confused. But then all of a sudden, sort of like when an airplane is taking off and they go through all the clouds before they get into the beautiful blue sky. And when you're going through the clouds, it's ugly and it's scary and you can't see anything. And then you break through and it's clear for miles and miles. So let's see if we can help you get clarity, okay? Okay, so tell me a little bit about you and then tell me your question.
I am running the Japan's first gluten-free food company. I was the first mover, so from the media, I am introduced, but the cash flow is pretty bad. Italian, it was not the well-known in Japan, so therefore I found the Italian manufacturer, but to the manufacturer, I have to make the payment early. However, I am doing the wholesaling and the reselling. I have to wait for a couple months, and the more I purchase, the more money I need. So therefore, I'm in trouble in terms of the cash and not enough cash. And I make loans, but soon I ran out of cash. So not only loans, I found some private investor, but still, I always have to running around chasing the cash and to make the sales. And I'm doing by myself. I don't have enough time. So it's very inefficient. And I want to get out of this rut. And I need a joint venture and find partners. But on top of that, I need to maximize my sales at least 5 times within a year, but I'm not sure who to turn to.
Some questions. How many products are there in your product line, and are you selling them to other retailers, or are you selling them in your retail, or are you doing both?
両方やってます。で、
I'm doing both, and currently we have about 20 products right now. We currently have 17, but we're going to increase it to 20.
From what to what would they be? Just roughly, tell me some of the products.
原材料
Well, they're not raw materials, they're manufactured products. So cookies, etc.
And then how many retail outlets, how many distributing outlets or how many retailers do you sell to right now?
現在は
Currently, we sell to about 5.
Now, what kind of retailers are they? Are they organic food stores? Are they regular retailers? What are they?
They carry imported foods, so a lot of foreigners visit their store.
Okay, and is that proven to be a good market for gluten-free?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question. Do you have a database of all the imported food stores and retailers in Japan? And if yes, have you contacted all of them?
データベースはないです。
No, I don't have a database, but on the top of my head, I do have some contacts.
So the 5 or so retail stores that you sell to right now, how did you attract them as clients? How did they become buyers of your products? How did you find them?
Well, gluten-free products were not familiar at all, so I approached them thinking that they're in need of those products, and then I had great feedback from them. But the gluten-free products are not widely known in Japan, and the air freight from Italy is very expensive. So they do have the needs, but a lot of customers are hesitant about that cost.
You need a very exclusive and a very prosperous clientele to be able to afford it, right?
先行者の、
Yes. Currently, the other manufacturers are actually carrying gluten-free products as well. So there are more outlets that are importing, but we still need to improve.
Okay. So the 5 that you have, how much do they sell every month of your products?
About 150,000.
So that's like $1,500. What kind of profit do you make on a product?
45% ぐらいです。
45%.
The 5 stores that you have, were you the person that sold them on your product? Did you knock on the door and just introduce yourself? Okay.
Yes.
So if we took the entirety of Japan, all of Japan, and we identified all of the import stores that would be the best prospective buyers of your product to sell to their clients, and we identified all of the organic, thank you, all of the organic food stores, and we identified all of the doctors who were allergy specialists, and we had a big list. Could we find partners who could be our sales force? And could we say, you set up all those accounts for us, and we will give you a permanent share of the sales that come in the future? Could we do that? Why could we not do that? What would be the reason you couldn't do that?
Well, the imported, the outlets that carry organic imported products are very similar, but we don't provide organic products. So,
Are you gluten-free, not organic?
uh,
Are there a lot of other companies selling gluten-free or just you?
Just few.
Okay.
uh,
Let me say this differently, because you're getting a headache, but I'm going to try to give you an aspirin, okay? I'm going to get rid of your headache. So let's start. In all of Japan, there has to be certain categories of people that are going to be much higher probable buyers of gluten-free products than not. I'm talking about consumers. So the first question is, who are they? And the second question is, where are they? Now, by where are they, I don't mean just geographically. I mean, what else do they buy? So you know they buy imported foods. What else do they? Who are they, and where else would they go and buy? What else would they buy like gluten-free? They buy quality foods. They buy pure foods. What else do they buy? Natural foods.
そうですね。まあ菜食化とか。
yes, they're often vegetarians, or they have allergies.
So what I'm saying is, first thing we do, I'm going to walk backwards for you. Make this easy. Take a deep breath. We'll make it easy. First thing we need to do is identify who we are trying to sell to and where they patronize, where they frequent. So even if you're not organic, but you know that people who buy organic would buy gluten-free, because there's not a lot of gluten-free organic, right? So there's either non-gluten-free, non-organic, or there's gluten-free, non-organic. So if you say, okay, I'm going to build a list of every imported food company, retailer in Japan, and I'm going to build a list of every organic food retailer in Japan, and I'm going to build a list of every allergy doctor in Japan. So now I'm going to have 3 lists. And I don't know how many companies or retailers, but let's say that you find out that there's 400 organic stores. Let's say that you find out there's 300 imported food stores. Let's say that you find out there's 2,000 allergy doctors, okay? So now we've figured out pretty desirable target markets, okay? But there's you, you're by yourself, you're one person. How are you going to reach them? Then we run ads, and the ads say, partner wanted, no investment required, build yourself a distribution channel to, and then we fill in the blank. We run the ad 3 different times. One says organic food stores. One says imported food stores. One says allergy doctors. And we say, we'll provide all the training. You have to only provide your time and your ability. And people can't listen to what I'm saying first. So we run an ad. People contact us. And we also say in the ad, must have existing relationships in these markets. So people call us who already have relationships with either the organic food stores or the imported food stores or with allergy doctors. And so we say to those people that call, we have a proposition. The proposition is you go to that market that you have contacts with and you introduce our products and you get them to agree to put our products in their store or in their medical facility on a test. And the products, they don't have to take all the products, or they can take all the products. We will help you identify what product or products will be best for them to start with. And if they put them in their store, or if the doctor puts a display in his office, people will either buy them or they won't. If they buy them, then we would like them to repurchase and keep selling them. If they don't, they can stop. And if you do that with organic food stores, and if you do that with imported food stores, and if you do that with allergy doctors, and you find people who already have relationships with each of those three different, not one person who has a relationship with all three, one person who has a relationship with organic food stores, one person who has a relationship with imported food stores, one person who has a relationship with allergy doctors, and then you make those people your partners to set up and build you distribution. They have one job. It's to open up new accounts for you, to get those stores to agree to test your products. When they've done that, they have accomplished their job, and your proposition to them is you won't pay them a penny to do it, but you will share forever a portion of the profit from the sales that come from each store they open up or each medical office that starts selling your product. So the first thing you need is partners who have access to the markets that you need to reach. Then you have to help them know how to go to those markets and offer the owners of those shops or the allergy people a chance to test a small quantity of the product to see if it sells and how well it sells. Because theoretically, it should sell very well if people who go to organic, if some of them want gluten-free, if people who go to import, if some of them want gluten-free. If an allergist knows that 10% or 20% of his patients should be eating gluten-free and he has gluten-free products, those products should sell well in most or some of these stores that you test them. If you got 200 stores to test it, maybe only 50 would do well and maybe 150 wouldn't. But 50 stores are 10 times more than the 5 stores you have right now. If you got 300 allergy doctors to test small little displays of gluten-free products that they could sell in their offices to your clients, and half of them did well and they repurchased, that's an entire new distribution channel for you. You don't have the time, you don't have the ability to be the salesperson. So don't be the salesperson. Bring on strategic partners and make each one of them focus on one market. Or maybe bring 3 on one market. This person comes in and his market is organic. This person comes on and his market is to build you imported. This person comes and her job is to get you into the allergy. Now, so that's one part. So now you're building the demand. Now you've got a different problem because you can't you can't finance the purchase. But it's one thing to get investors when you have very little sales. If you came to me and said, will you invest? I'd say, no, you don't have any kind of a good business plan. You don't have any kind of a good growth plan. You don't have any way of showing me that my investment will be good. However, if you go to an investor and say, let me show you the agreements I have from 100 import stores. Let me show you the agreements I have from 200 organic stores. Let me show you the agreements I have from 50 allergy doctors to test my products. And let me project for you, not the best case, but the worst case, what will happen if only half of those companies do well with my product. So you can see that I'm a good investment. A lot of people will invest in that. Does that make sense?
I そこまで
I'm like in trouble right this moment. To the sales is growing. However, I'm like at the verge of making myself into the I don't have any like capabilities of making the very next order itself, and then so that's the reality that I'm facing right now.
Well, there's another way that you can do it. You can go to the 5 stores that are buying from you, and you can sit down with them, and you can be very, because you're in trouble right now anyhow. You can go to them and say 2 things. The first is you can have a meeting and say, gluten-free is certain to grow bigger and bigger in Japan. Do you agree? And ask them. And if they say yes, say, I have a very provocative proposition. I need to grow my business. You are an import company that is selling my product, or you are an organic food store that is selling my product. I want you to be an investor in my company. I want you to do 2 things. Put up some money, which will be a prepayment for future orders, but also I want you to introduce me to all the other organic stores you have contacts with. I want you to introduce me to all the other import stores you have contacts with, and you should want very badly to do it because you will own part of our company. So the more successful you help me become faster in Japan, the more profit and value your investment in my company will become. And tell them the truth. But tell them a vision. Say, gluten-free is becoming huge in the United States. It's just starting here, but it will be huge. Whoever is on the ground floor of gluten-free will be very successful. I am on the ground floor. I have a problem. I need more distribution, and I need more cash flow. You already see that it sells because it's selling in your store. Help me grow this business, and you can prosper with me. Not just prosper from the sales your store does, prosper from your investment in my business, and prosper from your ability to introduce other import stores or other organic stores to me, and right now have each of them give you an investment that is a prepayment for future products. So they get the best of all worlds. They get equity in your business, but they also are prepaying you for future product. And I mean, what I can do is help you deal with reality. I can't click my feet and make $10 million appear. But if you have 5 people who are buying from you and they see that your product sells and they are buying $1,500 from you every month, and you go to them and you say, if you will pre-purchase from me 6 months worth of product and give me $9,000 right now, I will give you that in future product, but I will also give you a small ownership in my business, so that not only are you, and I'll give you a better price too because you're prepaying. If you help me open up more of the organic stores that you know of all over Japan, our business will grow and our business will be very valuable and you will own a portion of that business. So you will be creating wealth for yourself through my success that you helped make happen. That's probably the only easy way I can help you. But that is a very practical way. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, you have a problem. But if 5 companies already see that it works and they know that we call it the wave of the future, that in the next year or 2 or 3, it might be 100 times bigger, and that somebody is going to make a lot of money from that, and right now they're just a little retailer buying it, you're giving them a chance to be part of the wealth. You're saying, I need something that you have. I need 2 things you have. I need you to buy Advance, but I need you to introduce me to all the other organic people you know so that I can get distribution. The only incentive that will make sense to me is for you to benefit from all the people that you help me get distribution. So I want you to benefit. I want your prepayment to not only be a prepayment, I want it to be ownership, a little ownership in my business, so that as gluten-free grows, you make sure that I'm the most successful provider and that you get wealthy. That's what that's the best strategy I can give you. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm sorry I can't be better, but that will probably work if you meet with them and you look them in the eye with certainty, because if you believe gluten-free is going to grow, and if you need to prove it, get research or statistics from the United States. Say when it was first introduced, it was this, now it's this. The company that first introduced it now is worth $100 million. I can't promise that this company will be worth $100 million, but I can promise if you help me get distribution and you help me with my cash flow in the beginning, you will be rewarded richly. I may not become a $100 million company, but I will become the leading gluten-free producer, and you will be an owner of that business, and my wealth will be your wealth.
あの
Well, the wholesalers, the sales are growing. So if I cannot supply, they will be in trouble. So I think there is room for negotiation.
Say, let's talk about the future, not the moment. And just say, you already know it sells. You know that it's growing in awareness and demand. And you can say to them, I have a strategy also of opening up allergy doctors, and all of that will not hurt you. They will help you if you are an owner of the business. You want me to have distribution all over Japan. You want me to have 500 or 5,000 stores because it means that our business is growing and is building profits and success, and you'll have an interest in that business. I think it'll work. Good luck. I'm sorry, but I think it's a better strategy than you think. Does that make sense to all of you? What do you think? Okay? Thank you. Here, take a picture. All right. Good luck. Thank you. Okay. So let's take a break for 15 minutes. No, 10 minutes. And then we'll come back. But when you're breaking, if you can, talk to the people that were already on here, because as I said, you can have a question in mind and you can have an answer you think I'm going to give you. And if I don't give you the answer you want, your heart and mind can reject it. And that's probably a mistake, not because I'm going to have always the best answer, but because I really have had to deal with a lot of problems in my life. I've had to solve a lot of difficulties for people. I've had to figure out a lot of solutions, and I get the ability to remember and reflect and process all these alternatives and options. And like this woman that just left, she has a problem. She doesn't have the money right now, so I have to give her a solution that is practical right now. Not next year or in 3 years, but right now. So please make sure you help everybody understand perhaps what you saw me say, because they may not have heard it all because they're emotional or they're trying so hard to process what I'm saying against the answer that they wanted me to give them, okay? So we'll talk 10 minutes, take a break. I'm just waiting because my foot fell asleep. I'll get up and I'll be back. I'm enjoying this. It's interesting, and I think it's very, very helpful. I like the first 4 that we did. We're going to try another 4, and let's see what happens. Okay? All right. Go ahead and call them. Hello? Okay. So, tell me a little bit about you.
Nice to meet you.
My pleasure.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Okay.
Okay, so let me tell you what I read, and let's see if it's correct. So you're going to start your own accounting practice, and you are a specialist in succession planning. And you're trying to decide how to build it because you need the other accountants to either refer or support your work, but they tend to want to be control people, and it's hard for them to do that, correct? Or did I misunderstand?
Well, they tend to control. That part I don't think is correct. So they are independent.
Okay. But you are a specialist in succession planning. When somebody wants to either sell the business or pass the business on to their heirs, that's what you are a specialist at, correct?
Well, actually, it's narrower than that. So I'm supporting just the successors, just the supporting successors.
Does this mean the person or the entity that buys the business or that inherits the business, or both?
So the target is just the successors. But actually, I haven't really supported. I was the successor of a business in the past. My father passed his company to me, so I succeeded his company, but I couldn't. So I wanted to leverage that experience, and on top of that, I'm a tax accountant. So I wanted to. I thought that I can support them. And I thought that I can also support the business succession as well because of my experiences.
Let me ask you this. Define for me the exact services that you want to provide when you start your business. What is the entirety of the services? So a successor, so that man inherits or the father passes the business on to that man. What would the services you'd be providing, what would they be?
Well, what happens often is the successor or the succeeding person is unable to acquire any information, and so they are trying to figure out their issues on their own because of some of the share issues. they haven't been able to succeed the business properly and they don't even know that issue very well. I would like to talk to you about my example. Right, so I had some issues in succeeding with the other, some other family members, and for example, there are also legal issues. But if a legal professional looks at the situation, there were times I could have been a proper successor with the right legal procedures. So I think we need a legal professional that can take care of issues like that.
I think it's good. So what would, but I need to understand, from a successor, is that going to usually be a family member that takes over the business? Or would it also be someone who buys the business?
And I'm not thinking of any buyouts.
So let me ask you this question. What would the target size company that you could most effectively help be? What size?
100万ドル
So about $1 million of business volume.
The largest quantity of businesses here. Okay, right now, what services, if any services, are available to the company, the owner, or his or her successors? What are their options right now? What do they have available?
Well, it's only an idea yet still, but because I haven't started, but maybe providing something that's available in the market. But what I can provide is basically consultation to the person succeeding the business. So basically providing the strategy and supporting them in structuring that strategy.
Roughly, what kind of fees would you be trying to charge? What would the fee structure be?
Maybe more than $1,000.
All right, good. Okay. And how long would you just look at the situation and prepare like a plan and a set of advice, or would you get deeply involved, or would it depend on the situation?
ですか? Yes, I would like to be involved very closely.
So I think it's an excellent niche. I don't think there are a lot of people doing it, and I'll explain to you how you might be able to rapidly build it. Okay. And the way I would do it if I were you, I would target 3 sources of partners. I would go and make contacts with all the financial, all the securities and investment people out there. For example, even the man who is sitting here who sells real estate investment, people who sell stock investment, their clients, many of their clients are business owners. Many of those business owners have almost all of their wealth tied up in the business. So the man who sells real estate, the people who sell stocks and currencies, they have an enormous amount to gain by making sure that their business owner clients have a very strong successor, because normally when you succeed, you've got to make payments to your parent, don't you? If I give you my business, do you then make payments to me? Yeah, no, it's fine. Am I confusing? So in a situation when you are a successor, if the owner of the business, let's say your father, does not die, but he decides to stop working and pass his business on to you, do you have to make payments to him?
あ、お父さんの方にです。
To my father?
A situation. There's a business owner. He wants to retire. He wants his business to go to his son. So does he just give the business to the son, or does he have the son still make payments to the father when the son takes over the business? The answer is very critical because it depends on who would be your best referral source of clients.
支払いは
I don't think there would be any payments because they would be transferring the shares. So there wouldn't be a payment.
Then there's tax issues, right? Inheritance tax or whatever. And so would the parent not get any more money from the son? I mean, if I gave you my business,
そうですね。
would I receive anything in exchange?
Oh, so by yourself, you mean the son in this situation?
I'm trying to understand in a typical succession transaction whether the father or whether the parent is giving the business without getting anything in exchange, or whether the children have to pay anything to the parent when they take over the business.
Well, the father has the shares, so virtually the son would have the right. So the share actually wouldn't move. They would transfer the shares slightly, gradually. So they would transfer the shares gradually. So if the father passes away, everything would automatically be transferred to the son.
Okay, so let's look at this a little differently. Who has the most to gain or benefit by making sure that a business gets passed on properly? Who, besides the father or the mother or the family that controls the business, who else has a lot to benefit by making sure the succession is done correctly? Who else benefits by seeing everything work well? Obviously the children, they benefit, but who else benefits? If it, look at it this way, if it is not handled correctly, what happens? If the succession is mismanaged, what happens?
Other than the successor himself or herself?
Trying to understand the risk. So if there's legal risk, there's knowing the business risk, there's planning. You know, what I'm trying to figure out for you is what category represents the best source for you to get clients. Who has the ability to influence either the father to want you to be involved, or the son or the daughter to want you to be involved, and why? Now, it would seem like, would the regular accountant not do all this, or would this be something that the regular accountant would do also?
そうです。
So after the consultation done, or if anything happened, like any incident or issues occur, then only after that, like for example, the father just desists just right away, and then the share is unintentionally divided, and then only after that they come to the consultation.
Okay. So, does it make sense that other accountants would be motivated to introduce you to their clients? If all you're going to do, if you're exclusively going to focus on succession and you're not going to focus on regular accounting, then you're not really a threat to any other accountant, are you?
あんまり頼んでこないと思います。自分の
So say there is an accountant whose client is having an issue regarding the business succession, and they just try to ignore it, or
Okay.
they kind of try to stay away from that.
Okay, then let me give you another idea. And that is sort of like the idea that I gave to everyone else. First of all, let's figure out who else does the owner of the business trust? He or she trusts their accountant. They probably trust their attorney. They probably trust their financial, like broker or investment manager. They probably trust their banker. Who else would they trust? They probably would trust their suppliers, their vendors. So if you made a list of everybody they trust, and look at my hand for a minute. So this is vendor, this is attorney, this is banker, this is investment advisor, and this is accountant. You know that the accountant is not going to refer you, so don't worry about that. But if you developed strong relationships with the banker, with the investment advisor, with the attorney, and with the vendor, and you basically sent them either articles, documents, or you got articles written about it, or you wrote a book, and it said the mistakes parents make when passing their business on to their children. And you became the specialist, and you talked about it in the business publications, and you wrote articles about it, and you actually wrote a little book about it. And you went to all the associations, and you got them to publish your articles or interview you, and you became the advocate for the children. Because if you can do a little statistics, and you said, and maybe when you do a little research, you find out that perhaps 90% of all successions end up having problems that are unnecessary because the accountant doesn't get really deeply involved, the attorney doesn't get deeply involved, and after it happens, it's a nightmare to fix. And if you say statistically, because you can do some analysis, you're an accountant, you can do some research, and I suspect that you can prove that on average, every 12 years, a business passes on to the children. So when that happens, if the children aren't prepared, and if the parent doesn't have the right strategy, unintentionally, the intention the parent had of providing security and financial prosperity for his or her children could be compromised. And if you basically become the voice to the market of the fact that most situations end up having problems that aren't necessary, problems that would never have occurred if both the parents and the children set down with a succession expert. And that there are not very many succession experts in Japan, which is tragic because after the fact, it's a nightmare. And before the fact, it's so easy to identify all the issues. And then you create a checklist that you give away free. And the checklist basically says, for parents considering passing their business on to their children. And we have a form that I use for prospective clients, and it asks a question. It might not translate to Japanese, but it says, how does your business really stack up? And stack up is it's vernacular, but it means how does it really compare? And if you said, let's see if your business is really properly structured to pass on to your children. Or you can have another approach. You can say, how many of these problems will your children have to solve because you didn't set up your succession plan correctly? Or you can create another document that says 21 mistakes most parents make when preparing to give their business to their children. And you list what those are. Or, and you can be interviewed by the press about it. You can write articles to all the business journals about it. You can become a speaker about it. You can even do paid seminars about it, because any organization that has business owners, the business owner at some time has to be thinking about, what do I do with my business? And you should do the research so that you are the master at the statistics. And I'm going to use hypothetical statistics that probably aren't accurate, just because I want to make a demonstration to you, but you have to do the real research. But let's say, for example, that you do research and you find out that on average, every year, 30,000 businesses pass on from parent to children. On average of those 30,000, 25,000 have horrible problems that should never have occurred. On average, the typical succession has 25 mistakes that could have been avoided. On average, the typical succession costs the children $30,000 in problem solving with attorneys and accountants that they never should have had to pay. You are on a mission. You don't want to see parents give their children a business incorrectly and have the children lose tens of thousands of dollars fixing the problem. You don't want to see the children inherit a business that has enormous problems that never needed to occur. The only way to avoid the parents being disappointed and the children being disappointed is if someone becomes the advocate for both sides. And because there are so few succession experts in Japan, you have decided that you're going to be the voice. You're going to talk to the press. You're going to talk to the business owners. You're going to speak on it. You wrote a book on it. You're going to write articles on it because you don't want to see parents give their children businesses that cost the children heartache and money when it can be avoided. You don't want to see the children inherit a business and the first thing they have to do is pay accountants and attorneys to fix problems that didn't have to be occurring. And you want to get involved before the succession occurs. If a parent and the children sit down with you, in a day or two, you can set up a plan that eliminates 98% of the problem, that assures a smooth transition, that identifies all the issues in advance that the children need to be aware of, that makes certain that the parent gets the outcome that they want, that protects the children and the parent in case the parent dies, and that it's very inexpensive. Your service is very inexpensive. But if they don't use something like your service, the probability is they're going to spend 25 or 100 times more to fix the problems that typically occur. There is no reason for those problems to occur. It occurs for three reasons: ignorance, nobody knows; avoidance. A lot of accountants don't really want to get involved in that part. They only want to get involved after that part, and that's the part that creates the problem. So in Japan, there are a lot of tax accountants. There are a lot of whatever kind of accountants, but there are almost no succession planning experts who are also accountants, and you are one of the very few. And you're the one tax and succession planning expert who is committed to, you're dedicated, and your purpose is to eliminate the need for the family to pay more money or suffer more problems and aggregation than they have to. And there's a phrase in the States, and they use it for a filter. In the States, there's an oil filter called Fram. And they say you can pay a little bit right now, or you can wait and let your motor break down and pay a lot later. And if you have the statistics, you don't just talk generalities, but you do research and say, then you go to the press, then you go to the businesses, then you go to the journals and you say, nobody's done the research. I did the research. Let me tell you the facts. Fact one, this year, 45,000 businesses are going to go from parent to children. Fact two, of those 45,000, 44,000 are going to have horrible problems that they didn't have to have. Fact three, those 44,000 businesses that are going to suffer problems they didn't need to suffer are going to spend on average 4 months and $12,000 fixing problems that didn't have to even occur. I don't want to see any child inherit a business with problems that didn't need to happen. I don't want to see any child get a business and have to spend $12,000 they didn't need to spend. I'm an accountant. I love accountants, but I don't think accountants should be paid for solving problems that didn't need to be created. So I'm on a mission. I'm talking to every business journal. I'm talking to every business publication. I'm talking to every group conference, because I'm talking to every business owner, because I'm telling you, sooner or later, you're going to want to pass your business on to your children. Before you do that, you need to talk to someone like me, but unfortunately, there aren't many or anyone else like me, so you probably need to talk to me, because I'm the one person who has experienced it, and I know what can go wrong, and I know how to avoid it, and I know how to make the transition and the succession smooth, and I know how to save you, the owner, from passing on expensive, complicated, unintended problems to your children. That's pretty powerful, don't you think? Message. You like that?
Yes, wonderful, I think.
Yeah, and so you write a book on it. You write articles about it. You study it. You become the one, the source of research knowledge. You're the research source, and you create it. Maybe your company becomes almost like an institute. Maybe it's what's your last name? What's your last name? You use your last name.
Oyama, Mr. Oyama.
I can't pronounce it, but your name, Center for Business Succession Planning. And you create the only entity like it. You've got an entity, you've got an organization that's the center for studying and solving business succession problems. And then you've got stature. and all the magazines and all the journals turn to you, and you become a speaker, and you become the preeminent source because you do research nobody else has ever done. You issue reports and white papers no one's ever done. And you start meeting with the bankers and explaining that they don't want to see their clients' children have this problem. They don't want to see the parents. And the only way it'll avoid them is they need to introduce the parents to you, and you speak for the Bankers Association, and you speak to the Lawyers Association, and you become a regular columnist, and you get columns. I had, true story, it's fascinating, all the different businesses I've helped in the United States, but honest to goodness, 20 years ago, one of my clients was the #1 succession planning attorney in the United States. And you know how he built his practice? He went to every business publication, every association, every journal, and every month he wrote a column that was titled Tips for Business Owners Preparing to Sell Their Business. And every month he'd write a new idea, he'd tell a horror story, and he'd give them advice. And people could ask questions. And he would tell case studies. And it was great. And if you do that, you'll own the market. Okay? Cool. Okay, that's it.
はい、わかりました。
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, come, take a picture. Picture. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And did you all understand that? So you can explain what you heard to him? Good. Okay, who is next? Thank you. Yes. Actually, hot water. Sit. Okay. Hello? Okay, go ahead. Tell me a little bit about you, and then explain a little bit deeper your question.
私はバレエ教室とダンサー専門の整体院を経営しているんですが、
Ballet dancers. I'm sorry. I am running chiropractic offices for the ballet dancers and then the professional dancers. Of course, most of the students are wanting to become a professors. However, because of the lack of the skills, in the middle of the course, they themselves decided to give up on the dreams of becoming dancers. Among the reasons I am concerned about is that the teachers at the school are not lucrative. And then they disclose that unlucrative, money-losing management, and even if they go into the ballet field world, they will suffer financially. And then looking at the real situation, the reality of the ballet owners, school owners, they get dampened. And even they become a professional dancers, they may not be able to make ends meet. That's the reality. So they have to do some unrelated tasks than the professional dancers. So they may be injured. And even if they retire without any injuries, they have to do some business that's totally unrelated to dancer and not against their will. So that's the situation that most of the dancers and ballet dancers are in. And of course, there are some who are fortunate to continue to stay in the dancer business. However, they run a very small-scale school in the countryside. And looking at that, the children, even they become professional dancers, they can't really find a very compelling future. And that's the reason why they give up on that dream.
And the parents understand that situation very well also. And so the parents would not be very supportive of them becoming a professional either, and they give up eventually.
Yeah, I understand. What's the real question that I need to help you solve?
で私自身は
And I myself, at the ballet studio or the dance studio, I want the kids to see that becoming a dance teacher is actually something is financially stable, so that when a student comes in or a talented student comes in, they can aim to become a professional, and I can support them. Currently, if I ask them if they want to become a professional, of course, the future may not be very easy. So I feel that it's a bit irresponsible for me to ask them to join the professional arena. So I don't think that is the best suggestion I can give, to ask them if they want to become a professional, because being a professional is tough. And so the student and the parents included, I want to be able to create a vision so that they can both aim to become a professional.
Let me ask a couple of questions. Realistically, in Japan, what is the probability that somebody can make a good living for a reasonable period of time as in ballet? Is it big enough, and is the opportunity truthfully open enough for enough people that there really is a good chance that they can make a good living and they can make a good profession, or is it really very, very difficult?
I think the number is very limited.
An idea for you that might be more, I think, not exciting, but easier to solve your problem. And let me suggest it. I think that ballet is probably one of the ultimate disciplines that teaches people a multitude of different skills. Discipline, grace, balance, mental focus, how to really harness all their beauty and their elegance. And if it really is I'm not trying to be rude, I'm being very heartfelt, but very clinical. If the probability is not really high that the majority of the children can or will become professionals, you might think about an alternative way of positioning this. If you say, and again, I was talking to the young man here about doing the research. I'm a very strong believer in doing a lot of research and looking at the story that the research tells you. Because the research might say very few people become professional, but the research might also tell you that people that take ballet and have that discipline tend to be more successful in their life, or they tend to be healthier in their life or whatever, and you can draw different purpose-based reasons that the children want to do it. I mean, the truth of the matter is, I've had a couple of our friends whose daughters were in ballet, and they loved it, and they did it for 15 years, and they never expected to becoming professionals, but they saw it as a wonderful way to instill in their daughters grace and discipline and self-beauty and a connection with sort of I'm trying to think of just with the world, and you might explain the purpose differently. You might say, my schools are committed to helping every child of every parent who wants to be a professional become a professional. And it's very very rewarding, and it's a wonderful field. But if you don't become a professional, committing yourself to ballet for as much of your life as you can is probably the most wonderful thing you can do for your child, and the most wonderful thing they can do for themselves, because it teaches them extraordinary discipline. It teaches them extraordinary ability to honor their bodies. It teaches them extraordinary focus. It teaches them so many attributes that will guide and drive their success in life. That we want everyone to be a professional. We want everyone to be featured in worldwide in ballet, and we will do everything we can for everyone we can to make that possible. But even if that doesn't happen, you should want your child, and your child should want to be very committed to this, because it's the most wonderful thing they can do for everything else in their life as well. And perhaps because you're conflicted right now, because you know that this many people will become a professional, and this many professionals will make a great living, and perhaps you should consider not trying to advocate a ideology that is hard to support. Instead, embrace and celebrate the real attributes. I think that somebody who's committed to ballet is probably got more discipline. The women have more beauty. I've seen people who were ballerinas older in their life, and they have more statuesque beauty. They tend to be more confident. Everything about their lives flows from all their ballerina training, and it makes them much more impressive. It makes them much more, what's the word I want to use? It makes them much more, they stand out. They are very much more, what's the word I want to, their stature is noticeable. They have a preeminence just about them. And I think you might be frustrating yourself trying to make a case for something that's hard to support when you don't have to. You can address the value of being a ballerina totally different. You can say that I want to see every one of your children be a professional if that's what they want. If that's what they want, and it's a wonderful life, and it's an exhilarating life, and probably nothing compares to the ability to travel and perform on the stage for an audience who appreciate and are in admiration and awe. But even if your child never becomes a professional, if they stick with ballerina, I can promise you this: they'll have a more successful life. They'll have a more confident life. You will be very, very proud of how their life turns out. And it will be because you encourage them, and because they understood that this is not painful drudgery. This is wonderment. Every day that they spend in the ballet studio is going to enrich and multiply the rest of their life. And I would love to see them commit to this as long as they possibly can. And I will do everything in my power, and every one of my teachers will do everything in our power to see them become a professional. But even if they don't, this is the most wonderful and the most life-changing and enhancing, whatever you want to call it. They're a professional whether they perform on stage or not. We turn them into professionals in life. And that professionalism will stay with them all their life if they commit to this. And I think you might want to consider taking a little different approach that makes it easier for you to get very excited. Because what you're sharing with me, you're saying, Jay, it's very hard for a lot of people to become a professional. If they become a professional, they don't always make a lot of money, and they also have to have a second job. So rather than looking at the negative, I'm suggesting you celebrate the positive. I knew someone who was a professional ballerina. she had to work in the summer to support it because she didn't make enough money. But she loved it because she was beautiful and graceful, and she had an enormous confidence about her. And she had an amazing spirit that I don't think she would have had she just, been a regular person and not taken that discipline training. And I suggest that, for example, if you look at most of the martial arts schools, the probability of most of the people who take martial arts ending up down a dark alley in a gang fight with 20 people is very low. That's not going to happen very often. But the probability of a martial arts student developing confidence and certainty and self-respect and character that will carry them all their life is almost certain. And I think you might want to incorporate all those wonderful life attributes along with the fact that if your daughter or your son wants to be a professional, we will commit every resource within us to make that happen. But even if that doesn't happen or that's not what they want, from my heart, I tell you, parent, and I tell you, student, this is the most wonderful profession. You're a professional. In our eyes, you're a professional. Whether you get paid and whether you ever perform in front of an audience in the Bolstoy, or you just basically perform in your mind and you know that you have grace and you have confidence and you have beauty and you have balance and you have control of yourself, that's going to serve you all your life. I'm just giving you another thing to consider. What do you think?
I understand what you are saying. Yes. Accept it.
Like it, or do you reject it? And by the way,
I
I'm not trying to frustrate you. I'm trying to help you.
I agree with you.
Yeah, see, the big lesson I learned early in my life is some things just, they don't offer the result people think, but they offer a lot of other benefits that people don't even appreciate. And I think you could get very excited for everyone if instead of trying to say, we're going to make you a professional ballerina and you're going to make a great living and you're going to travel the world, if you know that the probability is that's not going to happen for many people. I'll give you an example. My sons played high school football. And there are lots of parents whose sons played high school football. And one of my sons was really good. He was great, but we knew he wouldn't even play college. And we definitely knew he would never play professional. But we also knew that the discipline of being on that team and the competitiveness that he learned from being in that arena instilled in him a character trait, an attribute, a resourcefulness, a impressiveness that has carried with him now in his adult life. He's a very impressive young man. He's a very resilient young man. He's a very focused young man. He's a very dynamic young man. And none of that would have happened if he hadn't been in football for 10 years. But we never, ever expected him to even play football in college. We definitely never thought he would even come close to being professional, but he was a star in his own little environment. But those football years forged his wonderful character, and those football years transformed him into a remarkable adult. And I think you should respect that as much as the chance of being a professional. And in my mind, everybody's a professional. If they commit to it and they're disciplined in your heart, you the teacher, you're a professional. Whether you're paid for it or not, you're disciplined in this. You're committed to this. This is your life. This is part of your life, and it will carry through your life as long as you allow it. And we encourage and we hope that you, the parent, and your child will want to do this as long as they are humanly possible, because we can promise every year they commit to it and every year they continue will produce 10 or 20 years of positive outcome in their lives. And if they want to be a professional in the sense of performing for money, we will do it. And it should be a labor of love, because the greatest artists aren't always the best paid, but they are the most fulfilled. Some of them get paid lavishly, and we hope it's your daughter if that's what they want. But artists perform for the joy. And we have to make sure you understand that ballet is an expression of joy. It's a discipline that expands and enhances your being for all your life. And I think you might, I'm just sort of grabbing at thoughts that may or may not be exactly appropriate, but I'm trying to give you a passion that you can get excited about and a truth that you can realize is wonderful about what you do, and a different way of connecting with the parents and the children, so they'll be very, very excited whether or not they ever get paid to perform on a stage. And I'm just suggesting that if you think about that, that's really exciting. And if you think about that, what you're doing for the children and what the parents are doing for the child and what the child is doing for themselves for the rest of their life is amazingly wonderful. Whether they ever make it on the stage in front of, in St. Petersburg, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that they understand this is the most wonderful thing they can do for themselves for the rest of their life. And I think if you can agree with some of that in any way you want, that will give you the power to get excited, and you won't see the negative, you'll see the positive.
はい、そうだと思います。
Yes, I think so.
And I think you can celebrate so many other elements of what being involved in ballet means to people's lives. And I think if you take the time to study a little bit or research a little bit or think about all the people you have known who took ballet, who had a successful life, not a successful life as a ballerina, but just a successful life. And a successful life doesn't mean necessarily that they made the maximum amount of money. It means they had confidence. They were happy. They were, they were somebody people admired. They had courage. They had a sense of spirit. Those are very important for everybody in our lives, and most people don't have that. And truthfully, in Japan, it's even less because there's a lot of linear thinking. So I think you can probably incorporate all the kind of things I'm talking about in addition to the commitment to the parent or the child, that if you want to be a professional, we're going to do everything in our power to help you be a paid professional. But in our hearts, you're a professional anyway, whether you ever perform on stage. And if you make it there, just know that that is a labor of love. Just like playing music. You play the guitar, people love playing the guitar. Not many of them get paid, to perform, but they love playing the guitar, and it makes them happy. My sons, a couple of them play the piano, and they come into our home, and they'll sit down, and it's exhilarating. They get lost in their playing, and you can see their minds and their hearts shift. And I think you're dealing with something much bigger than you're allowing yourself to focus on. And you're getting frustrated because the profession you're teaching is very hard to make a living at. I would strongly encourage you to focus on all the wonderful attributes and all the wonderful life-enhancing elements that ballerina training and discipline and gives to somebody for all their life, whether they ever perform for money or not. And I think you'll get very excited. I think you'll get the parents very excited. And I think you'll nourish and nurture the child more. And ironically, you'll probably produce more professional successes. But I'm saying this from my heart for you because I can feel your torment. And I'm giving you permission to stop being tormented and start being excited, because what you do transforms that child's life whether they ever perform on stage. And I think you need to study a little bit the lives of people who took ballet training, whether they ever performed or not. And I would bet money you will see they were very successful in their lives. They were very happy in their lives. They had a confidence that most people didn't. They had a grace. They had an elegance. They had a very wonderful distinction about them that carried through all their life, whether they ever made it on stage or not. And if you think about that, I think it'll get you excited.
Hi.
Yes. Ballet, when I'm teaching ballet, not only actually ballet, but art in general, I think we are in the same situation. I mean, it's actually the academic background, which is our competition.
Academic training, or do they do the art, right?
そういう
Yes, yes, those are the two.
Send them to some other kind of a training? Well,
そうですね。
yeah, see, but I think, and I'm sorry because when I get a question, it's the first time I've seen it, but I'm suggesting that if you do a little bit of studies, you can probably make a more powerful and a more compelling case that if I'm a parent and I'm trying to decide, do I put my child into this or that you can reframe the vision. Because right now, if you say, keep your child in ballet school because they can become a professional ballerina, I can see where they're going to say, no, I'm going to send him to math school. But if you say, keep your child in ballet because every year they remain is going to multiply the success they'll have in their life, that's a much more powerful position.
Yes. Well, the message, that kind of a message may not be, I mean, what I am sending out actually is similar to you. It's not as strong as what you said. If they want to become professional, of course, I will support them. But I want to help them build their personality through ballet. So therefore, from multiple angles, I educate them. So we create the curriculum which help them build that already to a degree. And of course, the parents are related, or their will or the desire are also related. For example, in a competition, concours, when they go to a competition, their children didn't go to the podium, but the other students from other schools were on the podium. Maybe those schools are better. You know, parents conclude that way. Actually, it's not just our problem, but because of these reasons, they switch schools. And they do that quite easily. So that's the current situation that we are in.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I can only deal with one question at a time. And the question was that you can't really, you can't make them believe that your child could become a professional. And I gave you an answer for that, but I will try to give you a quick answer to the second question. And that is that if you've got a better, I mean, if everybody is trying to win on the podium, then you will lose because you can't possibly produce that many winners. But if you say everybody's a winner, I mean, you have to be able that everybody sees that you're going to do everything you can to make them successful in two ways, all these life issues and on the podium. But if they don't make it on the podium, you have to ask yourself, is that a fault of your training, or is that a function that the school that has the person on the podium has a lot more students, so statistically it's just a probability? There's a lot of issues you are introducing, and I wish I had all day to sit down with you. I don't want to take your money. I'm just saying it's hard, but I believe that if you're stronger on what I said, and if that's a problem, if you say to the parent, we want your child to be on the podium, but whether they're on the podium or not, they're winning as they progress. I mean, you've got to be able to deal with your reality. If your reality is that you don't have that many winners, that's a different problem to solve. It's either your training isn't as good or you just don't have the critical mass. If the other school has 40 people in it and they have a 5% winner rate, that's 2 people. If you have 10 people in your class and you have a 5% win rate, that's no people. So you've got to reconcile yourself to the dynamics you're dealing with and start with, okay, what's the biggest powerful shift that can, number one, keep students in my school, number 2, distinguish me from other schools, number 3, make them happy whether their child is on the podium or not, number 4, attract enough more children that the law of averages statistically will get more children on the podium, and let all of this work together. And I don't want to frustrate you, but I'm going to run out of time, but I hope that you think a little bit more about it, and maybe if we have time at the end, we can visit it a little more. But I think that what I'm saying is actually perhaps more powerful than you're fully grasping right now, because you're struggling with all these issues. I think that within the scope of what I was trying to say lies the power to correct a number of the problems that you are sharing with me, but I have to stop now, and I'm sorry. I hope this gives you a little bit of help.
Hi.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're tall. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. And when I turn to you, the audience, pardon me, I do it for clarity for myself. Did what I said make sense to you? Okay. Because, as I said, I think it can be very frustrating when you sit here sometimes and you need an answer to what I call an unsolvable problem. I can't answer a problem that isn't solvable. But I can give you a way to rethink an unsolvable problem that makes it a positive without being manipulative. And what I have found in life is the first thing is you can either solve it or you can't. If you can solve it, solve it. If you can't, make the very most, not the least of it, and find a way to create a solution that fixes a lot of the other issues. I think if you will share your thoughts with the gentleman, it might help, because I understand more and more what he's struggling with. And I really believe, because I have known people who did ballet, and I believe it really does transform their life. And if he can get himself to be the most passionate and the most preeminent advocate of that, he'll have a lot more students, he'll have a lot more on the podium, they'll stay a lot longer, and they'll stay not because they want to be a paid professional, but because they see the value it means to their children's lives and futures. Anyhow, come on up. Hello, how are you?
よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much for having me.
We'll quickly peek. Okay,
はい。
tell me about yourself and tell me your question.
はい。はい。
Yes. Well, right now, I am providing caring services in the medical field. We go to people's homes, and the outpatients are focused on trying to create a healthy body with low carbs and also exercise to develop their muscles. But I also try to build up my muscles as well, but I face some issues regarding food. When taking low-carb food, it's very stressful. And I often wanted to get some desserts, but when I go to town and look at the actual desserts that are sold, the sugar level is very high. So people who have diabetes and people who have to care about what they eat, it's very difficult for them. But in trying to provide directions to those people, we need to inform them that they need to limit their intake of carbs and sugar. And they suffer from rebound oftentimes. And preferably, we want to be able to create and expand low sugar desserts. では、
A bunch of desserts?
あ、今、
well, depending on, we're making a chiffon cake. So we're using rare sugar, not the artificial sugars, and we're trying to make sponge cake with that.
Now, are you making that and selling it to your clients? Or are you selling it to other food services? Or are you just thinking about it? Where are you at right now as far as that becoming a real business or a major business?
はい。
Yes, we're starting from scratch, basically. And we're currently working with 2 facilities, and we're doing a test. And we're trying a company carrying home care services to test that.
Like yours, who will be offering it to their patients and their clients?
はい。
No, we're making our own products.
But you said a home care company. Your own home care company will be doing it?
はい。
Oh, okay. All right. So,
はい。
so what's the big question that you need me to help you with?
So to be able to build up the muscles and also expand low carb food. So creating low carb food and low carb desserts.
Is the question, is the question, how do we take low carb desserts and food and distribute it all over? I mean, I'm a little unclear on what the question is. And I want to give you a great answer. I just need to know a little clarified on the question.
はい、申し訳ありません。
Yes, I apologize.
I understand it, that's all, no problem.
はい。低糖質食品を
So developing low carb food and distributing, that's what we want to achieve. So I would like to ask how we will be able to achieve that.
Is the scope that you want to distribute all over Tokyo, Japan? How broad is your vision?
できればですね、
Well, preferably, we want to provide it to convenience stores so that patients can buy them easily.
The most desired patient, would it be diabetes patient?
はい。
Okay. And diabetes is a big problem here too.
はい。
Okay. And, okay.
そうですね。
Yes.
How many products do you have? You just have the one product? You have the sponge cake, or do you have more than one product?
はい。いえ、
No, we only have one.
It sounds like there's two questions. Question one is, how do we get more
はい。
products?
はい。
Question two is, how do we
Hi.
get those products distributed everywhere? Is that correct or wrong?
はい。
Yes.
はい。
Okay, no problem. So,
はい。
okay, so let's start with the diabetes market. You have, I always try to work, I'm telling you this so everyone will understand, and you will too. I try to work backwards and say, okay, who and where is the market you want to reach, and who already has access and interaction with the market? So if the diabetes is the market, the first question is, who else reaches that market? You have the doctors that treat diabetes. You have the services that provide, like your own. You have special, you have pharmacies and people who sell insulin and things like that. You have the companies that sell the blood, blood level monitors.
はい。
All of those can be sources for promoting you. That's one thing. But they can also be sources
はい。
for uncovering products. The odds are very high that if you look at the entire market of diabetes sufferers, that a number of them have already, there's two kinds of diabetes sufferers. The ones that are unwilling to follow the regimen, and they eat chocolates and they eat sweets and they lose their legs and they're terrible and they're fat. And then there's the ones who want to live and have a happy life, and they really change their diet. And I would bet money that you could actually go to the diabetes sufferers themselves and run contests where you ask them to submit recipes that they have already developed of low-cal, low sugar, and you could get the organizations to actually announce it in their newsletters and the doctors to put signs in their offices and make it something where everyone is giving their recipes to you. And if their recipes win, they will actually be produced and sold in the stores. And come up with a title or a name for your product that's really cool, like Doctor's Choice or Live Long, or something that's really a neat name that really describes what a diabetes sufferer wants when he, again, I've known diabetes sufferers, and I might have it. They said my leg swelling up might be diabetes, because a lot of adults get what called adult onset diabetes at about 50. At about 40 or 50, a lot of adults in the States, and I suspect here, get diabetes. When you get diabetes, there's two kinds of people. The people that realize, I don't want to die and I don't want to lose my legs, and I'm going to change my lifestyle and my diet. And then the people that don't care, and they keep eating bad food and drinking, and they die. So there are enough people that want to live a healthy, happy life that you can utilize that to your advantage. Does that make sense?
はい。
So
Yes.
you go to all the organizations, all the influencers, and you say, help me sponsor
はい
a nationwide contest of submitting great dessert recipes, because we're on a mission. Our company wants to create diabetes-friendly desserts, diabetes-appropriate sweets, diabetes-appropriate desserts that someone suffering diabetes can eat knowing it's healthy, knowing their leg isn't going to swell, knowing their blood sugar won't change. Help us, because I can promise you, if there are 500,000 diabetes sufferers in Japan, a bunch of them have already figured out cool and really neat desserts. You don't have to create anything. All you have to do is license their recipes. Make it a big contest all over the country. Get the newspapers involved, get the medical people involved, get the doctors involved, get the insulin people involved, get everyone to help you find the best recipes. And when you find, then you can get judges. Ask all the members of those industries to help be the judge, and you'll create products, and they'll taste them, and they'll make the news, and you'll get all the free publicity, and come up with a great name for your company or your brand that instantly conveys to a diabetes sufferer that this is diabetes friendly. This is designed for you. It's not for everyone, although it'll help everyone. But if you suffer diabetes, you can eat this dessert safely. You can have a nice portion of this cake, or a nice scoop of this ice cream, or a nice, bowl of this pudding, because it's diabetes friendly, and it's been and then get all these organizations to be on your advisory board. Create a board of advisors. Get a diabetes doctor who's prominent. Look and see who's written books about diabetes. Call them and see if they'll lend their name as an endorser. Find out who, again, I don't know your market, but there's going to be insulin manufacturers, diagnostic equipment manufacturers. There are going to be all kinds of things that people who have diabetes use. Get all those companies to be supportive of you, and let them help you be successful.
はい
Does that make sense?
はい
And that'll make
Yes.
it easier. Now, if you do this, you'll have hundreds or thousands of recipes come to you. You'll have
はい
enormous media exposure. You'll have all these organizations already supportive of the concept. You'll have momentum and velocity. And even choosing the recipes, you can make that a media event. And you can even go to certain food stores or restaurants who want to have a more diabetes-friendly menu, and get them to create products for you as well. And maybe one of your products is the dessert they serve at the ABC restaurant in Tokyo. And you can have all kinds of fun, and you don't have to create anything. Let people who've already created this share them with you, and then you can pick and choose the ones you want to sell.
はい。はい。
And all the companies that you get to help you can then be your promoters and endorsers because it's good for their image. And let me give you one more example. In the United States, there's a company called ConAgra. It's a huge commodity company. They sell corn and everything. And they created a brand called Healthy Choice. And Healthy Choice was a brand they created, and they went around to all kinds of companies and they licensed that brand to companies that wanted to create product lines that were healthier, lower in salt, lower in sugar, lower in cholesterol. And they have 500 products they have licensed under that name. So if you create a great name, you can use that name to license other people, and it can be a great, but the way to do it is you can't do it by yourself. I don't know if you're wealthy, if you're poor, it doesn't matter. You don't have enough resources to do it by yourself. But because diabetes in the States, it has become the #1 focused topic. Hospitals, doctors, everybody's trying to get everyone to be aware. I suspect it's very, very focused here too. So rather than you trying to push it yourself, take advantage of all the people, all the organization, all the professionals, and you be the one source that is trying to create a diabetes-friendly brand of desserts. And have articles written about you. This little company that's starting up because we want to be the desserts that help diabetics not get sick. We want to be the dessert they can eat and not have to run and take a shot of insulin. We want this to be, and get stories written about you. Get stories written about you having this nationwide contest, looking for the greatest recipes that diabetics have already created, and that you want to create them and you want to produce them and you want to sell them. And that 5% of your sales will go to the Diabetes Foundation. And any recipe you decide to produce, the diabetic who submitted it, they'll get a royalty. And make it something really newsworthy. That's my idea.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. I will definitely like to take your idea.
I think it's going to give you a lot of ways to get a lot of impact without spending a lot of money, because you'll be able to capitalize on all the resources of all kinds of other organizations. And I think it'll be fun, and I believe it'll be something that the media can get excited about too. Okay, thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
Come take a picture. Okay. Where's our camera? Where's our camera? Here you are. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, hopefully, some, perhaps all of the ideas and strategies and solutions that we are discussing are helping you understand more about critical thinking, because you can see connections and you can see how to overcome obstacles like no resources or no, if you have one product and you want to have 20, then you could say, okay, I got to hire bakers and I got to try a lot of recipes. Or you could say there's probably a huge market out there that's already created all kinds of things for themselves. they would be delighted to share them with you, particularly if they got acknowledgement, definitely if they made money, and it would be very newsworthy. And so you can turn your problem into a marketplace opportunity. And that's where it gets real exciting. Okay, next. Is this number 8? Okay. Hello. How are you? What? Let me just look for 1 second. Okay. I remember. You got an interesting problem. Okay. All right. Okay, no problem. Hello. Okay, tell us what you do and the problem and the question.
Hi, thank you, Jay. I am. It's not that I myself is doing, but male exclusive sexually transmitted clinic, which my husband is running, and he's a director of the hospital clinic. And the receptionists are all males instead of females. And what we're doing is we're planning to do the multiple clinics operation. And then it's been only 4 months since we opened the clinic. But I wanted to know from you how to generate the sales or increase the sales.
So is it both sexually transmitted disease? Is it also male impotence and ED? I mean, is it everything, or is it just disease? Is it also when men have sexual problems performing, is it that also? Okay. So right now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mainly, we're dealing with the sexually transmitted diseases. That's 90% of our businesses. However, this is for the male, so we take a patient with who needs Viagra or like a newborn hair and so on. However, Viagra are really competitive right now, so I wanted to hear from you mainly regarding the sexually transmitted diseases category.
Right now, where do you get your patients? How do they come to you right now? What do you do to market right now?
It's only been 4 months, so we're basically using a PPC advertisement as well as SEO. And then regarding the PPC advertisement, it's not really recognized yet here, so we get 1.7, so it's $10,000 or $20,000 a month for the PPC advertisement.
How many patients will that generate for you?
So the new patient would be like 20 a day or to 20 to 40 a day. So it's 400 to 500 a month either by SEO or by PPC.
You have to pay for the treatment, roughly. What is the cost?
For a treatment, it's $180.
Usually, or just one?
How many times? And they don't come back because they do anonymous. So they just come one time because they can do the test, and then we can just get the medicine, so they don't come back.
You in Tokyo? Where are you based?
Yes, based in Tokyo.
End up with a lot of clinics once you get the marketing model.
Yes, the reason why I want to do that is there are only 3 clinics or 4 clinics, so we're doing.
So there are very few competitors.
That's right, very few competitors, because other ones are like insured or covered, and they do the operation as well. But we're only handling the checking. We're specialized in checking, so there are like only 4. The other one is a group.
The obvious solution first, and then we'll come up with additional ones. So if you look at your search, your organic search, and your pay-per-click, and you look at not just your ad, but all the other ads below you and above you, who else advertises? If there's only 3 competitors, then it must be other people advertising supplements or other things in the ads. Is that correct or not?
So our clinic,
You generate your prospects and your patients from PPC or from organic, correct? Search right now, correct? Okay, and I'm saying if you look
Correct.
if you look up all the other companies who are running ads in the same categories that you are running ads, what kind of companies are they? Because you said there's only 3 companies who do what you do, but there's probably a lot of companies advertising in that category. So what else do those other companies sell?
So depending upon the diseases, I think it differs. HIV, in a case, the governmental insurance offices usually end up in that same page as the research result or search result, or chlamydia, or the upper body disease, maybe the consultation or the other clinics go above us. Of course, we do PPC, so we are on the first page.
You see, you're number 1, but on organic, you're not. So, but are there?
SEO でも
No, actually, organic, most of the time in Japan, we are top 3.
Okay, good. So when I go to, what I always do first is look at what activity you are already committed to, and we try to see, can we make that do better for you? So right now, if I go to either organic or to pay-per-click, and I hit the link, what does your website say? When I go to your website, what's it going to say?
バレ
So you won't be disclosed. Like a 1-day diagnosis, immediate treatment. Those are the information that we provide. And basically, new customers, that's also mentioned. And then as a result of the internet, we also created a system that they can also see the results. So over the phone, they will get to hear the results of the inspection diagnosis.
They can listen to successful people, but they're still anonymous. Good. That's great. That's good. So then they go to the website. It says 1 day, confidential, anonymous. You can listen to success stories before you come in, right? Over the phone. And then they call and they make an appointment. Is that what happened? Yeah. Then they call and make an appointment, correct? Okay. And then,
今は予約
Well, right now, reservation is unnecessary. So of course, we say
they can just come in.
はい予約
yes, without, as soon as you're concerned, just walk in. You can make a phone call in advance, but any concerns that we can talk over the phone.
That a lot. Okay. And just 1 second, because I like that a lot. But that's the only thing you're doing right now. That's the way you're driving all your patients is with either organic or pay-per-click.
はいそうです
Exactly. At this point, those are the only things that we do. So they are one-time customers, so there are no repetition. So lifetime value, there is no such thing. So that's the thing that we are considering.
Even know who they are.
基本的には匿名性を
Basically, we make sure that they stay anonymous. So unless they say, we're not really requesting for their emails either. Where they live, we generally ask, and age we ask actually.
Right. Okay. So very interesting. It's an interesting niche. Okay. So are the people, one more time, are the people who advertise, if you eliminate the government and you eliminate HIV, are there other companies advertising things like pills or or treatment that people can just buy by mail, or is it all just clinics?
はい。
Well, that the inspection kits or diagnosis kits, sometimes you get those results. So at home, you can easily conduct a diagnosis. But the inspection kits, you need to take the urine yourself, or you need to first have the blood and then send it to them at the hospital. So I don't think that it's not said that in the market it's selling well.
Okay, all right. So, okay, I'm going to have to relax because I'm going to have to this is a complicated but a very interesting challenge. I've done, in the States, I've helped a bunch of companies that dealt with erectile dysfunction. That's a very big problem in the States. And I had a big group of clients that did that. This is a very unique problem. So, when they call, they're already going to obviously have the symptoms and the problem. And what else, let's just look for a minute. What else would they do? They would look it up. They may go to their doctor. What else would somebody do who's suffering a sexually transmitted disease? What else would they do to try to find solution? They would read about it. They would look it up on the internet probably. I would think that would be very smart what you're doing. And do you give a lot of information too? Can people get information at your website?
So regarding the disease, for example, the symptoms are also described. Or do you have a itchy or this and that? Like, yes, if you have these symptoms, then you may be suffering from blah, blah, blah. So a lot of clinics also do that as well.
So,
あとは不安ですね。
Concern, like anxiety, like what? They are absolute symptoms, or they actually made sexual intercourse with multiple women. Maybe I'm not the symptom. I don't have symptoms, but that they have anxiety, and that's why they want to seek a consultation.
no, it's and I understand it's fascinating. So I'm processing. You're a great challenge. No, it's good. It's wonderful. No, is it a big problem here too? Is it a big problem?
Possibly it may be big, but they don't talk about. So they don't talk about. So
Yours is a very unique niche. You found a very unique position. Okay. So,
right, yes, for sure, we are confident about that uniqueness.
okay, so let me give you a couple of things that probably are wildly non-traditional, but probably would be very interesting. As awkward as this topic is, it would probably make a very interesting series of press releases. If there are very few companies or doctors or clinics that do this in Japan, the fact that yours is unique and you do this would probably be a very interesting subject for articles to be written about your husband and you, not visiting the clinic. I mean, you could take the very cool, and do you understand, you know how to do a press release? A press release? A press release is a summary of let me see if I can say this very clearly. It's a summary of the interesting elements of a topic. So if you went to every magazine and every newspaper and every radio station and every TV station in Japan or in Tokyo, and you sent a press release and said, probably the most unusual medical clinic in all of Japan. And if you wrote and you said, there's a lot of clinics in Japan. There's cosmetic clinics. There's hair growth clinics. There's hair removal clinics. But there's almost no clinic that specializes in sexually transmitted diseases. And this
ですので非常に独特だと思います。非常に
they just put on my channel, sorry. And if you created, and press releases are the stimulating, what was it? The talking points, the foundational elements that get a magazine or a newspaper or a radio station excited about writing about it. And you said this doctor is dedicated to helping, men have better lives. And whether they talk about it or not in Japan, it's a big problem. And every day, men come in and you talk about the fact that all the receptionists are men, and everything about it that's interesting. There's a concept in news called human interest. That's a big element of news. And you could probably create some exceptionally interesting press releases. And a press release is nothing more than giving the media the basics so they can build a story. And you tell in the press release about the fact that probably the most unusual medical clinic in all of Japan is whatever yours is. It doesn't deal with hair. It doesn't deal with baldness. It deals with STDs. And that may sound funny, but it's a really serious problem to the men that suffer it. And they suffer many kinds. There's 25 different diseases men can suffer. And besides suffering, there's probably half of the people that have just anxiety because they think they're suffering. And this is the one clinic in Japan that understands that. Men get to come anonymously. They get treated respectfully. They get cured, very quickly. And unfortunately, we can't allow you to come and take pictures because we respect their confidentiality. But it's an interesting enough story, and it's a fascinating enough clinic, and the people that call are wonderful people, and they're scared people. And you could get articles written about you everywhere, not just in the magazines, not just in the newspapers, not just you can have is your husband very articulate? Is he a really interesting person to talk to? Must be, because you married him.
Yes, when talking to him one-on-one, yes. But he may not be very good at public speaking, though. He's a bit shy.
You can be the public speaker for it. Because, no, seriously, they can say, ironically, our spokesperson is a woman because, they understand, and you could make it so interesting, but then you could send press releases out to all the bloggers and get people talking. Because it's an awkward enough, it's a sensitive enough, and sadly, it could be a funny one. But you don't care as long as you get great media exposure that talks about this might be the most unusual medical clinic in all of Japan. And that becomes the theme that you get known for. That there's a lot of different, there's every 4 blocks, there's a cosmetic clinic. Every 10 blocks, there's a hair restorative clinic. Every 25 blocks, there's a hair removal clinic. But you can go 5 miles and you're going to find probably only one or very few STD clinics. This is the only one that you probably can easily find in Tokyo. And every day you can say dozens and dozens of men are coming. And the problem is huge. And you can write really cool articles, and I bet it's so interesting And it's so unusual, and it's so human interest based, and it's a little bit, what's the word? You know, it's like not to talk about that it probably would get an enormous amount of press coverage, and then you take the press coverage and you add that to your website, and when people call, you're able to talk, but you probably get enormous calls from that because I suspect that the coverage would be huge. I would say that the greatest thing you can do is focus on getting press for the clinic. But you have to do it very unusually. Most people, like every time I ever got press coverage, I wanted them to come to my office or come to my home or come to one of my clients and watch. You can't let them. You can say, we wish you could come to our clinic, but we can't let you. We wish you could talk to our patients, but we can't allow it. Everything about the story is unusual because it's the opposite of almost any kind of a media story. Do you understand?
Yes. So not being very open about it intentionally, right?
Take the negative and make it a positive. You write articles and you write press releases to everybody, online, offline, bloggers, community groups, and you make it very interesting, but you use the negative as a positive. You say, we wish we could invite you to come and take pictures. You can't. We wish we could invite you to talk to the patients. You can't. We wish you could see all the happy faces when they get confirmation they don't have something or they get cured when they did have something. We can't. But we can tell you that this is probably one of the most important and little-known clinics in all of Japan. And it's probably doing more good than most people realize. And you can make it fun. And every week, you can issue different stories. And you can have anonymous stories about case studies. You can, in your press release, you don't identify anybody because you don't even know who they are anyhow. But you can talk about funny stories, sad stories. The man that, got home from the Navy and the first time he had sex, he caught something and it's sad. But fortunately, and you can tell stories that probably, truthfully, the press would love to write about. And you can get so much free press because what you do is so unusual. And what you do is so, it's so awkward to talk about that's a positive. And you can't even talk about it because, and everything that normally, like most people trying to get press would say, come to my office. You can say, can't come to my office. Most people would say, hey, talk to all our satisfied clients. Can't talk to our satisfied clients. Most people would say, come watch us do a treatment. Can't watch us do a treatment. Everything about it is so opposite of normality that it's interesting, if that makes sense. Does that make sense to you all? It would be, truthfully, I'm not trying to make fun of something very serious, but wouldn't that be interesting to read about, truthfully? Look. So, and what you can do is just keep sending press releases to the media. Not one, but every week another one. Another, but not the same. Always take a different position, a different angle. You can talk about a different disease. You can talk about the 25 things to check. You can take some of the content from your website and send it, but not as advertising, not as promotion. You send it as the foundation that the media would use to write a story. And there are formats. I'm sorry I don't have them, but you can look up, or maybe Learning Edge can even provide you. But there's templates for creating press releases. But basically, a press release is almost an outline of a suggested story that you are you are suggesting that maybe the media would like to write. You're saying this, and you got to realize there's a big problem that people don't understand. You have a problem because you're trying to figure out how do you get a lot of people aware of your clinic without spending a lot of money. That's your problem. But what I have found is the way to accomplish to solve your problem is to realize that everyone has problems. Press has a big problem. People are bored. There's so many magazines, so many newspapers, so many websites, so many communities of discussion, so many blogs. People get bored. The bloggers, the newspapers, the radio talk shows, the news shows on TV, they are desperate for interesting stories that will keep people watching, that will keep people listening, that will keep people reading. You have what they need. Do you understand that?
Yes. Thank you.
Is when you have something as unusual as yours, the goal is not to try to come up with one press release, but be creative. Every week, send a different one that focuses on a little different angle. Maybe the first one is just starting with this generality, the most unusual medical clinic in all of Japan. Then the next press release might say 50% of all the people that think they have an STD don't, but their minds are producing the symptoms, and challenge that. Maybe another press release you send is the 12 most common sexually transmitted diseases and the symptoms. Maybe another one is, the most unusual stories of how people caught, and the most hilarious excuses people give. No, I didn't have sex. I sat on a toilet seat. And you make fun and you don't make fun. You show empathy, you show humor, you show sincerity, and you just keep sending press releases every week. But each one has a different focus. Each one has a different theme. I can promise you it's interesting enough, it's unusual enough, and for you and your husband to be in that business tells me you already understand how to deal with it. Now I'm saying deal with it in a way that gives the press interesting ideas for writing stories that are called human interest. All humans are interested in things they don't understand. We're all interested in things that are taboo. A taboo that we don't talk about. They're interested in things that are nasty. Unfortunately, but truthfully, we are. That's the human being. And I'm telling you, the biggest thing you can do is get great press for how unusual you are, get great press for all the different things you deal with, get great press for some of the amazing, sad, or funny stories that you get. Get great press for the fact that you can't let them come to the clinic. You can't let them talk to the clients. You can't let them meet. Everything about it is opposite. And I promise you that will get you and your husband more positive exposure because everybody will write about it. When one publication or radio station or blogger writes an article, bunches of other ones will write about it. People will link to it. It'll take on a viral basis. This is wonderful. I had a meeting 5 days ago. I have a very rich and successful friend here. And he is a technology person. And he's always trying to study the basis for what makes the most successful companies. And we were talking, we had a drink the other day, and he's in Japan, but he lives in Seattle. And he said, the companies that really do the best are the ones that have a story so interesting that everybody tells everybody else about it. They hear about it, and it's so unusual or it's so fascinating that people are talking about it at the cocktail parties, and they're writing about, somebody reads a blog and they write an article about the blog talking about you. And that will be the most powerful thing you can do, and it's free. But it requires something very, very demanding. It requires constant creativity on your part or your husband's part to come up with new angles and new ways of discussing it. But if you can do that, then all you have to do is make a comprehensive list of the newspapers, the magazines, the bloggers, the websites, and you send it to them. And then keep sending it to them. And I can promise they'll write articles. And when they write articles, all kinds of other people will write articles about the articles. And that's the best possible, and it costs nothing but creativity. But I mean, that's my best idea for you.
それで、ごめんなさい。
And then I know I'm supposed to ask only one question, but they, my patients just only come only once, and then how to, because they stop coming, I understand that they only come once, but I want them to come back on regular basis. Is there any way that I can do, if there's any idea for that?
I'm going to make a joke, but the only way they can come back on a regular basis is to keep having bad sex.
That's true. Or
Different suggestion. I'll give you a different suggestion. There's three suggestions. Suggestion one is have other products or services that you offer in the clinic that would be appealing to the patient once they solve the problem. Once their penis didn't hurt, then they might want to have sex again. So maybe you could sell books and you could sell instruction on how to have great sex after they get cured. Not, and things that would want. The next thing is you can have a second clinic that you own. And I'm going to tell a story because it's related. In the United States, they have an enormous number of what they call walk-in emergency clinics. If I cut my foot like I did, or I had a really bad cold, instead of going to the hospital, people can go to a local, it's a clinic, a little clinic. And what they have found is that over 50% of the people that go to those clinics do not have a regular doctor. They don't have a regular doctor. And what happens is the clinics have started opening a second clinic next door that has that becomes the regular doctor for the people who come for the emergencies. Now, because of the anonymity, because the person coming to you doesn't even want you to know who he or she is, but when you treat them, your husband or the other doctors can say, do you have a regular doctor? Don't tell me the name, but do you have a regular doctor? And if they say, no, I do not, they can say, here is a clinic you can start going to, or here's a doctor you can go to. And maybe it's not right there in the same office, but you have another clinic that is designed, because probably half of the men that come to you will not have a regular doctor, because if they had a regular doctor, if they're married and they got sexually transmitted disease from somebody else, they probably wouldn't go to their regular doctor. But if they're not married and they got sexually transmitted disease, if they had a regular doctor, they would have gone to the regular doctor. So you can probably get half of the people that come to become patients of a separate clinic that you create and you can just say, as your husband or as your other doctors treat the sexual problem, you can just very nicely say, when this is cured, I strongly suggest that you have a regular doctor that you see at least twice a year. You said you don't have one. Here is the doctor at a clinic that we have for regular patients. You'll love this man. He understands young men like you. I mean, just and if you just slowly, so one approach is sell products and services in the clinic that would be appealing once their sexual apparatus starts working again. Number two is make it a process when you're doing the consultation for the sexual treatment. You recommend that they go to a regular doctor and give them the card and tell them you're not going to follow up because you're going to respect their anonymity. But once they feel better, you suggest they come. Or well, it depends. I think that's probably smarter than trying to have them keep coming back to your clinic, because your clinic, it represents a negative. Your clinic is not someplace I want to keep coming to. I never want to come back. I don't want to have that problem again. So instead of trying to do that, I think you should use the clinic. I'm going to bet money that you will find that half of the patients don't have a regular doctor. And if they don't, as you grow more and more, you probably can build regular practices in the future from half of the patients. Regular practices for another clinic. Does that make sense? Am I confusing?
Well, in Japan, the insurance treatment and the uninsured treatment, and I'm a little bit confused. Let's say that I'm going to refer to a different clinic. And usually, all of us are insured. So most of the time, they provide the insured treatment. And the health checkup is outside of the health insurance. So therefore, it's a private expenses. So I guess that this regular doctor, the concept itself is not really taking roots in Japan yet.
So when somebody gets sick right now, do they only go to the hospital? Or do they go to a regular doctor?
Yes, insured hospital that they have at their home environment or office environment.
Would it be a big facility? I mean, could you open up a clinic and would the insurance pay for them to come to you for treatment, not for a checkup, but for treatment? If tomorrow morning you opened up a clinic outside and somebody came there who was insured for treatment, not for a checkup, but would that be okay?
Yes, that's fine.
What I'm saying is this. They come to your clinic to treat their sexual transmitted disease.
Yes, they're cured now.
Yeah, they're cured. Once they're cured, they're going to still have problems in the future. They might get the flu. They might get hurt. They might anything. And they're going to have to go to some doctor, and they don't have a doctor. So what you're saying is at the end of the consultation, when you're for the treatment of that, you basically would say, and when you're cured, I strongly recommend that you have a regular doctor who knows you and you trust and who cares about you. Here's a doctor we recommend that is in our clinic, our other clinic, our regular medical clinic. I strongly suggest you keep this card and you go there when you need treatment. And you just sort of set them up mentally for the future. You're asking me how to take a one-time patient who's coming for a problem that they don't ever want to come back for. And I'm saying, I don't think that it's as easy. Now, if they're coming for Like I helped, and don't listen because this is weird, but I had a client one time in the United States that treated erectile dysfunction. And they treated it with shots. And people had to keep coming back to get their prescription renewed. They couldn't get more shots unless they came back and got checkups. So they would come back every 3 months for a checkup and pay $300 or $400 because they wanted to keep getting shots so they could keep having sex. So that's another repeat business, but it sounds like 90% of your clients are coming for disease that's really sexually transmitted. It's not that, it's a different problem. They're coming because they have a sexual problem they contracted. It's not the inability to get an erection, right? It's a weird discussion, isn't it?
And ちょっとはい、that's right. Yes, you are right. Your understanding is correct.
Yeah, so 10% though are coming because of erectile dysfunction. So you're asking me how to build repeat clients. You can do other treatments like injections where you say, if you come back every 3 months, we can keep you able to sexually perform. And that kind of business, there's a concept that I didn't discuss as effectively in the 3 days, and I probably should. It's called pre-programming. And pre-programming means setting up in the mind of the patient the expectation for future actions that you want them to take. The first pre-programming is saying to a patient that has a sexually transmitted disease, when you're cured, I strongly recommend that you have a regular doctor. And here's one that we have in our other regular clinic, and I think you'll love him. Keep these cards. Here's 3 cards, because you're going to lose one. Keep these cards, and when you're sick, go there, because you need a regular doctor. You need somebody who cares about it. That's one thing. Separately, if 10% of the patients are coming to you not because of sexually transmitted diseases, but they're coming because of that problem, you can pre-program and say that we're going to help you now, but if you want to keep having great sex, you have to come back every 3 months, and that builds repeat. The third thing is offer products or services in your clinic that would appeal to the patient when he's cured, because the moment right now, when he's suffering, he probably doesn't want to have sex. But I can promise you, because I'm a male, the moment you feel better, you want to have sex. So those are the 3 things I can help you with now. I hope this helps.
Yes, I understood. Thank you so much.
Take a picture. Come, take it. Thank you. There you are. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. First of all, though, pretty interesting some of the subjects we start talking about, isn't it? Awkward, but still interesting. Do you realize how much interesting discussion you now have available when you go to a cocktail party? Do you realize all the fun things you can talk about to somebody next to you on an airplane? Fun. Okay, take 10-minute break. You good? Now, I thought about it. I don't want you to use that picture as our satisfied client in your ads. That's supposed to be funny. You guys can laugh. It's okay. It's permitted. So I can't imagine what's going to be more interesting than sexually transmitted diseases and succession planning, but let's see what's next. Okay, who do we have? Oh, good, thank you. You're going to go ahead. Come on up. Come on up. Hello. How are you? Okay, so tell me a little bit about you and then tell me your question.
So actually, the question that I wanted to ask you is different from the one I wrote down. What I want to know.
Whatever you want, but tell me a little bit about, but don't ask the question. And I ask because I have a piece of paper that tells me what I think you do, but I want everybody else to know as well. So tell me what business you're in.
Okay. Yes. Japan has a national program. Elementary schools, junior high schools, public schools. I mean, in order for the organization to utilize IT as a national business, open source product has been developed. So it's developed by the government and it can be used free of charge. So there are 50 other companies who also does the same to carry the same product developed by the government for the public, for the IT introduction for the public schools. And it's a wonderful software. It's distributed free of charge. And for the sake of the private companies, the government is not promoting at all. So awareness rate is quite low. Recognition is quite low. E-learning, groupware, all are inclusive. And cost performance is great. And at the time of the earthquake, it can be utilized in the cloud. And timely, even non-IT user can also disseminate the information. So throughout Japan, all the elementary schools' homepages, I mean, those who are good at IT can update their home pages. So utilizing the software, I really want to promote the introduction of the IT in elementary schools. What we are doing as a company is that utilizing the software, we install to the servers or teach them how to use the software and create a situation or help them set up the initial environment so that they can start utilizing, and we charge them for their service, for those services. And about 10 years ago, I was a researcher or the developer I was a worker at the development organization, so I understand the unique operation manual. So on behalf of the developers, I conducted the training. And this time, I am taking your course and looking at the materials. Lifetime value is, I calculated the lifetime value for the first time. So on average, $2,100 per month, $50 to $200 per month. So, and even if the service is utilized for 32 straight months, but still the costs are too high, so it's not so lucrative, it's not so profitable, I learned.
And I want more schools to utilize my software, and I want to continue my business, but public facilities or public institutions, in other words, governments, etc., administrations, when we do sales activities towards them, we can't simply do the conventional sales activities. So there's a lot of inefficient parts. The reason why is because the people who are paying for the service and people who are using the service is different. So once the budget is set for that year, then the budget is already set until the next year. So the person who is in charge may not be very IT savvy. So my question is, how can I more effectively do marketing to more of those public institutions? The public middle schools and the elementary schools are who we're doing our sales to, but should we aim for more of the private schools?
Let me ask you a couple questions. How many clients do you have right now?
We have 160.
And are they paying continuously, or are they done paying you at the end of 32 months?
No, they pay upfront for the initial installment, and then after that they pay a usage fee それはもう
定期的に
yes for they pay, and then after that they pay per year, and currently the average is 3 years.
Let me ask you a second. Out of the 160 or 50 clients that you have, that's out of how many prospective clients? If you have universities, academic societies, education committees, how many total targeted prospects like that are there? You have 150, but how many more do you not have that exist? Is the market 5,000, 10,000? How many are out there?
In Japan, there are 40,000 schools. And other than that, and the clients that are using our software besides those numbers is the universities, research institutes, NPOs, associations, and some companies.
All of those could be using yours, right?
うちのお客様
Right. They can, but they could use our programs, but half of our clients are schools, and about 25% are companies.
Okay. So tell me right now exactly how you sell and market. You said it's inefficiently, but do you have a sales force? Do you go out? Do you do it on the phone? I mean, you go just to the conventions. How do you sell right now? How did you get the 150 or 60 clients that you have? What did you do to secure them?
Well, in the past 6 years, we've been, first we developed the software, and then I was at that research institute where we developed the software, and we had a book. So I approached the people who purchased the book. And these past few years, I went to conventions, and there are people who approach us that want to use our software, so I acquired through them. So basically, they're called net commons. They want to use our software, so they approach us saying that they want to use our software, and since my name comes up at the top of the list, they approach us and access us. So once we did a fax direct mail to schools, but it wasn't effective at all.
Response?
はい
Okay.
No response.
Conventions do you go to?
はね
Once a year at Tokyo Big Sight. It's a 3-day event. It's a very big event. And it costs about 1 million yen to participate in that. So I'm thinking maybe I should change that approach.
以外はやってます
But I haven't done anything else.
Okay, so let's start with the reality that you're not doing so bad given that you haven't really done a lot of marketing, truthfully.
はい
That's right.
3 things you just said, and let's build on it. Okay? First thing you said was in the beginning, you were able to get clients who bought a book that your previous employer, where you did research, published, right? Yes?
Yes, but in addition, there's like a convention for software users once a year, and there's a user conference. And about 200 schools and universities who are interested in the software participate in the convention, and we participated in that as well.
I'm might confusing. I'm going back to what I thought I heard you say, that some of your existing clients came from a book they bought that your former company sold. Is that correct?
It's actually the opposite. So people who were interested in software actually bought the book. So it's the other way around.
Who bought your service or not?
ですねそのソフト
That software is an open source software. Anyone can use it free of charge. So they can use it even without us.
It supports it. I understand.
Right.
But
そうです
make sure, but no, there was a book for people who wanted to use the open source software. People bought that book.
はい
Some of the people who bought that book, you were able to sell your service. Is that correct?
はい
Right.
I suggest is that you write a book and you sell the book so that everybody that comes from that book will know you as the leader in the servicing of the open source software. So that's the first thing. Okay, number two,
はい
you said there is a huge conference you go to once a year. It costs $1 million yen, and you get some business from that, but it's huge, right? Okay, go
Right.
to the list of every company who exhibited at that conference that you exhibited at. Eliminate the handful of companies that are direct competitors, and everybody else who exhibited at that program who is not a direct competitor can be a marketing partner, and they already have relationships with the same schools you want to work with. So contact them about being a partner for you. And you might have 500 exhibitors that could be partners for you.
Yes. I believe it was on the second day or the third day, you mentioned that creating a joint venture with a large company is difficult, but the convention costs a lot of money to participate. So there are a lot of major companies who are participating.
Are you a major company?
はいそうです小さいですけど出てます
No, we're small, but yes, we participate.
Let me give you you're a scientific person. Let me give you an analytical concept. If you say to me, Jay, the vast majority of the companies who exhibited at that convention were large companies, I would say, okay, what is your definition of vast majority? Is it 70%? Is it 60%? Is it 80%? Whatever your definition is, the opposite is true. 30% were little companies that you can partner with. Do you understand that?
correct はいそう思います
Okay, so that's another thing. The next thing is make a list of every company that sells high-ticket, intangible products to the same decision makers at the universities and the schools that you want to reach, and contact them about being joint venture partners. And also make a list of all the other conventions and events that all the decision makers at the universities and the schools and the societies attend, and then get a list of all the exhibitors who exhibited at all those other conferences you did not go to, and contact them about being partners. There's more. There's more. Just because your your fax test did not work doesn't mean that you cannot market to your audience. How many are there 40,000 prospective organizations that are good targets for you, approximately 40,000?
そうです
Right, right.
They already be using the open source software, or some have and some haven't?
Could you say that again? Sorry.
All 40,000 be already using the open source software,
はい
or some are using it and some aren't?
おそらくは
Probably. I think it's the situation is the same as 10 years ago. So I would say most of them are not using and they're in trouble. They have a website, however, it's not renewed frequently. So maybe half of them are, 50% of them are.
Okay, so let's review real quickly because I don't want to be, I want you to make sure you understand everything I'm saying. First thing I'm saying is you got some business from a book that your former employer wrote. So create your own book, and that will get you people who will be new clients. Second, you got business from exhibiting. Find other exhibitors and make them your partner. Third, there are other conferences that the schools and the universities go to, but that you do not exhibit at. See who the exhibitors are at those conferences. Find the smaller companies that are approachable and do partnerships with them. The next thing is, if a lot of the schools and a lot of the universities do not yet use the open source software, offer courses, offer webinars, offer instructionals to all of them by email. Get a list of emails. It's got to be available. It can't be that expensive. It's probably public access that the government or somebody can give you, and start sending them well-written offers saying, if you're not using the open source software, you should. Let us help teach you how to make it a powerful tool, because the more people you help to start using it, the more will start using your services. Next is there might be an easier service that you can also either get the license to or partner with to help you gain more access quicker to money from the schools. But in truth, when I hear what you tell me, it doesn't sound like you really do a lot of marketing. Sounds like you haven't done very much, and you've gotten 160 clients. If you did a lot, you'd probably do very well. I just don't think you're even really doing a lot of marketing yet, do you?
ほとんどや
Almost no marketing, and then after 3 days this weekend, my mindset has totally shifted. So I'm really looking forward to it, actually.
Another concept. So the decision makers that you want to reach at the universities, at the academic societies, at the educational committees, who do they trust? Do they have journals that they read? If the answer is yes, go to those journals and submit articles. Go to those journals and offer to write a regular column on open source software issues. Go to those journals, get all of the last 12 months' issues, look at all the companies who advertise in those journals, and approach all of those companies to be your partners. Some of those companies, you might be able to get rights to sell their products too. I can keep giving you more, but this is enough for you. This will keep you busy for the next year. Do you know that?
はい、ありがとう。
Yes, I think so. Thank you so much. Probably I'm gonna be, yes.
You're cute. Come. Okay, we're going to take our picture. Okay, smile. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And Satoshi, does Paul have something on where he can hear too? Is he hearing English? Okay, cool. All right, who's next? Something I haven't seen. Okay, hold on. Hello? How are you again? I remember you. I remember you very greatly because you wanted to do something very meaningful. No, I remember you last time. You impacted me. Hold on. 1 second. Okay. All right. So I know a little bit about you, but for the benefit of the audience, tell them quickly the business you're in, what you do, and the big question you have for me. I like your tie, by the way.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. I am doing the outsourcing, the blue collar people outsourcing, like construction industry or logistics company or movers or event venues and so on. So I do in 4 prefectures. I started 20 years ago, and then this is my 22nd year. I started when I was 20 years old, and I came to a JS seminar, and then my life changed significantly. And the last time I took a seminar last year, and then I changed more, and then that's my main business. And then at the same time, I do the education industry, which is I do seminar businesses, and then the mail orders, and then investment as well. And that's my background. Am I functioning?
Sure. You do a lot of things.
Yes, I am.
And so today, what's the big question we want to focus on?
There's going to be a Tokyo Olympic in 2020. And then now the construction is not working well because the human resources are taken by the major big companies. So we are short of getting people because we're smaller companies. And then we do advertising agencies. However, people are asking for higher salary. So we're struggling to secure the people resources. So we're thinking about what to do in the future. And then this year is actually supposed to be a busy year, but and then I was thinking I would be able to handle 100 people, but I could only secure 50 people a day. And then at the same time, I was busy doing the seminar, getting the traffic for the seminar, so I wasn't really focusing on my main business, which is the outsourcing with people. And the good thing was that there's going to be the decrease of labor force by 1 million people a year. And then I thought that there may be something I could do to solve that. And then regarding the existing outsourcing business, I wanted to add value so I could handle solve people's problems. And then since people are struggling getting the people, so I was thinking if there is anything I can do to that. So do you have any good idea to secure those people resources?
I want to make sure that I'm clear. So the question I think is how can I get more, how can I attract more people? But is it for the blue collar, is that what you want, more blue collar type workers that you can use for your clients for the outsourcing, or is it a different question? I'm not sure. And I want to give you a great answer, but I want to make sure I understand the question.
So blue collar, we were gonna collect the blue collar people, but we want to expand more. Actually, we want to limit it to blue collar. We wanted to have the company to. Jay, sorry, we're trying to come up with the best word. The recruiting company. So.
Company, or you want to work with the recruiting company? Which one?
He wants to be the recruiting company, and then he wants to.
Is that correct?
High and low.
Both. Okay. So the question, and I think I understand it, but
リクルートのような会社。
Could you hold on a second? Sorry.
そういろんな人を集めたい。そう。
So we want to run a company. I don't know whether you know the company called the Recruit. It's a Japanese company which puts a lot of free magazines which solicit advertisement for various retailers, companies, like any kind of business you can think of. So he really wants to run a business like that, who can, all the company will come to him to post the ads for any kind of opportunities.
Okay, all right. So is it that I got to make sure I understand the question. Do you want to create a vehicle like Recruit that is a source that everybody uses to advertise for their help? Is that it? Yes?
そうです。はい。はい。
Okay. And
Yes.
a question. Do they have both magazines they put out, website, everything?
They mean recruit?
Yes, recruit.
すべて作る。
Okay. And you want to create something like that, correct? You want to create a vehicle that employers come to when they want to recruit their own people. So you want to be really the toll booth. Okay, I get it. Okay. So right now, let me ask you about Recruit. Is Recruit the primary source that people use to advertise for employees, for salaried people, for all kinds of different people? They have every kind of job opening, is that right? And if I have a retail facility and I want to hire salespeople or merchandisers, I would run an ad and Recruit to find them, correct? Okay. Who else is is Recruit the dominant company, and is there anybody else like them that's close, or are they the big company? They're big.
Like five major competitors of recruits. Yes, 5.
So do they charge the employer to run the ad? Is that their revenue model? They get paid by the employers to run the employment ad. Okay. So you want to create a viable and a formidable competitor, right? You want to create your own version of Recruit. You want to be one of the top 5 or the top 5. You want to create your own, whatever you want to call it, your own community portal, website, multimedia source that everyone will turn to when they're looking for a new position, right? And that everyone will pay to advertise positions. That's correct. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So let me ask you the first question from my heart, because you are absolutely one of the most ambitious and amazing people I've met, because you do so many things. Do you have the resources and the time to devote to this? Because we know you're doing the seminars, you're doing the outsourcing, and you have ambition that is remarkable, but any answer I give you has to be based on the resources you have available. And it's not just your pocketbook, it's your time and your money, or it'll end up being half successful, and you don't want that. So do you have a lot of time, or would you bring someone else in to do this? How would you do this?
So yes, I will also get myself involved, but I will also hire some other assistants as well.
Okay. So let's look at the concept of the world. If you start out, it seems to me, and I'm just giving you what I would call my intuitive judgment. Trying to be everything in the first time seems like it's a lot of work. What I would probably do first is analyze the entire spectrum that Recruit and the other 4 competitors address, and I would look for weaknesses. I would look at what categories or what industries or what generic types of jobs that Recruit and all the competitors are the weakest at. And I would start by targeting that kind of a category, because that's where you can be strongest. Does that make sense? And I don't know what it is, but let's say, for example, it's sales people, just hypothetically. So how can you be stronger? Well, you can't just, concentrate on salespeople. Remember, we talked the last 3 days about how do you add more value. So let's think about I'm just using salespeople as an example. It may not be salespeople. I'm just arbitrarily saying maybe the void is salespeople. It might be, you know, IT, it might be anything. I don't know what it is. But whatever it is, then you got to say, okay, we want to dominate that first because we can't be everything. Too much resources, you don't have that. So let's hypothetically say that it is salespeople. So how can you add more value to both sides? Both sides means how can you make employers want to advertise with you? How can you make salespeople want to turn to you when they're looking for a job? Okay, so there's a couple of ways to do it. I'm just using sales as an example. First thing is you build a website that does two things. It, on the recruiting side, it gives ideas and instruction to companies on how to hire better salespeople, how to train them. We know already that most sales training is not really sales training, it's product information. So perhaps you make a proposition that when companies advertise on your site for salespeople, and I'm only using salespeople as an example, that may not be the big opportunity. It might be IT, might be movers, I don't know. Whatever it is, that you provide the advertiser with free consultative sales training they can give to all the people they hire. Or other things like that. On the salesperson side, the applicant side, why would somebody want to come to your site instead of Recruit? Why would they want to come to your magazine instead of the competitors? So you offer them different instruction. The first thing is you offer them instruction on how to win any interview you ever apply for. You offer them instruction on how to make your sales ability double its commission earning capability. You offer them training on how to be more fascinating. You give them every kind of training that nobody else gives free for them being on your site. So you have two different kinds of value added that you are creating. One is you're adding more value if for an employer to advertise. Second, and probably most importantly, you have to add more value to get people to come to your site to look for jobs instead of another site. Then you've got to do what I told the woman with the medical clinic. You got to do a lot of PR because you can't afford to run ads. You got to get articles published that here's a job site that doesn't just try to help people find jobs, it tries to help them grow in their jobs. Here's a job site that doesn't just try to help employers find salespeople, it offers free help for the employers to make the salespeople more successful for the employers. And you start this image, this USP of your site that you're different. You're not just somebody who puts salespeople with ads, you're someone who's adding more value to both sides. Then, because you have a very big problem, pardon my voice, we call it chicken and egg. If you have too many advertisements, but you don't have any applicants, that's a big problem. If you have too many applicants and you don't have advertisements, that's a big problem. So first thing you have to do is make sure you have plenty of job openings. So I don't know the economic pricing model that Recruit uses, but you have to basically in the beginning maybe make it result-based where they get to run ads and they only pay you if the job gets filled so that there's no risk for the employer to also run their ads on your site because you need enough ads that if you get the prospective applicants, there's opportunity there. Then you've got to make the connection. And you got to realize that just a lot of ads isn't going to help there's bodies, meaning not very desirable applicants, and then there's really desirable applicants. You also might have premium services. Maybe in the beginning, if they sign a long-term contract, an employer, to use you, you add additional services free. For example, and I'm going to give you a headache, so bear with me. A couple of years ago, I had a big client in Mexico, and we needed to keep 2,000 salespeople all the time on our selling team, and we had a very high turnover, a very high attrition rate. And we used to run ads all the time, and they didn't always attract the right people. So we did two things. I rewrote all the ads so they were exciting, and we attracted better people. But we also hired full-time recruiters who went all day long out, and they went to retail stores, car dealerships, carpet stores, and they went out and they just let people try to sell them things. And when they were impressed with a salesperson, they would recruit them. And you might have other services that nobody else would even think to offer that you offer free, that nobody else that Recruit doesn't offer. I mean, you got to do, the only way you can build something better, the only way you can get employers to choose you over the other five, the only way you can get applicants, the right applicants, to visit your site instead of Recruit's site or the competitors is you've got to offer both sides more value. And you've got to decide, what does value mean to both sides? So you got to think about it. And I'm not going to give you as many answers probably as you want, but you got to think, what does nobody else give the employer? All they give the employer is an advertisement. So he gets a salesperson. Now, if it's a big company, it's one thing. If I'm Jay Abraham's company and I don't have sales training and I hire you, then you're going to be that. If you, as let's call your site Perform instead of Recruit, so you're all about higher performance or something like that. You have a name that conveys to both sides that if I take this job, I'm going to make more money and I'm going to see my career grow. If I advertise my opportunity on your site, I'm going to get a better, higher quality person, and your company is going to make sure that person performs. And you have a whole different game you play. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Yes, it helps a lot.
Interesting man. I really like you.
Yes, I think you're interesting too.
I get the kick out of you. I think you are driven.
私も刺激
You
を
are
得ています
driven to accomplish great things, and it's very impressive. But anyhow, what I just told you, think about. Does everybody understand? Because as we get later in the day, the combination of me being faster and my voice being weaker can make it very difficult. Does it make sense to all of you what I said? Raise your hand. Okay, so when you go back, make sure they all tell you what they heard me say, and then evaluate what they all say against what you think, and you'll do great, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. 写真撮りましょう。
Thank you. Good luck. Okay, who's next? Hello. How are you? Sit down. Okay. Tell us about your business a little bit, and then tell me your question.
Yes. I develop software, and I have about 15 employees. And we also have contract members. We have about 8 of those contract employees. And up until now, we had about 2 pillars. First was sending engineers to major companies as programmers. And the other half was getting direct orders from customers. It's mostly web related, but developing systems basically. And before the Lehman shock, when we dispatched as system engineers to major companies, it was a very stable business. It was a 1-year contract. It was about 800,000 yen. And so we deducted the labor cost from that, and that was our profit. So that was a very stable business for us. And our business is doing quite well, was doing quite well. But what we're developing internally, some are very profitable, but some are not. And there's a fluctuation in the order of numbers. However, after the Lehman shock, about half of them came back, and we very struggled a lot. And now we're doing much better than we used to. And so our profitability improved a lot, and we have about 30% to 40%.
Same model still? Still.
Right, the same model. Half of our business is for the major companies. And when the major companies restarted their development, they approached us at a fairly early stage. So we did seminars, and through your seminar, I thought about what our strength was, but it might not be top notch, but on the average, I think the quality of our engineers are very high, and I think the customers are feeling the same way as well. And through your seminar, I was thinking about what I want to do, and I realized that I want to be motivated and excited, myself and the employees included, and develop systems, web systems, and to challenge into new things. And that's when I feel, that's what I enjoy the most. But the system engineers who are dispatched are working at different companies, and they come back to our office once a month, and they give reports. So it might not be very fun, but it's very profitable, and it's a very important part of our business. So I want to shift into a more exciting business for all of us. And when thinking about the future of our business, what I'm envisioning is when targeting new clients in developing software, we of course consult with the customers, but the initial development cost is very high. We consult with the customers about what kind of service they need. We would say it would require about 5 million yen, and the customers become more hesitant because they have to put in 5 million yen, 10 million yen before they even start the business. So we want to really lower that barrier or that obstacle for the customers. So we're thinking maybe do sort of a risk hedge by shifting to a more performance-based payment. And for the initial development for the web service, we need to recover the cost after a few years. And it's been 12 years since we started our business, but all the customers are still using our business. And on the average, we have about 1.5 million coming in from this customer, 1.5 million coming in from those customers. So right now, on the average, we have about a few, like 10 million or more from one customer. So one of our main customers are not hesitant to put in cost, and we consult them, and the engineers enjoy working with them as well and developing services with them. So that we do get good feedback from the customers, but ultimately, when thinking about when the customers start a business with our competitors, they actually introduce them to us, and the customers would introduce their own competitors to us, and then we would expand our business to them as well. And that's how we've been doing in the past 12 years.
So what's the question? I'm sorry, I'm getting lost in enjoying listening to you. But what's the real question that you need me to help you with? Because I'm a little confused. What do you want me to focus on?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm enjoying you. I'm very impressed. I'm just thinking, wow. But I want to make sure that we don't run out of time. What's the big question I can help you with?
はい
Yes. Not just the major companies, but we have been able to acquire for companies who are not very big but are able to acquire customers through web. We want to create our systems for them, for those kinds of clients. And if we can do that, then we want to have the minimum fixed fee, but we want to shift into a pay-for-performance method. So maybe in 2 or 3 years, we would get the payment. So we would receive the payment for the software development after 2 or 3 years. So we want to really lower the obstacle for the customers in using our service. That way we can provide the customers better services. And what we do is we receive orders and then create the system. So we just create the service and that's it. But if it's a pay-for-performance method, then we would be more motivated to provide better performance for the customers. So the engineers would be motivated and excited as well. So I think that would be advantageous for us.
I understand. Your question is, how do you do it?
はい
Okay. So help me understand, what would the new model, the model you're thinking about that would be performance-based, what would the totality of services, if I was one of your new clients and I said, okay, I will accept your pay-for-performance proposition, what would you do for me? What would I pay you, and when would I pay you?
私は
Well, we're making a system, so the payment generated through that web service is completely visible to us, and the customers are aware of that as well. So we would say maybe a percentage of this amount of sales. So if we can receive that profit.
I want to just make sure. So you would create e-commerce sites and you would manage them for a company. Is that what you're saying? And you may not be. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can give you a great answer.
Yes, that and also other services. That doesn't necessarily directly lead to sales. And I haven't exactly decided what to do about that area, but maybe we can somehow measure that performance and figure out a way that's easy for the customer to pay.
And when I step on you, don't think me rude. I'm respecting you because I want to make sure I don't run out. So what would, on average, and I know there's not such a thing, but on average, what would your investment be? Let's say that you found a client and the first thing was you were going to create for them a successful e-commerce site that made money that you could measure and you could get a share of. But what would your hard cost, your own real expenses be to create it? So I'm asking because I'm trying to see how many you can do and give you advice about how to be very selective on who you do it for, but I need to understand what your real costs would be to do it and how long it would take you. So give me, I know there's no two will be exactly alike, but tell me, for example, a typical prospective performance-based client, what would your real cost out of your pocket be to create that site for them, and what would it cost you to manage and maintain it for them so I can understand what your investment really is?
So the average would be 1.5 million to 3 million yen. That would be 10,000 to 30,000. And then for the running cost would be, I don't think I need one person to do that. So maybe like $2,000 a month. And then I would like to cover one more thing. And then when we do the big initial development, of course, it's going to cost us money for the initial development. So we can do the lump sum services. However, we offer like step by step, like we do the minimum amounts of the services. However, we gradually expand the services that we offer. So we don't really show the completed version, but we do the experimentation and a test and then adjust and calibrate and everything. So we would like to deal with a low cost the first time.
So let me give you some comments and some guidance. First is a comment. I've done an enormous number of experiments with profit sharing, performance-based, result-based. The good news is that if you select correctly and if you control it correctly, you can make many, 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 many times more profit than you would ever make on fee. The other good news is that profit is recurring, so it's not one time, it's forever. The bad news is that unless you select very carefully, you can get seduced by an exciting opportunity, but it may not represent as successful of an outcome. I got, after doing a lot of experimentation in my life, I started creating a template. And any company that I would work with on a performance or even a mostly performance-based, meaning they paid a small fee, but most of it was performance, they had to satisfy or be able to conform to a template or a matrix. I had, in my case, I had 8 or 10 factors that I decided they had to provide at least 7 of those, or I didn't want to work with them because I wanted to have a higher probability of success than failure. So in my case, it was they had to have either a big sales force, or they had to have a lot of conferences they went to, or they had to have a lot of repeat buyers, or they had to have a lot of retailers or distributors. They had to have certain facts and factors that I could leverage. So you have to decide, and I'm not going to have enough time today, so I'm going to have to give you a big, like, macro. Be very careful. The concept makes brilliant sense, but it can be very dangerous if you choose the wrong clients. Even if you get your hard costs paid, you can still be speculating the most precious thing you have, which is opportunity cost. Because right now, you're excited. Right now, you're enthusiastic. But if you choose 5 companies to speculate on and you choose all 5 of them wrong, and you make either no money on some or you only make your hard cost, then you'll get very depressed. So the good news is, and I'll give you my life. My life, people have said about my life that my life is like a bus stop. And by that they mean every hour another deal comes to me. So I'm not in a hurry to necessarily do anything. I am in a hurry to look at everything because I want to evaluate a lot of options before I choose which one I want to commit my time, my ability, my resources. You need to do the same. You need to look at the companies you want to partner with on performance, and you need to decide what is the probability that if we build them a great e-commerce site, it will work, because e-commerce is only as good as the traffic that comes to it. If they don't have traffic, meaning if they don't have marketing, or if they don't have an existing client base, you can have the greatest e-commerce site in the world, but no one will come to it. So even if you got 80% of the profit, there may be no profit. So you have to be very realistic, although it's a great idea. And you've got to say, okay, what kind of a situation, what kind of business factors or dynamics must exist for us to be willing to make that kind of a speculative proposition. And it doesn't matter whether you speculate 100% or whether you ask them to pay a little bit and you speculate on the rest. You're still speculating. And you shouldn't speculate on things that have low success probability. So I'm giving you some things to think about. What makes something very successful? Well, there's 2 or 3 or 4 different factors. One, do they have good marketing? Are they good marketers everywhere else but bad online marketers? If the answer is yes, that's great. If they're bad marketers and they're bad online marketers, it doesn't matter if you give them a great e-commerce site. No one will visit, so you won't make any money. Next question, do they have a topic or a subject that's really hot? For example, weight loss or what's another good one? Cosmetic beauty. I mean, do they have something that not just their power, but the market power will attract them if you have a great e-commerce site and they have good search and everything else is good. Because if you have to do all the work, you may lose. You want a lot of other factors working to help you be successful. Does that make sense? Third, do they have a lot of following right now? I mean, the perfect situation is a company that has an enormous amount of terrestrial people buying from their stores or buying by phone, but almost nobody buying online, and or they have a terrible online e-commerce site, and you can make it better. Third, you have to be able to ask a lot of questions. What I always do is I make my propositions mutually conditional. For example, if I were to want to do a performance arrangement with you, my proposition would be, I like your business. I think there might be a good match and we can work on either a 100% or a partial performance basis. But before I can possibly commit, I have to analyze certain factors about your business. And you have to be able to create an assessment. And you have to say, look, my time is very valuable. If we get involved, even considering working with you, we will invest $10,000 of our time. That's worth it. We're willing to invest $10,000 just to determine whether we think there's a match and whether we think we can add enough value and whether there are enough factors existing that both of us will profit from this relationship. And you have to be disciplined to not accept deals just because you're excited about doing. I'm so delighted that you're excited, but that's dangerous. Do you understand that? Because you can get intoxicated. You can make deals that aren't real smart. You can make deals that look really good, but you're not thinking about all the factors that could be negative. And again, you might be the very best at creating e-commerce, but an e-commerce site without traffic is zero. An e-commerce site without a market that is driven to want it means somebody's got to spend a lot of money on marketing. If your partner doesn't have the ability or the resources to drive continuous and significant traffic to the site, it won't work. Does this all make sense to you?
Yes, I understand.
But let me say this. I've made tens of millions of dollars by making arrangements with companies where I either got an ongoing percentage or I got a modest fee by my standards. Maybe instead of getting $50,000, I got $15,000, and I took most of my money on percentage. But I chose very, very carefully because in the beginning, I was excited about everything. And I realized that my ability alone can't make the success. There have to be a lot of other factors that exist. And one of them is mutual and continuous collaboration. You can do a lot of things, but if they don't do their part, and you have to have an arrangement on anything you do. Let's say that you create the criteria that you want, that you find companies that they're very strong in everything, but they don't have a good e-commerce site. Great. They can drive traffic. Great. But if you find that they cannot be good collaborators, it won't work. So you have to have an arrangement in your agreement with them that states that this agreement is based on mutual collaboration. If we do our part, your company, and you're supposed to do yours and you don't do it, we have to be able to receive a penalty fee. They have to have some incentive to perform on their part. And performance might just be follow through. For example, if you create an e-commerce site and your agreement with them is when the site is done, they're going to put up $20,000 a month for pay-per-click, or they're going to send letters or emails to their buyer list, or they're going to run ads in magazines, and they don't do that, you're screwed. So you have to have mutual performance. And I'm going to run out of time, but does this help you?
Yes, I understand.
But you can do great with it, but don't let it be so exciting that you just take on any. Realize this, if you're willing, if you're great at creating e-commerce sites and you have great talent and you have resources and team members who are great and you are willing to invest 100% or 85% in a joint venture with somebody, you have the right to be very, very selective. You have the right to be very discriminating. You have the right to ask them to let you assess. You have the right to do like tests to see how well they respond. We have a funny test. When somebody comes to me and they want to become a client, if they want to pay me just in fee, I don't care. It's like, sure, you want to pay me $50,000 a day? Great. But if I'm going to invest any part of my fee in them by reducing it and instead taking profits or performance, I want to see how well they perform. So the first thing I do is I give them a 200-question assessment. And I say, I'd like you to answer this and get it back to me in the next 10 days. And I wait and see what happens. Because if they can't get me that questionnaire back, there's no way that they're going to be directable, collaborative, responsive. And I don't want to invest my speculative time. So you need to create little tests to make sure that they deserve you investing in them. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you so much.
I got to say, I love your blouse. That's beautiful. I'm trying to figure out how do they press that at the cleaner and keep all the beautiful, it's cool. Anyhow, I'm going to take a picture. Thank you. See you. Okay. All right, Satoshi. Who's next? How many we just do? How many have we done now? This is, okay. Come on up. Come. Let me just read it. How are you? Good. Sit. Okay. Give me one.
Nice to meet you.
Give me 1 minute to just review. Okay. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. It's okay, no problem. I'm going to think you're an accountant when you're not. Oh, you're a dentist. You're not an accountant. Oh, no. Wait 1 second. Let me just read this. No problem. Okay. All right. so tell me a little bit about your dental practice and tell me your question.
I am from a country city in Fukuoka, and about 1,000 patients come to our clinic, dentist, and most of them insure the treatment, and it's just one time only, so not the long term. They just want to remove the symptoms. And we are so busy handling with those outpatients. So we're busy, but the cash is not so good. And against such a backdrop, mouth is really an important point in periodontal medicine. The concept, as long as you keep your mouth healthy, you can keep the body healthy. So that concept is quite spread. So we want to switch to a different model to promote the overall, the whole body health. In order to succeed this in the countryside, it is associated with a great risk. So I want to know how I can make that shift a success in the countryside, not Tokyo.
Okay. So how big is the city where you live? What's the population?
Population 85,000 people are living in the village or city I live in.
I'm going to, are there an enormous amount of other dentists in your city or not very many?
Yes, relatively quite. I would say 80 dentists or dental clinics for 85,000 population.
So let me ask you another question. Is the kind of dentistry you want to start practicing both preventative and also cosmetic, or is it just preventative?
美容はあまり考えてなくて、
Cosmetic, I'm not really thinking. I really would like to prevent diseases for the body, not just the dentist, the teeth.
So you have, as I recall, you have a staff of 15 or 16 people. Are you the only dentist, or do you have more dentists in the clinic?
いえ、
No, the full-time dentists, including myself, 3. Remainder, 5 are part-time dentists.
Got a big operation. Okay, so let me give you a process
Yes.
to take you from where you are to a better place, but not a dangerous, a very safe way to get there. I'm going to give you 3 or 4 different strategies. First one is pick out in your community the most influential people that you can find. And influential doesn't merely mean the most prestigious. It means who has influence. For example, there might be a man or woman who owns a hair salon who's the most influential person in the beauty. There might be a restaurant that's very influential in the community. Go to those influencers and introduce yourself and say, I'm getting ready to start a wonderful division to my practice, and it's going to be full health body, and I need people who experience what a powerful difference it makes. So I would like to make you a very bold offer. I would like you to be my client. I will pay the cost. You won't pay anything. I will only ask that you come regularly and you allow me to treat you in this wonderful new way. At the end of 6 months, of 9 months, of 12 months, I will ask you to report to me how much better you feel, how much healthier you are, how much more energy you have, how much more just energized you are. And I will ask one consideration for doing this. If my treatment of you produces an exceptionally positive result, I would like to ask you to tell other people all about what we're doing, because the only way we can make this work is when people like you experience it and tell other people who trust you about it. And the first thing I would do is maybe find 10 or 20 or 30 people in your city who are respected. And again, it doesn't have to be the mayor. It can be the woman who owns the beauty shop. Respect means respected to the market that you want to reach. Now, I've done this many times, and I will share with you 3 examples so you can appreciate how powerful it is. One time, we had a brand new chiropractor that was opening a clinic in a new city. He didn't know anyone. So he had 3 choices. He could spend all his money on advertising that might work and might not. He could sit with his sign and wait and hope and pray that people came. Or he could do what I told him. We went to all the influencers and we said, somebody has to make the first investment. I'm new in the city and I want to invest in you. And then he said, and I wrote this for him, he said, I know that either you or someone that's important to you struggles right now with headaches or backaches or stress or insomnia. I can help them. I want you to choose anyone you want, including yourself, and I will buy them treatment for 6 months. I'll pay for it, no cost. All I ask is they come regularly and they pay attention to how much better they feel. And I ask of you, if I help them, that you tell a lot of other people. And we did that all over the city. And in 6 months, he had a huge business. We took a restaurant one time, and the restaurant, this restaurant was a small restaurant chain for little cities like you. And they moved to a big city. It's like a little city restaurant moving into Tokyo. They had a very limited amount of marketing, and they were only in one part of the city. And if they had run newspaper ads, it would have been a waste because they were like on the east side, and they couldn't even, people on the west side wouldn't come there. So they couldn't justify running ads. And they had a problem. So I said, well, tell me a question. How much does it cost you to pay the hard cost of a lunch or a dinner? Very little. A dinner it may have a price tag of $100, but it may have a cost of 10. So we hired, pardon my voice, 1 second. We hired 6 really attractive men and women. We sent them to all the influential offices and businesses around where the restaurant was. We gave them the titles of assistant manager. They went to all these companies and they went to the managing director and they said to them, our restaurant is brand new. We know that the only way our restaurant will succeed is if you come to our restaurant, have a great experience, and want to come back and want to tell your friends. But if we wait until you're ready to do that, it may be months. So we want to buy you lunch or dinner with a colleague. Here's a certificate. You won't pay anything. Come and enjoy lunch or dinner at our cost, and then judge us accordingly. If you have a great experience, tell other people and come back. If you have a bad experience, we don't deserve any future business. And we built a $6 million business by doing that. That's what I would do if I were you, because it's safe, it's powerful, and it starts building word of mouth with people that everybody respects. That's the easiest, it's the simplest, it's the safest, but it requires you to visit somebody, look them in the eye, speak from your heart, tell them how important this is to you, and tell them from your heart that you know that they're going to feel enormously better in 6 months if they allow you to do this, that if you charge for it, you would charge them $1,000, but you're going to pay for it because it's more important for you to have them experience how much better and transformed they'll be, because you know If they feel better, they're going to tell everybody and your business will grow. That's the easiest way for you to do it.
Thank you very much. Now I have a whole new perspective.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
And also, it's related to this, but in Japan, it's said that medicine is done by goodwill, basically. So really, charging money is quite difficult. It feels quite difficult for me. But of course, we need the money for cash and as our business. But
Give you a paradigm shift. I feel very good when people pay me $50,000 a day for my time. I feel very good when you pay $4,000 to ask one question. I don't feel good because I'm taking your money. I feel good because I'm giving you guidance that I know will make you better off. If you know that services you provide someone's going to make their life better, their health better, their interaction with their family better, their business conduct better, there is no shame in being rewarded for it. You have to get in your mind that being compensated for adding value is natural. It is unnatural to add value and not have enough compensation to justify it. So change your mind, but do it slowly. Now, I could have given you 10 other ways to try to do this, but they would be dangerous. You could spend money on advertising. You could do this. You don't have to do that. If you contact 30 influencers in your city and you are sincere in your heart, and you tell them that when you have that side of your business successful, you will charge people for it. And the charge will be very fair because they will get such a great outcome. And that the person, the influencer you're talking to, you can say, you'll see for yourself. At the end of this process, you tell me how much you would have paid for it. Ask them, say, I'll bet you would have paid thousands of dollars because what's it worth to feel better than you've felt in years? What's it worth to sleep all night and be refreshed? What's it worth to have your mind be clear and not be stressed? What's it worth? And you tell me, not now, tell me after I've created that situation for you. And you have to make your heart know that there's no shame in charging money. There's only shame in not giving value. As long as you give great value, it's fine. I'm done, but does that help? Okay, thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, who's next? You will find, pardon me, this process gets shorter and shorter as we go further and further. And it's not me trying to take advantage. It's that I don't need to make all this preparatory commentary. You already understand it. Hello, come. Okay, how are you?
はじめまして。
Hello, Jay. Hi, my name is Oka. I'm in Yokohama City. I'm running the accountant firm. It's an organization. And then my question is, my pillar for my business is the accounting consultation agreement. It's like we get the fee from doing accounting consulting. And then regarding I want to make my business a Pelton, so I also do the business management support services. However, the question that I want to ask is when they make an announcement about the inheritance tax, and we wanted to make it as a big pillar of our businesses. And then, but it's growing really, really slowly, only slowly. And the consulting contract, once we give really good services, it continues. But for the inheritance taxes, it only happens once. Someone dies and then they claim for it, so it's not stable. So we wanted to make it stable and as well as it's sustainable businesses. However, when it comes to the claiming of the inheritance taxes, it only happens after somebody dies. So we can't ask questions like, when are you going to die? So it's one of the factors that's making our business unstable. And then even after we know that somebody died, we don't know if that's going to be covered it's going to be related to the inheritance taxes, and we don't know how to make an approach to them. So in Japan, a judicial scrivener is doing it, and then or the referral from the bankers, or if you have if the company, the president of your clients that you're accounting with dies, and then we do that our business only in that occasion. So I wanted to know how we can have the continuous, sustainable, stable business out of that. I really thought that the strategic alliance that you're teaching us is the best way. However, we wanted to know if there is any. It's just a waiting kind of business instead of we can take the proactive action. So.
This 100%. Are you doing individuals and like business owners, or is there one target audience that represents the best category of potential, this is awkward, but clients for inheritance tax cases? In other words, are they all valuable to you, or is there only one kind that you really want to concentrate on?
Sorry, Jay, I wasn't sure. Could you repeat that again?
So, I don't know fees you can charge. So, if an individual dies, do they have to have a large enough estate that it even makes financial sense for you to get involved? Or do you make enough profit on anybody that dies where there's inheritance? I'm just trying to figure out, before I give you an answer, where the big opportunity is and where it's a waste to concentrate.
ある程度資産の
Well, it needs to be someone with a kind of a good asset that and they don't have to even claim for the inheritance taxes. And then in Japan, the only 4 in 100 people are supposed to be claiming for the inheritance taxes, but it's going to be revised. And then many more people, like 2 times more, so it will be 8 out of 100 people will be claiming for the inheritance taxes starting from next year. So the market is going to be bigger from next year.
When you say claiming, does that mean that the tax department claims that they are owed tax, or is there a credit people get? I'm trying to make sure I understand what side we're on. Is he helping people reduce and get the most advantageous outcome, or is he helping them deal with the penalties they have to pay for death, or is he helping them get a benefit that comes from death? I'm just trying to understand.
はい相続税申告する
So claiming the inheritance taxes means that the family of the deceased will pay the tax, has to pay the tax. And then we charge the fee for filing for that.
And does the process happen very quickly after death, or is it a delayed process?
Well, legally, it needs to be filed within 10 months after the death.
On average, how much of a fee would you charge to manage that process?
平均的に
On average, so $8,000.
So right now, is is your goal to do that for people, but then to turn that relationship with the the beneficiaries of the estate into clients long term for you? I just want to make sure that I understand what the goal is.
あ
So with a client, it's just a one-time thing transaction. They pay me only just one fee, one time. But in some cases, for example, like the husband dies, and then inheritance taxes needs to be filed, and then the wife dies again, and then the inheritance tax occurs again.
So let me give you an answer to your question, and then let me give you an alternative suggestion about something, okay? So the answer to your question is that, and you're in a big city. Are you in Okinawa or Osaka?
横浜です。
Oh,
大きいと
Yokohama,
こ
but
で
it's
す
a big city, isn't it? Okay. So right now,
Yes.
you've got a pretty big company. Do you have alliances and strategic partnerships, or at least relationships with a lot of other professionals, or not?
はい。
Yes, I do. Judicial scrivener. So these are the not the lawyers or attorneys, but these are legal specialists who did the registration of the property and so on.
And I don't know whether you do this or not, but in the States, many companies have full-time, I'm going to give you, they have different titles. They could be relationship specialists, and all they do is spend all day meeting, dining, building relationships with influencers who can refer business at the time. For example, in the States, there's this category of business called private equity firms, and private equity firms buy family businesses when they're ready to be sold. And private equity firms have full-time people that travel all over the United States going to accountants like yourself, and they take you to lunch, and they get to meet you. And they discuss with you that in the future, when your best clients want to sell their business, that person's company wants to be the first company to get a chance to bid on it. And it's a very successful process. So number one, you might consider recruiting or hiring or assigning a full or a part-time person whose job it is to just to regularly go out and build relationships for you with everybody, with the bankers, with the lawyers, with the, let's think about the other unusual influencers, with the let me think, because I had a great idea for you and I forgot. Just 1 second, please forgive me, because I was thinking who else has access to this, with the investment people, because they don't want to see the estate get dissipated, with doctors, and just say, we know that there will come a time. I mean, here's your concept, and it's a very honorable concept. If for example, if I called on you and I was an estate lawyer, not an accountant, but a lawyer, and I called on you, let's say I had a representative calling on you to build you a relationship, and I called on you and I said, you and I both know it's only a matter of time before every one of your clients dies and there's an estate. Now, we can act like that doesn't happen, but it will happen. Hopefully, for the welfare of the client, it won't happen for years and years or decades, but it will happen. When that happens, your client and you will need a wonderful estate lawyer to manage it. We are great at what we do, and we'd like you to get to know us now so that when the time comes and you have to make a choice, or you have to make a recommendation to the family, or you have to choose an accounting or lawyer to prepare the estate or manage the estate, you will feel very comfortable selecting us. And you do something like that for yourself. You get someone, you can do it yourself, but you're probably very busy. You get a very stable, a very charismatic, nice, and very deep, meaning they're not just somebody who would just look pretty, but somebody who's really interesting to start building relationships with every kind of an influence who will ultimately have the ability to suggest or recommend at the time insurance salespeople, bankers. And what you do is you start logically, because if there's 8 out of 100, you know they're going to be the larger size estates, right? They're not going to be somebody who's a poverty. It's going to be somebody who has assets. So you ask yourself, who has relationships with those kind of people? There are private doctors that are paid money beyond the insurance. There are bankers who handle the businesses. There are insurance salespeople. There are brokers. All of those people deal with the kind of people you want to reach, don't they? And you can start part-time with someone, but if you're getting $8,000 a case, plus each one of those cases has a chance of producing other cases, because truthfully, this is very interesting. When someone dies, the probability is, if it's not a catastrophic death, if it's not an untimely death, there are a lot of other relatives or friends of that person who are at the age that they'll probably be dying soon too. It's a morbid thought, but it's a true thought. You're an analytical man and you know that. So this is an investment in all these relationships. You can also, I mean, again, you can deal with the truth in a very, I mean, it's like people who sell in the States. I don't know, burial here is, I think you cremate and then you put them in a shrine. In the States, they sell cemetery plots. And it's a serious thing, but people who sell cemetery plots go to families and say, not a fun thing, but you are going to die, your family's going to die, and when that happens, you don't want to have to decide what you're going to want to do. You want to have that already taken care of. And they very respectfully deal with the obvious realities of what's going to happen in the future. If you have a full-time person and all he or she does is build strong relationships for the future with those influencers that you know have the trust and the access to the people you want to represent those kind of fees, this is a little bit morbid, but as those people die, the people that you have built the relationships with, the influencers, will be asked, or they will recommend, because you'll tell people, a lot of times when death occurs, they don't even think about estate taxes, but they have to be filed. They have to be dealt with. And they have to be done correctly, or it can be disadvantageous to the assets, to the estate. It can be a big problem if they do it wrong. We are specialists. We have probably filed more estate tax claims for more prosperous families in our city and our part of Japan than anyone else. We would like to get you to know us. We would like to get you to trust us, because unfortunately, but truly, your clients will die. And when they die, it's not the time to decide afterwards what to do. You need to know who you can trust now. So we're investing long-term in this relationship, and it's our hope you'll get to know our firm, you'll get to know our reputation, you'll get to respect our services, and we will be glad anytime you want to have you as our guest at our offices for lunch. We'll be glad anytime you want to send our staff to your offices to give you a little seminar so you know some of the things that might be knowledgeable. We will prepare and send you little white papers and things for you. But you just build this this distribution channel for the future. Does that make sense?
Yes, very well, very well.
Suggestion. At the same time that you do that, I would encourage you, as you're building your Parthenon, to add one more pillar. And you have to do this very judiciously and very conservatively, but every one of your business clients, I can promise you, they don't know 1/100th of what you learned these last 3 days. They don't know how to grow their business. They don't know how to market. They don't know how to sell. In Australia, 20 years ago, I started going to Australia and I did seminars. At one of my seminars, an accountant came, and he was really impressed because he realized that there's management consultants, there's tax consultants, there's risk consultants, but there weren't really a lot of consultants that helped the businesses maximize their revenue and maximize their growth. And he created a division of his accountant company, and it was called Results Accountants. And they had a division that helped companies grow their revenue. And the best part about it was it wasn't hourly based, it was fee based. So they weren't reduced to saying, okay, it's 20 hours at $100 an hour. They could give a very premium fee because they were producing something that generated and regenerated more revenue for the client. I suggest you develop a side of your business that does that too. And finally, when you do it, if it works well and you can codify it and you can blueprint all the processes and it becomes a really successful consulting service, I would then have you go to all the other big cities in Japan and work out partnering relationships with other accounting firms where you partner with them and teach them how to use the same techniques to create business building consultancies that you own half of. That's my idea for you.
I totally agree with you. Actually, I do similar thing, but I would like to take more proactive approach on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come. I like this. Neat. Come. Thank you very much. Let's do one more and then we'll take a break. One more. Oh, I dropped it again? Okay, it keeps falling off. I didn't drop it, it fell off. Come on up. Hello. Sit. Let me just read this.
Nice to meet you.
My pleasure. Okay, so I think that I understand, but I want you to make sure that you clarify. You are starting a brand new business. Okay, so tell me what you want the business to be. Tell me the service that you want to provide, and then you can ask me the question. But give me a little bit of structure so I can share your vision.
So, Japanese teachers and parents, I want to change the adults who are related in who are teaching or who are parenting. And I'm a lecturer and instructor for seminars and training. And I also provide online video seminars. And I also organize seminars as well. I think that it would be good for me to do that. And the other day, I also went through Tony's program. And I thought that kind of a large-sized program for teachers, I thought that would be good for the direct and indirect results or purposes, and including all of that. what do I think I should do? What do you think that I should do to really transform the teachers and the parents who are related to educating kids? So that's the advice that I wanted to seek from you.
So where do you live? Here?
愛知県です。
I live in Aichi Prefecture. It's in Nagoya.
住んでるところ
Where I live is not very large, but there is a large city called Nagoya nearby.
You're not doing this right now. You're ready to start doing this. Is that correct?
はい。
Right. Until March, I was a junior high school teacher. And at the time, I used to do a free seminar for teachers. That's what I used to do. But from this April, I'm planning to charge a fee for these seminars.
And when you're able to deliver your seminar to a teacher, what's the outcome? When you're done, how are you transforming that teacher? By that I mean, do they get more passionate about the student? What is your goal? What are you trying to accomplish by changing the mind or the heart of the teacher? What's your outcome?
There are two things I want to achieve. One is to convey the skills of teaching, how to change the kids and transform the kids. So basically the skills that are required for that. And the second is something I'm passionate about as well, but is to really change the mindset from the heart of the teachers.
Great. What would you charge or what will you charge for your seminars?
Currently, I'm thinking at the lowest price, 3,000 yen or maybe free. And then the middle range price is $198. And the highest price that I'm thinking of is $980.
Is there anybody doing anything like this right now in Japan, or will you be the only person that you know of doing this?
In Japan, I don't think there are anyone who's doing seminars or lectures, or at least it's very few, at least for those who have teaching experience. And for those who are doing seminars, I think that is very few as well.
Next question is,
はい。
will the benefit to the teacher be purely intangible? And by that I mean, will the benefit be that they'll be more inspired, they will be more connected, they will be more passionate and purposeful in their role as a critical factor in molding the lives of the student? Or will they also have a chance to realize greater career and economic gain? So I'm just trying to find out what the benefits will be to the teacher if he or she attends your seminar.
Yes. Well, for teachers teaching in public schools in Japan, their salary is basically the same across the board. So that's the same. But their mindset or their heart, I want them to feel that they can enjoy getting along with the kids or a student.
And I admire that. Okay, so let me ask one more question. So you are going to have a limited amount of marketing money, and you're going to have to reach teachers in a very impactful way to get them to want to spend their money or get the school to pay for it. Are you going to try to get the teacher to pay for it or the school to pay for it? Which one?
I'm thinking that the teachers can pay themselves, right?
All right. So let's take your desire and let's explore it, and let's also explore an alternative approach. So if the teachers are going to be the ones that pay for it, then the first question comes, how do you cost effectively reach the teachers in a way that you can reach them, impact them, but it doesn't cost you too much in marketing, and that they will be compelled and motivated enough to sign up? And will your seminars be evening or weekend, because that's going to be extra commitment of their time?
When I'm doing a small seminar in some of the local regions, it could probably at night. But if it's like a major seminar, it would probably be on the weekend or maybe during the summer vacation or the winter holidays.
But you still have to figure out the biggest challenge you have is what I call the access vehicle. And that means what mechanism are you going to use to get direct access to the teachers in a way that allows you to convey your proposition strongly enough that they will say, wow, that's what I want to be, or that's what I want to rediscover in myself. But is there a magazine that teachers read? Is there a list of addresses or emails you can get that go direct to teachers? How can you best, I'm trying to give you advice, but I need to know how to get contact with the teachers, because if you run an ad in the local newspaper, you're wasting 99% of your money because they're not teachers. How do we reach just teachers? What's the best way to reach teachers?
What I'm thinking is, first, within the education field, there is a very top-level organization, or there is a teachers association. So maybe approaching the top person there, and then that person can cascade my information down.
You go to that, first of all, here's what I would do. I would create your seminar. I would go to 4 or 5 schools in your city. I would go to the principal or the head of the school and tell them that you're building a business that's going to inspire and animate the spirit of teachers and make them more dedicated, more purposeful, more passionate, more effective, and that the children will be the beneficiary. But before you can ever offer that as a commercial service, you have to prove how powerful it is. So you would like to ask the head of the school to let you at lunchtime speak to all their teachers and tell them about what you're doing and invite them to come as your guest. Don't charge for the first group. You need success stories. And you tell them you would like to buy them the program. They won't pay anything, but there's a price. The price is not money. They have to come. They have to attend as if they had paid for it. And at the end, you want to videotape their impressions. You want them to give you testimonials if you deserve it. If you don't, you don't. And if you go to 4 or 5 schools, I would think that 1 or 2 of the principals will let you present your proposition to their teachers at lunch. And I would say you probably get 20 or 30 teachers to come. So now you do the seminar. You don't get paid, but you do it great. You get the testimonials. Now you got the testimonials on video. So now you go to the national organization and you say, I have this process that will get teachers more inspired. It will get teachers more passionate. It will make them motivated to want to connect greater to the students. Everyone will benefit. Number 1, the students will get a greater education. They'll have more joy of learning. Number 2, the teachers will be inspired so they will not burn out, and they will take their mission higher. Everything will be greater. I would like to prove it to you. I'd like you to let me present it either live to any 20 or 30 people you like in my community, or I can do a video version for you. If you are as impressed as I think you will be, and if you get the positive feedback and the testimonials from the people that you choose that I give it to, I would like to ask your help. And I'd like to ask your help because I am doing this as a commercial endeavor, but I'm doing it as my own labor of love. If I have to invest a lot of my own resources, I cannot profitably do this. If I can get your help to reach teachers, yes, I will make a living just like a teacher makes a living, but I can promise you that I will make all the teachers you help me reach better teachers, better motivators, more quality people in everything they do, and you will get a better outcome for your school system, and the students will get a better life, and the education will be more dimensional. But let me prove it, and I would do that way. Does that make sense?
Good.
Yeah, but one more thing. Then if they say yes, you have to lead them. The problem with most partnerships or even benefactors, even if the National Association wants to help you, if you let them do it the way they would normally do it, it won't work. You have to say in a very nice way, allow me to provide you with emails to send out. Allow me to provide you with invitations to send out. Allow me to provide you with a blog you can put on your national webpage. Allow me to present at your national or your regional, but you have to take a very benevolent but a very strong control, because they can love what you're doing, they can agree to do it for you, but if you leave it up to them, they don't know how to market, they don't know how to communicate, they don't understand preeminence, they will execute, and your hard won, meaning you worked hard to win their support, will be lost because it'll be wasted. So you have to be involved and say, I'll do all the work. I'll provide you with the emails, I'll provide you with everything, but you and your board can have total approval. You can edit any way you want, and you have to control it. But if you do that, you'll do great.
わかりました。
Understood.
And that's the way I would do it. I would do it what we call grassroots, because very truthfully, if you have to spend a lot of your money to market, you won't make any money. If you start by proving it, see, everything in life is more powerful when you have proof. If I tell you how good I am, well, I'll tell you a good example. Let me tell you a good example. Perfect example. On day one of the 3-day seminar, we had almost nobody registered for these tables because nobody had an idea of what Jay Abraham could do with a question. On day 3, we have more people than we even have time to deal with because you saw proof. Proof is like, if you read the key points in preeminence, it says, show me, don't tell me. You can tell me all day long how great you are. You can tell me all day long how much you're going to change my life. Show me. Do it. Let me feel it. And when you do that for the Teachers Association, they will see it, and everything else will work. That's my best answer. Does that help you?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Done. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll do another round. I don't know how many we've done, but this is fun. I'm enjoying this. Great fun, great fun. Oh, oops, not great fun when my ear falls off. Will you get that for me? So, 2 things. First, we're getting close to concluding. We have 3 or 4 left. But it's very important to me that I hope each one of you here, there, gets an enormous amount from listening to me talk to everyone. And the one thing that's been most important to me in all the work I've tried to do in Asia is teaching you to think critically. Teaching you, to think about all the connections that most people don't make. Because if I get you thinking critically and your competitors aren't, you have advantage. And advantage is an honorable thing as long as you use it for noble purposes. Nothing bad about having advantage. Advantage is great as long as you add value. But I've been very impressed so far. My voice is almost gone, but it's good. We only have 3 or 4 more left. But I will give you an instruction at the end on what to do. I hope also, pardon me, that all of you who've been up here so far, that you have had the opportunity to listen to your colleagues at these tables and back there share with you what they heard me say, and that hopefully it helped expand and make more concrete some of the ideas that I was sharing with you, because in truth, I'm pretty pleased. I think we came up with some pretty powerful breakthroughs today, but you can be right in the middle and not even hear it all or grasp it all. And I presume we're going to give them recordings, right, or something? So, yeah, you'll get a recording of what happened. So, and I'll listen. I'll get the recordings, and I'll listen to them too. And if there's anything I think that maybe I have at home that maybe I could send you that can be translated that will help you, I'll think about that as well. But you guys are wonderful. I'm enjoying it. Let's continue. See if I do this. I'm going to see if I can do it. Wait. Okay, why can't I figure it out? What is it about my ear? Hello. Why is it so easy for you? Oop. Okay, is this it? Okay. Oh, hello. Okay, let me look. My pleasure. Hold on one second. Okay, so she has thank you, my voice is going. She has a new business you're starting, right? So tell me your vision for the business, and then you can ask your question.
Yes, I am starting a seminar. I'm trying to operate a seminar for of the stocks, and then I'm gonna be the operator. And then when it comes to collecting the participants, and I'll talk with the content of the speaker or lecturer, and then build up the content and how we're gonna run it, and. And then we're gonna find a partner with someone who can deliver the actual lecture in the class.
Give me your goal. Is the goal for the business to be a stock market investment educational seminar? And is there a back end that will end up where you get people to become investors, or do you just want it to be a profitable seminar business?
Back end included too.
You want to be the organizer, but you do not want to be the person presenting the seminar. Is that correct?
You're correct. Because I have a limited time, so I'm gonna just be the organizer, and by participating in the seminar myself, I get to know what kind of seminars are going on out there, and the investors and I get to know what investors want to know about the market or get out of the seminar, and then that's what I want to provide, and I'm sure that adds value, and then I would like to do that research too.
Okay, so let me ask you a couple of questions. You're going to do this full time. Are you starting now, or are you getting ready to start it?
I haven't started it yet. I haven't talked to the partner yet about it yet.
Let me ask you, and the answer only helps me appreciate your motivation. Why did you pick stock seminar investing? And I'm just curious because I want to know what your goals are.
目標ですか？
You said that why did you choose? Your question was.
That business, stock. I'm not negative. I just want to know why so I can appreciate and give you good advice.
私は
So for a long time, I was doing the trading of stocks, stock trading, and then I didn't know what to do in the beginning when I started it. However, for the beginners, it's really easy for people to come into the stock market. So I thought it was just easy for people to start. So I don't really have a profound idea about why, reason for why, and then I'm not really passionate about it either.
Okay, so, so stop. So, another question. Right this moment, besides stock investing, what else do you do or have you done for work, or if you're married? What else do you? And because the most wonderful thing to do, if you're not passionate and you haven't started it, and you're open-minded, we can talk about other opportunities while you're sitting here, because my goal is to just help you have a more successful business. If you don't have a business yet, and the business that you're thinking about is not one that you're terribly passionate about, we would be better off exploring for a minute, what are you passionate about? What do you really love? Or what would make you feel wonderful about achieving? And let's explore if there are alternative business that you might, because you're starting from zero, and that's wonderful. You don't have to do anything except for find something you love.
そうです。まさにその通りで。
Exactly, you're right. And what I really want to do, or for starting, I mean, now I learned all the 3-day course. I want to practice what I learned and gather people and provide value adds to the participants. I want to research on that. Like I am really, like I want to take on the challenges of creating a process to create a mechanism, and I'm quite passionate about that. I want to provide something valuable to the participants. I feel that way. But let's say that the organization start to run well, smoothly. The stocks seminars, well, I'm not so interested in the stock investment, and that could be the reason why. It's not exactly where my passion lies. So I'm a little bit being indecisive, and I don't know what to do.
Good thing that we met. So, what did you before today?
はいはい。
What was your career? I mean, were you teacher, housewife, mother, engineer? What did you do?
はい。
Well, initially, I was a banker. So I provided the services to the clients and also the loan-related position in a bank and the forex handling, and then also airline company. I was a flight attendant, and then after that, I was doing the equity financing trader.
Discipline stuff. Okay, so right now, let me ask you another question, very important. Do you have reasonable capital to put into your business? Limited capital? I mean, I don't know if you're wealthy, poor, but the answer will help me give you suggestions.
はい。 金額で
The money that I can spend for the company?
ま
Well, I wanted to start the business, which doesn't require so much capital in the first place.
まあそうです。
So Well, 10 million yen, which is いくらだ? So $1,000.
Let me give you some ideas that might be very exciting. I'll give you 3 categories of things you might want to consider. And I have to tell you a story for one of them, but let's start with the first one. So when I want to start businesses for myself, I never, ever want to start a business from scratch because it's too speculative. I always want to find a business that exists where companies have a void. For example, and I'm not suggesting you do that, but you take like a Learning Edge, or you take any company that has a certain business model and they have buyers, but they don't have other businesses covered. Tony, did you go to the Tony Robbins program? No? Okay.
Yes, I did.
So when I met Tony Robbins, he did not have a business unit. He just had personal development. I was really his business unit. I made millions of dollars, but I made it because I didn't have to invest money. He had already invested. So number one is, if I were you, I would start with a different perspective. I would look at a lot of different businesses that have a lot of clients, and I would say, what other product or service could be added to that business that I could own with that other company, but that I wouldn't have to put any money into, because my capital is intellectual. My investment is seeing the connection. Now I'm going to tell you a story. This is a true story, and it's a fascinating story. 5 years ago, I was asked by a friend to do a 2-hour presentation at a seminar. And the topic of the seminar was how to make $1 million in less than a year with no capital, no product, no service, and no skill.
Wow.
And I went, oh my God. And he said, I know you can teach people, Jay. I went, okay. So I thought about it a lot. And I realized there really is a way to do it. And here's what it is. You go online on the internet and you take all the popular categories: weight loss, investing, beauty, cosmetics, spiritual, anything you want. And you very carefully analyze all the pages. And you don't spend a lot of time with the first or second. I presume your search engines are the same. So you don't look at the first page or the second page, because normally those are going to be the bigger advertisers. You look at the third page, the fourth page, the fifth page. And what you will find is that within that category, there is going to be, and I'm going to use a word that you should understand from your banking days. You know what arbitrage means? Arbitrage? Arbitrage meaning finding gaps that nobody else sees, right? Arbitrage means seeing opportunities that nobody else sees. So you will find business arbitrage. Here's what you'll find. For example, you might find if you were to look at the category of investing and you were looking at all the pages that were listed, you might find a number of people that had written really good books but didn't know how to sell them. You might also find a number of people that had really good seminars but didn't have any books. You might find people that had really good training but didn't have a seminar. You might find people that had really good advisory skills, but they didn't have a seminar or a book or training. And if you find all those, you can get control without investing anything. And does that make sense to you, or am I confusing you? For people, and we found, for example, we'd find somebody that wrote a great book on investing, as an example. But he or she never did anything with it. And we would say, let us take that book and we'll give you a royalty. And then we would sell the book. But when we got buyers, we would then make an arrangement with somebody else who had a seminar but didn't have a book. And we would provide people for the seminar and we'd get half the profit, but we didn't have any of the investment. And I'm saying that you can look at 3 different forms of arbitrage. One form is that there are going to be different people that have different products or services, but that don't have all the products or services. Remember in the seminar we talked about front end, back end, and that like you listen, like most people have a free seminar, then a low price seminar, then a bigger seminar, and a lot of people start with a book to get to the seminar. But most people don't have all that. They have one part of it. So if you get control, I've learned in my life that getting control is more profitable sometimes than building the business, because when you build the business, like if you do the stock business, you have to find partners, you have to start from the beginning, you got to create the seminar, you got to create the marketing. All that takes time, it takes money, and in the beginning you may not be good, it may not work. But if instead you already have somebody who's got books, but they don't have a seminar, you find somebody who's got a seminar, but they don't have a book, you find somebody that's got an investment service, and you get control of all of that, now you can do what you love, which is the processes, the connections. But you don't have to do the creation. You've already got that. Second, you can look at all kinds of businesses. And I'm using Learning Edge just because they're here. But if they didn't have an investment side, or if they didn't have a business opportunity side, or if they didn't have, you could look at any business and ask, what don't they have? Not what do they have, but what don't they have that is a natural complement? So let me give you an example. I'll give you a great example. And it's not going to be as powerful here because you don't do it. But in the States, the majority of people own a house, a real house, as opposed to an apartment. So in the States, if somebody owns a house for a period of time, normally it'll get old and it'll need remodeling. And when you remodel, there are a lot of things you can remodel. You can put on a new roof. You can paint it. You can put different facings on it. You can replace the windows. You can put new landscape. You can put a more beautiful driveway. You can put a swimming pool. You can make the kitchen look better. You can make the bathroom look better. You can paint the walls. All of those options are different services. So in the States, whenever I have at my program what we call home improvement companies, and that means a company that normally sells just one of those services that I've talked to. I always say, let me show you a point. And I go to the audience and I say, please raise your hand, anybody who has ever done any improvement to your home. Everybody raise your hands. I said, let me ask you a question. Did you ever maybe remodel your kitchen, and when the remodeling was done, you looked at the rest of the house and you realized that the rest of the house looked old, so you had to remodel the bedroom and you had to remodel the bathroom, and then you decided it needed new carpet, and then you decided you needed to paint, and then you decided you needed new furniture? And they all said yes. So I said, why then shouldn't the company that sells kitchen remodeling also have a relationship with a company that does bathroom remodeling? And why shouldn't they have a relationship with a company that does carpeting? And why shouldn't they have a relationship with a company that does roofs or landscaping? Because people will have a tendency to do all those things. So for you, you want to have fun and use your creativity and do processes, spend a little time looking at all kinds of industries and look at what logically, here's the concept. What do people normally do before they do one thing? What do they normally do at the same time they're doing that thing? What do they normally do after they do that thing? So there's 3 categories. And then you can say what's missing. And you can also say what alternative do they do if they don't do that thing? For example, if you don't come to my seminar, you might buy a home study. If you don't come to my seminar or buy a home study, you might go to somebody else's business seminar. If you don't buy somebody else's business seminar, you might buy somebody's DVD set. Does that all, am I confusing you or am I exciting you?
It's very interesting, and I understand.
So now all you do is take time. Don't be in a hurry because you have choices. You have a good brain. You understand this. So take your time and look at a lot of different situations. And then ask yourself, I mean, for example, I have gone to companies before that didn't have a division they should have had. And I said, if I can create that for you, I want to own either part of it or I want to get a part of the profit forever. And I would explain, this is money you never would have had. And then if they said yes, I would get them to put it in writing, and then I would find somebody else to provide the product, and I would get a part of the profit, and somebody else would do all the work. And I think you would enjoy doing that, don't you? I think that would be more fun than doing something you're not passionate about. All you have to do is give yourself permission to do research. Look at a lot of different industries. Look at a lot of different categories. Look at a lot of different, I'll call transactional patterns. And by that I mean what happens before somebody does something, what happens at the same time they're doing something, what happens after they do something, what are the alternatives they could do instead. And then look at all of those possibilities and don't get a headache, get excited. Because you don't have to, you can pick whatever you want to do. Okay. We had a program one time, and I offered it to Satoshi. He never wanted to do it, but it was called Master of Passive Income. And the whole concept was getting control of things, not ever having to build anything yourself, finding companies that already had a lot of buyers, finding companies that had distribution, and making a deal where you could, for example, let's say that I had, let's say I was a cosmetic company and I sold cosmetics for women, but I had my product in every department store in Japan. And I had all the buyers in those department stores that loved me, but I only had women's cosmetics. You could look at that and say, well, those same buyers probably buy men's cosmetic. So maybe you could come to me and say, Jay, if I can bring a great line of men's cosmetic, will you take it to all the department stores and we'll split profits? And you could tie that. I mean, I'm not trying to give you, I'm giving you, pardon me, specific hypothetical examples, but not because I want you to think about cosmetics or home remodeling. I want you to think about connecting things, getting control of things, using your process skills and not getting consumed doing things that you're not going to be good at and that are going to be more difficult. Why don't you just take advantage of all the assets that you can gain control of? That's exciting. I do that all the time. That's exciting. It's exciting to go to somebody and say, okay, you've got these salespersons, but like remember the story of the motorcycles I told you? The man in China? Well, if you had been in the middle of that and you knew him and you knew that there was a lawnmower manufacturer, you could have put that together and gotten not a fee, but a permanent participation on the profit. And you can do that 10 times, 100 times. That's fun, isn't it? You can build, you understand investing, you can build a portfolio of connected deals that you control, but that you don't have to manage. That would be pretty exciting, don't you think?
Yes, I do. Yes, I completely agree.
Tell you what area to start out with, but what I can tell you is it's almost infinite. You have total possibilities, so give yourself permission to explore a lot of alternatives, and then create for yourself a criteria. And the criteria is, number one, do I like the industry? Do I like it? Do I want to have an involvement in it? Number two, are there enough product service connections I can make that will be meaningful? Number three, are there companies that I can gain access to that already have the buyers or the distribution or the brand? Number four, is it something that will produce enough income that it's worth my while? In the beginning, when you're struggling to figure out what business you're in, it's difficult. But once you realize how powerful you can be and how much control you can have, you can do anything you want. If you can do anything you want, then you have a big problem, because you shouldn't do little things if you can take the same time and do bigger things. You shouldn't do things that you're unexcited about if you can do things you're excited about. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
I'm not giving you a specific answer, but I'm giving you permission to do things that you can gain control of without having to risk a lot of capital, and do things that are already existing. All you have to do is be the connector. All you have to do is be the toll position. All you have to do, the capital you need to invest is not money. It's brain power. It's the ability to see what nobody else sees. It's the ability to see the connections. That's it.
Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Come here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you immensely. Okay. Where are you, Satoshi? Who's next? Oh, good. Okay. Is that going to be easy? Good. Okay. Come on up. Hello?
Hello.
Let me just real quickly read it. And Satoshi said you
It's-
want to talk English or you want to do Japanese? I don't care.
in English. ちょっと英語の方で話した方が都合いいもんで。
So I'll speak in English because it's more convenient for me.
I love that. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just read real quickly, and then let's see. Because a lot of times the answers are not accurate to the situation. Okay, all right. Tell me a little bit about the business and then ask me the question.
Well, about 10 years ago, I was become the independent, and I was work for the other company. And then after that, I had a joint venture in Japan with the European people. And well, then I was running for the company mainly. And well, but recently, I had to have something else. Well, of course, I like to keep the main job. But
So you're building a future for yourself, an asset, a business.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Yes. And through my friends, and I'm now this year I start to sell like a special present using the tulip bulbs, and so it's gonna be started. It's already had a good reputation. The exhibition this February, so
Okay.
it's gonna be started to sell this winter, and more.
Now, are they actually the bulbs, or are they actually the blooming? The bulbs.
Oh, it's kind of
Pre-bloom?
a special treatment bulbs with a nice plastic case, and it's going to be germinated in 3 weeks.
Okay. Wow.
In winter.
Oh, that's amazing. In winter?
Yes.
Really?
That's
So it'd be
amazing.
beautiful.
Yes. Yes.
That's amazing.
And I guess that's not available in U.S. I guess.
I'm not used to that. So where are they from?
Well, the bulb itself came from Holland.
Okay, wow. Okay, so there's a great story behind it too.
Well, it took time, but well.
Okay.
it's okay. And
So now
also,
you,
yes.
but you have the rights.
Yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
okay.
In Japan, and also I'm considering to making like a special film for the window, the normal house, and to make the room temperature lower.
Oh, really?
And well, the pigment itself, it came from the like the same manufacturer in Europe.
Okay.
So and also, well, because of the owner of the manufacturer, and also he has kind of a football player before, and he, well, the last year he started to make the professional team in USA in Texas,
Okay.
and then there is another future story, but I'm planning to send like a Japanese youth player to send to USA.
Wow.
Well, maybe combined with kind of the English competition school. So then, what I want to say is my activity is increasing.
Yeah, you got a lot
rapidly.
of things going on.
And actually, I'm doing this business by myself. Actually, family company.
Okay. And,
So,
and what's your main business right now?
Main business is I'm importing and selling like material for the greenhouse horticulture.
And who do you sell them to? To
Well,
individuals or to
but
companies?
mainly it's selling to the distributor,
Okay.
like a prefectural distributor, sometimes like a local growers group,
Okay.
sometimes grower itself,
Okay.
but mainly distributors.
Okay. And that does that take most of your time, half of your time? How much time do you have to spend?
Well, it's going to be difficult, but well, in half of time.
Okay. And that does that business pretty self-sustaining right now? Does it run pretty well?
Well, because in Japan, it's a horticulture industry. It's quite like a traditional.
Yeah, it's big.
But then it's not so easy to change.
Okay.
So therefore, it's very well stable.
But that's good.
But a little bit because the industry itself is shrinking. So therefore, it's a little bit.
Okay.
I'm a little bit afraid about
But that's
the
why
future.
you're doing this.
That's right.
Okay. So you've got 2 or 3 different activities you're experimenting with or you're committed to besides your main business, right? So what's your question?
My question is, as I said, I'm doing it almost by myself last 10 years, and the activity is very increasing. So therefore, my family say you need to have a right-hand man sometime.
Yes.
Then I say, well, that's a question. I'm always
Yes. How to get it
thinking by
when?
myself.
That's good. So let me ask you 2 questions. Are you financially very stable? Do you have enough capital you can afford a right-hand man?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. Because there's 2 ways to do it. There's 2 ways to do it. If you break, like right now, you have the film, you've got the bulb. I have this. That's probably not the limits to your entrepreneurial interest. There's probably a lot of other things you're thinking about. So there's 3 ways that you could do this. One is make sure that you know what functions or what activities you would want your right-hand person to do. Because if you bring a right-hand person, but you don't know what you need him to do, it'll be a mess for you. You'll be frustrated because I can tell you're like a high achiever. Number 2 is break each of those product or businesses, separate in your mind or even structurally, and bring on partners to run them. But the partners don't get paid any money. They have to do whatever is. Remember when I talked for the 3 days about highest and best use? You impressed me as somebody who can make deals, secure the rights, very good at seeing and seizing opportunities. You may be very good, you may be good, you may not be good at managing it or at organizing it. You may be good at it, but it may not be the best use of your ability. You might find, because I mean, getting a number 2 person, you have to do 2 things. You have to understand what skill sets they need to possess that you don't possess, because if they're just the same as you, you're not adding value. If they don't possess the same skill sets, are you going to be comfortable having them put their skill sets in with yours? Are you going to resent them? Or are you going to, we call it micromanage them all the time? Number 3 is, can they accelerate and enhance your ability to bring those products to market? I mean, what do they have to do? Do you need them to set up distribution, manage, coordinate? Because most people don't have all those skills, so you have to figure out which skill is most valuable. That's why it might be more interesting for you to find partners who put up their own time and money. You don't pay them, but they can have an interest in a product, not the business, but a product. Because I have a feeling you can probably find products all day long. I have a feeling you're really good. See, it's funny. Different people excel at things other people could never do. Most people couldn't even figure out where a product is. Most people couldn't figure out how to get the rights to a product. Most people couldn't figure out what to do with those rights if they got it. I don't think that's a problem for you. I think finding the product, getting the rights, figuring out what to be done is no problem. But then doing it consumes a lot of very, very critical time, and it's necessary, but it's very time consuming, particularly when you're doing something else. If you broke it and said, okay, what's the most important function to make these happen? If getting the supply is a pretty certain and predictable process, meaning as long as you have the orders, you've already got the supply very stable, and it's just a matter of ordering it, and maybe at growth you have to be able to finance it. Then the key is, how do you develop demand? And if there's not demand, even if there's a great story like for the bulb, you either have to get distribution in the stores, or you have to run ads and sell it direct, or you have to create website and search, or you have to do partnerships. You have to figure out, what do I need to do? And am I the one to do it, or should I bring partner or partners for each of those functions? And if you bring partner or partners, how can you control your risk? And by that I mean entrusting too much opportunity to somebody who may or may not perform. The way I always did it was, I would think, okay, I was always very good at getting the rights, but I was always too busy to do the implementation and the operation. So I would always find somebody who was good at that. But if I were not good at setting up the deal, I would find somebody who their job is setting up the deal and making sure the deal stays, whether the deal is getting distributors, or whether the deal is getting partners, or whether the deal is operating a website, or whether, like for example, hypothetically, that woman that wanted to partner with somebody. I mean, finding people like that and saying, okay, your job is to create a website in the search, or your job is to set up 500 retail outlets, or your job is to create
あるいは非常に力のある
sorry. Or your job is to manage the distribution. And I think the first thing is figuring out, do you want it all together? Which may be good, but the truth of the matter is, even though the same manufacturer has the film and the bulbs, there's no commonality between the films and the bulbs. They're really separate applications, you know that. So you might be better off, rather than having a holding company that has a bunch of unrelated things, separating everyone and having partners. And what I was going to say, and then I'll let you talk because I'm not trying to step on you, is what I always did when I brought partners on. I would say, here's the deal. I'm not going to give you a dime. You don't have to put in a dime. You got to put in your time, you got to do this and your skills, and you have to come with me with the skill that I need. And then we're going to have a probationary period, because you impress me. I think you can do a great job. I think you can build me and you a lot of profit, but I don't know if you'll really do it. I don't know if you'll spend all the time on it. This is speculative for me. It's speculative for you. You may be doing something else, so I'm not going to allow this opportunity to be ruined. So we'll have a trial period, 180 days, 90 days, whatever's realistic for the responsibility that you need them to do. And if we have a certain level of mutually agreed upon productivity. It can be sales, it can be setting up distributors, it can be, having the infomercial done, the website built, whatever it is, then we continue. If we don't, then we stop, and anything that's created becomes mine because I took the time to get control. And you can interview a lot of people. The good thing I learned long ago, this is funny. You can find salespeople, you can find management people, you can find operating people, you can find executive secretaries or assistants who either retired or got married or had kids and have skills. Nobody really wants a job as much as everybody wants to be a partner in a business. So sometimes just by semantics, just by changing the perception and saying, instead of saying, I want you to be my right-hand man, you say, I want you to be my partner. You'll get 25%, or you'll get 20% if you earn it. And that'll be better than any job you can ever have, but you have to earn it before you'll be able to keep it. That might be, again, the other way is before you can hire a right-hand man, you've got to have a clear vision of what the business is going to be. If I were, and you impress me already as a very resourceful man, but when you tell me you got tulips and you tell me you've got film, what you're telling me is next year you're going to probably have 10 more products. And they may or may not be, you're a qualitative opportunist. You look for voids that are really interesting and fill a need that nobody else sees. But that doesn't mean that it's in one category. Now, I don't know you that well, but I bet I'm right, aren't I?
Yeah, that also because the new job is always, it takes a year, not like every a month job.
Yeah.
Just from the beginning, maybe you need to several months to complete, and so it's like maybe you're talking about like an internship, but well, maybe it takes maybe if you say like a year, it may be too long. And also the timing, because it's now 2014, and I'm just wondering when I should.
Yeah. Well, again, it depends on, you've got the rights to the two products. Have you tested them to see how they sell yet? The tulip, do they sell well, the tulip bulbs? How did you try to sell them? What way?
Well, the new tulip, it's well, it's still just the beginning, but we already started like through like a department store.
Okay.
But I guess it's quite severe for the temperature control. So therefore, I guess I think more like we need more careful transportation or temperature control. So therefore, I need to find it. And but the other like main job is very stable. So therefore,
No, there's you can do the same. You can, there are a lot of, we were talking, this project I'm doing with PHP, because young people don't have a lot of hope. You could create a future for young people, and that might be another approach. There's not a right or wrong answer, because I don't know yet, and you don't know yet. The tulips may be massive, and that might be $10 million, or it might turn out to be more limited. The film might be huge, or it might not. You may have 10 more things. So I think what I'm trying to say is it's very hard to get, like, I drive my staff crazy in the States because I'm involved in such a diversity of unrelated activities. You can relate to that because you are too. So most people don't like diverse, they like to do the same thing over and over again. So you have to say, what are the skill sets I need if it's a right-hand man or woman, versus what are my strengths, because you have to make sure that you are leveraging yourself, because you're most precious. I can tell you can secure rights, you can see opportunities. So that's your high strength. You may be good at operations, but that may be a diminishing use of your skill. So if you can't, you guys are on my line somehow. If you can't, it's funny, or if you shouldn't, you got to make sure that the people you bring on are right. If you say to me, Jay, I need a right-hand man today, I'd say, okay, are you sure that the business that you're pursuing is the business you're going to stay in? Are you sure you're going to be in the film business and in the tulip business? Or tomorrow, are you going to be in the imported water business and the furniture business? It doesn't matter to me. I have a feeling you're going to be very diversified. And diversification, you can say, well, maybe that, I would sit down and be very clear on the skill sets that you think you need in someone. Because what you might need is an executive assistant that's very, 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 very talented and can do a lot of things and can handle a lot of stress and loves it. You might need 3 young interns, because right now it sounds like if you do the film, if you really do that, you need distribution. Distribution without marketing, they won't know how to sell it, so you might get a bunch of distributors that don't do anything with it, and the film sits in the warehouse, so you got to help sell it. Those are skill sets. If you got to buy it before you sell it and you need to pay for it, now you've got a limited amount of capital. None of that's bad, but see, I think about all the issues that you have to think about in terms of accomplishing your goal. And then you got to say, okay, what if I get assistant, what should they do? And if you don't know yet, because you're not sure what the business is going to be, it's really hard. So I'm not trying to be frustrating, I'm trying to be clarifying. What I always try to do, my wife thinks I'm crazy and my assistant thinks I'm crazy. I spend hours on paper writing things. I say, okay, let me try to think about this because it's too abstract. So here's my skill set. Here's the industries or the activities I'm involved in. Here's the void. How do I reconcile all that? Because if I don't see it on paper, I can't really, I'm very like you, I get going and I got all these things going. I go, oh my God, I got nobody managing, like I didn't realize I had nobody managing a form of, not customer service, but coordinating production. And I didn't realize it because I was too busy making deals. And I didn't realize I needed somebody else to do this. So my suggestion is sit down and ask yourself, what business or businesses do I think I'm really going to be in? And it may not be that you're in a business that is easy to categorize. You might be in the deal business. You might be in the deal business where your job is to get the rights to things and then find people. It may not, but right now, I don't know. And you don't know because you're just starting these 2 out. They may be the best ones, they may be not the best ones. I mean, am I frustrating or helping you?
Well, sometimes my bad point is because I'm a little bit stubborn, so therefore, if, say, we already started, so therefore I like to continue.
Yeah.
So therefore, sometimes
No, I get it. You're
struggle
already
about
committed to it.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not saying no. I'm saying that if you think, but just think about it. The tulip business and the film business, there's no commonality in there, is there?
But it's both. It's used for in like a interior or in a house.
Yeah, but
To make
one's
happy.
outside and one's inside, right? Or do they do
No,
it
it's,
inside?
both inside.
Okay,
So
all
both
right.
make the people
But
happy.
the film is more functional, and the flower is more accessory, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, no, but I'm not fighting you. I like you, and I'm very impressed. I'm just saying, okay, you're in both those businesses. So if you're in those businesses, let's stop for a minute. What is the biggest gap right now? So in the tulip business, do you already have plenty of distributors or plenty of retailers?
Well, for the like bar business, last time in February we participated in the exhibition. Then a lot of say customers had, oh, this is very outstanding, and a lot of people is try to contact me, and well, they are willing to sell it. But I'm not quite sure which distribution is the best for the products.
As
But
opposed to, what are your options? One is retailers, the other is what? What are the other options?
like a distributor, or like a more like a special distributor, or like a department store, DIY shop.
Well, here's what you might do. I mean, I don't know that one right-hand man, because, I mean, I don't know what a right-hand man would cost you, but you might be better off getting 2 or 3 quality, I'll call them interns, but entry-level people with really bright skill set who you, when you're interviewing, you say, we're going to build an incredible company, and you're going to be on the ground floor. And in the beginning, you may not make enough, or a lot, excuse me, but if you help this grow, you'll be in a great position. And that might be better because it sounds like you've got a lot of decisions, and maybe you need young people who are agile because they can do research and they can do, because you need to evaluate a lot of things. If you don't know, am I going to do that or that? If you have unanswered questions, the first thing you need to do is know what other questions you need to ask to get answers, right? So if it's, okay, do I get a special distributor? Do I get a general distributor? So if you don't know the answer, then you have to say, okay, how do I figure out the answer? Well, okay, let's look at all the special distributors out there. Let's look at how well they do. Let's look at all the general ones. Let's look at how well they do. Let's look at what, the cost structure is. I mean, and it might be that those kind of, you do that yourself, your wife's going to go, come to bed, and you're going to go, oh, I'm working on my analysis. So maybe you get 2 or 3 young people knowing that they won't all work out. Some won't be as ambitious, some won't be, but it's okay because you can keep replacing till you find the great ones. And that might be better because I have a feeling you need more than one person to help you. I have a feeling that one person, even if he or she is spectacular, because you're in a dynamic state of strategic flux. You're trying to figure out a lot of things. And that takes a lot of different, not just knowledge, but a lot of examination and evaluation, don't you think?
Yes, I think so. And also, so far, I thought maybe only one guy. If I say like a right-hand man, it's maybe too much for him. Maybe too much work for do everything.
Let me
instead
tell
of
you
me.
what I do. And again, I've got a lot of things going. I have one young man that I make work on coordinating my product service offers and my online stuff. I have a woman that coordinates my clients. I have another woman that coordinates everything else. I have 2 partners outside that do other things with me because my staff can't do that. My job is to keep the plates on the sticks moving and to have like a strategic overview. And I have a feeling that something, and I don't pay huge, I pay very nice, generous rewards when things good happen. I don't pay huge salaries. And my arrangement with people is, look, I'm going to make one of the most stimulating people you ever work for. If I'm going to give you an environment to grow, and you can make whatever you want out of it. I'll help you. If you don't give back, then it'll be limited, and you can stay or leave. If you give back, it can be unlimited. And I make them want to be part of it as much as I want them, because I can't do it all. And your problem is you got a lot of decisions to make, a lot of places to move, it's like chess game. You got a lot of moves you have to make. If I were just gambling, I would say, if you can afford it, get 3 interns who will cost you maybe the same as one more mature person, but get interns who are hungry and bright and know exactly what skill sets you're looking for. Because if you don't know what you want, then it'll just be an accident that you get it. If you know that one of them has to be a great researcher, one of them has to have great communication skills, one of them has to be masterfully a monster of following direction. Some of them can be very independent. You have to figure out, what do you need to leverage yourself? And I don't know, because I'm not in your brain. I'm just giving you a half-hour observation. But I think that will give you more power than one person, because right now, the business could go many ways. I know you're committed to it. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying if I happen to have money, if I had to bet all this money that you'll have other products next year, I bet this money that you'll have other products next year. You want to bet? Because I know I can tell what kind of person you are. And so you want an environment that gives you flexibility, but doesn't leave something sort of stuck. And I think that the best way to do it is sit down and reverse engineer it. Say, okay, let's take the tulips first of all, because you may or may not put both of those products to the same distribution. You may not. It may be that the window treatment is more of a
DIY.
Than tulips. So you may have two separate distributors, and one might be specialty, one might not. One you might have to really create marketing for. One might already have a presence in the home that they're selling something, and they say, oh, and by the way, let us do your windows. And it's a natural add-on. But I don't know yet, and you don't either, and so you have to do a lot of testing. So, I mean, if you can afford it, I have no idea what young, bright men and women cost, but I would say you can probably get 2 or 3 of them for a fair price, knowing that they won't all be, I mean, they can interview great, they can impress you, but you and I are realists, they won't all work out. But that's okay, because you get 2 more if you lose them, till you find great ones. And then you give them a chance to grow with you. And however the business develops, if it just stays a tulip business and a film business, they get to help you grow it. If it's a tulip business and a film business and a water business, who cares? What cares is that you have great people supporting the, whatever the business evolves to, and that you can free yourself to, there's a concept that a friend of mine uses. He said, you want to get to where you're always using your superpower. We all have superpower. It differs. Might be your negotiating skill, might be your ability to see everything. But we all have, let's call it, stupor power. A stupor is like, we can't grasp it, we can't get it done. We're all that way. Every human being has great strengths and great weaknesses. So your job, particularly as you're starting this dual business, is to give yourself the ability to use every piece of your superpower, because you only have half time. And I don't think it's one right-hand man, because I think you have a lot of different, that's just my take. Does that help you?
Yes, your advice is very helpful. And to be honest with you, and I thought like that before, because my future job will be very diverse, and maybe say like one a little bit elder guy cannot be appropriate for the
Well, the
for all
problem,
job.
and I'm not knocking age, but even me, I am technologically an imbecile. I am very intimidated by technology. And I'm so old that it's hard for me to even grasp it. So if you said, Jay, I need you to do this, I go, because I can't even, I get stuck on Microsoft Word. So, but a young person is, I mean, again, I'm not trying to be discriminatory. In a startup business, they have more excitement, flexibility, and I would just start there and give them a chance to grow old and prosperous with you and for you. And if they do, that's great. And if they don't, but I just don't think right now that one person, particularly one mature person that you pay a lot of money to, who is set in their ways, because startup businesses are much different than mature businesses. Managing a business that already exists is a much different function than giving life to a business that is just starting out. And part of giving life sometimes is the, this is a very important word, it's not just hopefulness, but it's the enthusiasm that sometimes youth brings. And I'm not knocking any of you guys if you're young or old. I'm just saying that in startups, a lot of times belief and commitment and passion and flexibility is more important than experience, as long as they're intelligent and they're open to constructive critique and they want to learn. If they don't want to learn, they're not worth it. If they want to learn and they're eager to be guided and they have good intelligence and they possess whatever the skill sets are that you decide are critical for this double business, that'll be better for you. And I don't think it'll cost you more. I think it'll save you, because if you hire somebody that's on paper looks great and he or she is older and they're rigid and then it doesn't work, it's going to cost you money, you're going to have a mess on your hands. If you have 3 people, it's almost like a diversified portfolio. If one of them fails you, it'll be disappointing, but it won't ruin your progress. But if your right-hand man fails you or woman, that's my advice. I hope that helps.
Yes, that very helped me, and thank you very much indeed.
Good. And then, will you do me a favor? I'm really interested to keep aware. I'd like to watch what you do because you look to me to be somebody who is poised to do some extraordinary things. But as I said, I have a feeling that you are someone who can see opportunities in a diversity of areas, and that you also have a very interesting ability. I think you have a great sense of what the market would like. So it'll be fun. But yeah, I mean, just think carefully about what I said. And everybody else, I hope what I said made sense. Because, I mean, at different times, you have different needs. Like I had a very big, not big, I had a business that was for me big. It wasn't like thousands of employees. We had maybe 100 employees. But I needed somebody who could manage it. I need somebody who could keep track of people. I need somebody who knew HR. I need somebody who knew that if you said the wrong thing, you'd get sued, all that stuff. I couldn't do that. That was a much more sophisticated person, but I was at a different place. Now, I'm older, and I just have a different kind of business where I need directable, passionate people, and if they make a mistake, I can explain it to them, and they don't get mad, and they don't get depressed, and they appreciate it because they want to grow. That's what you need, and then you need to be committed to grow and develop them, but you also need to be aware that the probability, if you get 2 or 3, that they will all work out is low. But it doesn't matter. You're trying to find the great ones. And as long as you're hedged and no one person can ruin your progress, it's great. Anyhow, that's the best I can do. I hope that helps.
Yes. Yes, and I I think about it later, carefully, and well, it might take time, but well, I let you report you now
I would like
the
that.
result, and maybe next time.
Yeah, I would love that. But also think as you're putting this on paper, the alternative, and that is bringing a skill set in as a partner. You might even find a company that has distribution and make a partner in one of the businesses or both of them. Because if that model works and they can, I mean, as I told you, one more thing. One of them, when I was younger, and I'm not trying to act like I'm an old fart, that's what we call it there, but when I was younger and I was more aggressive, I made deals all the time with companies that they had all the infrastructure that I didn't. They had the sales forces, they had the delivery, they had this. So you have many options, and there's never a right or wrong. That's why when I'm trying to examine the options in a situation, I always look at what I call the upside, the good, and the downside. Like if you brought a partner on for something, then the upside is they provide all the things you don't have. The downside is you make less profit. You also have to give away more control. So it depends on, and I don't know what drives you. And if you don't know exactly what drives you, you need to understand yourself, because unless we understand ourselves, we can't really make the best choice of resources. Okay? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed.
No, my honor. I'm really eager to see what you do. Thank you. Can we take a picture? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My honor. Thank you. Okay, Satoshi. Okay, last one? Oh, second round. Okay. So this gentleman has been here before, and he's coming again. We call it being a masochist. He likes to be beat up. Okay. Hello again. Let me see what you got now.
すいません。
Let me. I'm not really good at understanding things, so from the morning session, I wasn't really. I don't think I understand everything about what you said in the morning session. And then the second question that I wanted to ask you initially was to how to educate the sales force, but I actually would like to go back to the first topic that I already had with you in the morning, if that's okay.
はい。
No problem.
すいません。ありがとうございます。それで、
Okay, then in the morning session, in the conversation that we had, what I want to ask you again was so how we can show our USP to the local realtors. And then what Jay said was, say we have the first class knowledge about the investment, and then we have the first class investors. So so that kind of approach would work. That's my understanding, if that's correct. And it is actually true that I was a bond trader at the investment banking for 6 years, and then I already I was doing the forming a fund for the real estate for 2 years, and then so I think I have a skill for in that industry. So based on that, I do the real estate trading it myself, and then so that's why I'm selling the real estate and so on. So my clients are like trading companies, executives, and so on, and then I listed companies, management class people or doctors, or so they have a good skills level, and then they understand things to the certain extent, and then I got the skill, and then we get the investors, and then that's what we tell to the local realtors. But so the realtors that we talk to are like kind of relaxed people that are already reaching their 50s, 60s, 70s. So we talk about those aggressive things, and it doesn't really ring their bells, or it doesn't really sound attractive to them. So me and the competitors are regarded as like they're just coming from Tokyo, and then they're just collecting or stealing even the real estate from our region or something like that. And as you say, we hire we're actually hiring the people in that local region as a salesperson, and then we were widely active in 4 prefectures. However, we started doing the Manchester strategy, and then thought that we should narrow down the area that we cover. So we have a branch office in Yamanashi Prefecture, and then we have 3 sales forces, and then they're making a calls. And so what I wanted to ask you was, so in order to build a relationship with the local realtors, we wanted to, what if we did a joint venture? It might be more efficient and then less risk. Because the business that I'm doing right now is, like you said, I think it's arbitrage. And it's like a local area realtor that's cheaper than the Tokyo area realtors, and then we sell it to investors at the cheaper price than the properties in Tokyo. And we get like 100 offers of property, 100 cases. However, we actually look at 10, and then we actually end up buying only 1 out of 100. And then these are like 20-30% lower than the average market price. And then we add like 10% profit for ourselves, and then sell at the 10% lower than the average price to the investors in Tokyo. So I think the amount of information matters a lot. And then we can do it nationwide. And then currently we have a branch office in Yamanashi Prefectures, and then we have sales forces. And if it starts working and we want to do nationwide, and then that's what we're doing right now, and it costs money. And then, of course, we need to manage people in Yamanashi Prefecture, and that's a risk. But if possible, I want to do it in a joint venture so that we can minimize the risk and the faster.
Tell me, what would, in your vision, what kind of joint venture are you thinking? Are you thinking a joint venture with the local realtor? Are you thinking a joint venture with, it sounds like you've already got investors, so your problem is getting preemptive access to the best properties. Is that what we're talking about?
と ですね。
Well, that the real estate realtors, when they receive the information,
in the communities, in the local communities. They get a commission
あ、そうです。
from the
は
other
い。
side. They don't get a commission from you.
うち
well, we also pay commission as well. Actually, 3% of the price of the property, and we can gain a 20% margin. So 3%. I mean, we can also pay 5% depending upon the deal. So that's how we collect information about the properties. But reasonable priced properties. We can gain 10% margin. So a lot of Japanese companies come and we struggle, we battle for that, despite of the fact that we have already concluded a sales agreement, but they come in and then steal the property from us.
So you can have a deal and then they come and get it afterwards? Or do they bid more money? What do they do? If you've already made an offer.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are some Tokyo companies. If it's really, really good property, 20 to 30% cheaper than the going rate, and then, despite of that, concluded agreement with us. They say that they will put 10%, but that's still 20% lower than the market price. So there are some competitors like that. So it's quite aggressive. And against such a backdrop, we are coming from Tokyo and we're paying 3% the commission, and then purchase the property, but it's possible to fall in love with the property. We are not just scouting for the affordable properties. We really want to do business. We are real trustable partners. So we want to be able to create a USP or establish a joint venture from that perspective. Then the local realtors, even if they come and have information about the affordable property, they will come to us. And if we can create a relationship like that, that would be the ideal. So for that, what do you think we should do exactly? What are the information that we need to be careful?
Let me ask a question. So
はい。
you have your own sales office in one or two cities, correct?
はい。
And do you pay your salespeople salaries there, or do they get commission only?
サラリ
I pay salary as well.
And what is their job? Is their job to work with realtors, or is their job to go out and buy the property themselves?
地元の
So they go to the local realtors and then they explain about our company. So and leave the corporate brochure of a company. So it's greeting. So it's almost like a part-time job.
So let me ask you this. So there's three options. Option one is
はい。
is that I'll tell you what we've done, and this is very interesting. We have created, I'm going to give you a concept, and then you have to check on the legality in Japan. There's a concept in the States called phantom equity. And phantom equity means that somebody doesn't really have ownership, but they have the equivalent of what the dividends would be if they had ownership. This is going to sound a little confusing, but I'm going to give you four different concepts. First concept, and each one will be different, so listen, and then we'll move that concept, and I'll give you a different one. First concept is this one of phantom income. If you went to the realtors in all the cities and you said, here's what we're going to do. We are going to give you your full fee, but we're also going to give you a bonus pot that we will distribute every year to the real estate companies in direct proportion to the amount of properties we were able to buy from them. So if every year we sell 100 properties, and if you helped us sell 30 properties, you will get bonus money at the end of the year equivalent, because we're going to put money in a fund. And that fund will be distributed based on either the number of properties or the size of the properties or the dollars. We've done that a lot, and it's like phantom equity. You're telling the realtor you're going to get your regular fee right now, but our company is creating a separate fund, and it will be given back at the end of the year, or you can do it twice a year, and you will get rewarded based on the number of properties you help us buy. So you can make a lot of money because we might put $3 million in this fund, and if your real estate company helped us buy 20% of the houses we sold, you'll get $200,000 more. But you have to work with us. So that's one approach. Does that make sense? Because that's a very powerful.
わかります。
Yes, I understand. And so additional payment that I can make.
But they have to earn it. It's variable based on how much they favor you over the competition, and it's determined at either the end of the year or at 6-month intervals. Okay, so it's not just they get more money for the more, not just commission, but they get to share in the whole profits that your company, you put a share of the company profits in a fund. That fund gets returned to the different realtors on a fractional basis based on what they helped you create. So if his real estate fund, or if his real estate office was able to provide you with 20 houses this year, and you sold 100 all year, and you might give him 1/5 of that fund. Or the fund could be based on the dollars too. You know, if you sold $100 million and he provided you with $15 million, he might get 15%. Doesn't matter. The point is that they get their full commission now, but the more they are loyal to you, the more they earn from this fund. That's one approach. Now, forget that. Let me give you another approach. Second approach is if you look at the cities that you mostly are working in, maybe you should go to the top realtors and buy an equity in their business and say, I want to invest in your business. I want to be a minority owner of your business. And you don't really care. And you say, for that, I will give you some capital, but I will also help your business be the dominant force. But what I want in return is for all the deals to come to us. That's another approach. Another approach is that just giving brochures isn't what's going to make a difference. If the business is important enough, then building the relationship is important enough. Get full-time. In the cities that you buy the properties from, how many real estate agencies would be in that city? How many realtors do you work with in a given city? Like how many real estate agents would there be in a given city?
So actually, Yamanashi, 400 realtors exist in Yamanashi Prefecture that I have the branch office in.
But let me ask you a different question. Do you know what the 80-20 rule is?
わかる、パレート。
You Pareto law, right? Yeah.
Okay. So normally, not always, but if you look at the Pareto principle and you look at the 400, probably 80 of them will generate most of the good deals. 80 of them will generate most of the opportunity. But your salespeople may be giving the same amount of time and attention to the other 320. So the first thing I would do is I would analyze which are the top producers of deals. And I would spend much more time with them than just everybody, because everybody's not going to be the same. That's the next thing. The next thing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
May I? Sorry. So the Pareto law, that it makes sense. However, so the number of 20% the top realtors, they're quite large, and the investors, they also have investors, so they actually refer the good deals to their own investors. And looking at the past deals, all the realtors, so most likely those fit in the 80%, so not so lucrative, lackluster realtors.
For you, not the best, because they already have their own investment. Okay, then we'll change it. I love complex. It's not easy, but it's fun. So we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. I'm here till we come up with a solution. So, okay, so let's look at it differently. So you need to be well connected to all the little ones, because that's really where you source your deals, and you never know which one's going. Okay, got it. Okay, So let me ask you this question. Your competitors, besides the fact that they will outbid you, what else do they do? Do they do the same thing? Do they go into the market and try to meet all the realtors and work with them?
そうですね。うちと同じように
They do fax, DM like us, and also they make phone calls, sales phone calls, and I think that's what they do the most. And of course, we've been doing the fax, DM as well.
Let me ask you this question. How much business would a typical city generate for you? How much profit? So take, I don't know what the names of the cities are where the real estate exists that you buy for your investors, but let's take any of those cities. Take one. How much real estate in the course, in 1 year,
そうです。
how much would you buy from one city? Roughly, approximately.
そうですね。
Yes, last year in Yamanashi Prefecture, per one transaction, we had about $100,000, and we had 3 or 4 of those, so about $300,000 to $400,000.
Or is that profit?
え
Sales
と
or profit?
Those are sales, and profit is about half of that because transportation cost and labor costs take up.
Cost you for the salespeople you have you have the 2 or 3 sales offices. What do they cost you as far as your salaries?
We set up the branch office at the beginning of this year, so this is a rough average, but the rent for that is about $1,000 per month, and labor cost or personnel cost is about $4,000, so about $5,000 a month.
Okay, so $5,000 a month, so it's about 75. Excuse me,
年間
it's
6万
about
ドルぐらい。
$60,000 a year. So that, you know,
6万ドルですね。
for that to justify, you have to increase reasonably the amount of purchases you make, correct?
そうですね。
Right.
So 400 realtors. Now, there are 400 separate agents, separate offices, or 400 agents, but they're concentrated in 50 or 40 offices?
え
The 400 is the number of realtors, so there's about 400 realtors or offices.
All right. So I think that if everybody else is sending fax and everybody else is sending brochures, your strategy, and it's what I said earlier, might be to be more physically involved in the market. And if all your people do is knock on doors and say, hey, we want to buy from you, here's our brochure and here's our company, and nobody really cares, maybe you ought to sponsor events once every 3 months. Maybe you shouldn't have an office. Maybe what you should have is you come into the market once every 3 months and you sponsor dinners and you get to know people and you invite them all to come and you say, look, we're going to do business. You can do business with anybody you want, but we're going to do business with you because we're going to be here year after year. Right now the market's hot. A lot of people, but when the market's not hot, we're going to still be here to deal with you. So we want you to have a strong relationship. And maybe you yourself, every 3 months, you fly into the market, and maybe you do breakfast, or maybe you do lunches, and maybe you bring a personality that's a desirable a speaker or something, so they'll all come. And you get to know them, and you say, we're going to come and be part of this community. We're not some fast-talking Japanese company in Tokyo who's not interested. We're committed to the market. We want to be part of the market. We want to be involved with you. We want you to know and trust us, and you actually start building a direct relationship yourself. And it's work, but you can say, I don't have to come here, but I want to come here because I want you to know that I'm the face of this company. A lot of people you're buying from, but I'm the person who built this company. I'm the person who's going to help do business with you for the next 20 years, And I want you to know that right now it's a hot market. But even if it's a cold market, we're still going to be there to buy, and all the other companies won't. You need loyal partners. We're a loyal partner. And then you have the choice. You can give them higher incentive, or you can just basically be, the more, there's a saying in the States, out of sight, out of mind, meaning that your salesperson comes and they give them the brochure, then they leave. And the brochure may be good, it may not, but it may not be impressive, and your salesperson may be mediocre, they may not, they may be working hard, they may not, but you are passionate. You are impressive to even listen to, and I don't understand Japanese, I'm listening to you through translation. I think you need to say, I'm going to go into those 3 or 4 markets 4 times a year, and I'm going to meet you face to face. We're going to invite you to dinner. We're going to invite you to lunch. You're going to get to know us because we want to know you. And we're going to teach you about our company. And we're going to teach you our values. When I was reading that profile of the founder of Panasonic, every year he told everybody what he was doing. He introduced all their beliefs. He told even of his competitors, he didn't care because they were so strong when he was alive that people were shocked and admired his candor and his commitment and his vision. And I think you are impressive. And if you're competing with faceless companies who are trying to steal your deals, you go into the market and you invite people and you say, I want you to know who we are, because when you make a deal with us, when we commit ourselves to you, we keep our word. You commit yourself to us, we want you to keep your word, because we don't say we'll buy and then not do it. This is, and you'll see that when the market isn't so great. If we give you a commitment, we will honor it. We want to have a relationship where your commitment is as strong to us as ours to you, and you just keep building it. Now, will it win over everybody? No, but my belief is that business is like scales. We have in the States, and maybe you do too, in our legal system, the attorney, we have what's called the scales of justice. It's a woman, and on there is 2 scales. And it's talking about being fair. I believe business is like a scale. You want to do everything you can to put the weights on the scale to your advantage. And if right now your competitors are doing the same thing you're doing and they're coming and stealing your deals, you need to have every realtor like you, know you, respect you, and trust you more. Does that mean you'll get every deal? No. But it means if you build that relationship, plus you figure out some additional incentive, whether it's a profit pool of money you distribute or higher percentages or something else, all things being equal, meaning if everything else is the same, you will have advantage. But I think you, maybe more than your office, close your office if you have to, but go into the markets 3 or 4 times a year. And you take, instead of spending $60,000 on the office, spend $10,000 4 times or $15 on dinners. Invite everybody. And maybe pay $5,000 and bring somebody really popular that they want to come and see. And let that person talk, and then you come on and you say, I'm going to spend an hour because I want you to know us, because we're going to do business together for years. And you're going to be a very good client of our company, and we're going to be a very good investor and client of your company, because we're committed to you.
それでちょっといいですか。すみません。それか
In the past 6 months, we did about 2 seminars in the Yamanashi prefecture. And our target were all small, and those realtors are very small. And they don't come to those seminars very often. So the people who come to us, so they don't come to our seminars very often. So they do approach us, but they hold the good transaction to themselves.
And the realtors that we want to get connected with, those are the present being 60, 70, then they're just running with the pop-up houses, something like that. And then they do the 1 or 2 cases transaction a year, and then they just get a relaxing time. The rest of the time, a relaxing time, they don't really have to work. And then they only have like a transaction in the apartment just once a year, or maybe like once every 2, 3, 4 years. So it's like longer term, however, but shallow. However, we want to have a deeper relationship. So that kind of branding, or I was hoping to build that kind of relationship. That's one of our challenges. And it's really simple, but we, will sell we're that's like giving them a pamphlet or the T-shirts with the logo around of our company, and then the salesperson go there, they make a call once every 3-4 months, and so they don't forget us, and then we create novelty so they don't forget us, and then 2-3 years later, when they happen to have like property, they might.
Has that been seen the result yet? Only because I don't want to run out of time and I want to get your other question quickly. Is number one, an event is different than a seminar. I'm not saying do a seminar. I'm saying have a really wonderful lunch or dinner and make it something very desirable. And make it like a really nice restaurant and really nice food and something really cool. That's one thing. There's a whole different strategy. If you can't, I have a funny, if you can't get all these realtors to work with you, then compete against them. Open your own office and start building an investment office and just basically be the specialist in your market and build a real estate business in all those 3 markets that goes direct to the consumer and gets the deals to yourself and give yourself the real estate commission. I try very hard to win over distributing partners, but if they're not loyal, and if they're not going to cooperate, and if they're going to give the deals to their own clients or to the competitors, then there's a whole nother strategy, and that is create your own real estate companies in those markets and compete against them. If they're not going to work with you, then go right to the market yourself. Be a realtor in the market, and only because if it's specialized in investment properties. And use all you've learned from me to become the #1 investment property company there, because you can buy all the good ones yourself and you can sell all the other ones to your competitors. But you can do that too. Sometimes if sources of business won't cooperate, then you can compete. I'll give you an example. I had a client one time, and they were selling low-priced gold coins. They sold a lot of them. And they were trying to partner with a company that sold high-priced gold coins because they didn't. And the partners kept stealing deals. So finally, I started a company for them that built high-priced gold coins, and we sold tens of millions. And then all the people that we wanted to be partners got smaller because we became a big company doing that. So it might be that you take one market, and if all the realtors aren't going to work and they think they're so powerful, say, okay, you don't want to work with us, you make deals and you give it to our competitors, we have to beg you, we have to, forget it. We're going to do different. We're going to open up offices in all these cities, and we're going to become investment real estate right to the market. We're going to use all that I've learned from Jay, and we're going to target all the people that own apartments, and we're going to start building relationships directly with them. And you will regret, perhaps, that you didn't want to partner with us, but we tried really hard, and we're really good people. And if you want to see how good we are, watch how competitive we are, because you aren't giving us the good deals anyhow. You're giving them to your investors. So why don't we go direct to the market? We'll just build our own real estate companies in every market, and we'll sell real estate. And we'll find investment property, and the best investment property you buy, and the other investment property sell to other investors. You can change the game anytime you want. If you're spending all this money and all this time trying to get these deals, you're spending $100,000 in a market trying to get 7 deals, Spend $100,000 and open a market that actually goes right to the owners. Teach your people how to figure out who owns all the real estate, and instead of going to the realtors to try to have them give you the deals, go to the owners and just say, when you're ready to sell to us. You can get the extra 3%. We aren't going to, and change the game. Because if nobody will work with you, then have them realize that you don't need them. They need you. You're a great partner. They don't want you as a partner. They're going to have you as a
誰もじゃ
competitor.
ないのです、ね。
What?
まあ一部だけ。
I'm not saying everyone. Some people are gonna be like competitors, but I would say like 80% of the small realtors I'd like to work with, and then I get the information from them.
Answers. I'm trying to give you a variety of ways to do it. If the small realtors work with you, then what you can do to help them is teach them how to find. Okay, if a small realtor wants to work with you, and the only reason they don't work with you is they don't have deals. If they had deals, they would give those deals to you, but they don't have deals. Then the solution is teach them how to get more deals. Teach them how to be more successful in their market, so they will get more properties listed and they'll have more deals. If you are pretty comfortable that the smaller realtors will give you the deals, then sit down with them and say, we realize you're going to give us all the good deals, but you don't have a lot of good deals. Let us help you become better at getting deals, because we know if we help you get more deals, you'll give us those deals. And then that's your strategy. You have to, there's different strategies for different types
そうです。
of
イメージ
relationships.
として思ってるのが。
And then, having heard that, what I've been thinking was to make a proposal about the joint venture. And then, so I think they have a list of the owners of properties. So, like, ask them to send a GM of ours. And then, if that, and then we offered like a double the fee. So that's one idea of doing the joint venture after.
Yeah, it's a very good idea, because if you end up having direct access to the owners, then the odds are when the owners are ready to sell, you will get first access to their properties. So if you, even the same thing as you're talking about, in the course of 3 years, the agents will give you a deal. If you know that there are 500 really good properties or 300 really good properties in a city, then there's probably no more than 500 or 300 owners. Start building a relationship with them. Start communicating directly with them. There's no law that says you have to go through the agents. You can build relationships with them, or you can build relationships for the agents with them. You have the choice. You can do a lot of them. I know you're getting confused, but I'm giving you a lot of different possibilities here. So because I'm going to run out of time, let's take your other question. So you want to know how to train people.
すいません。すいませんです。
You can ask it.
不動産、ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for your generosity. Regarding the real estate sales, the transaction itself, and it's like you have to have a professional skills or expertise, and then it takes 1 or 2 years to be a master at it. And then other than myself, there's only one person who can handle the real estate sales transaction, and he's been already 3 years after he joined our company, and then finally he can do it now. And then we have a lot of sales agreement happening, so we want to increase the number of the employees. However, finding the property and then the pricing, negotiation, due diligence, everything, engages a lot of knowledge as well as the negotiation skills and so on. And then we have a hard time training those people. But at the same time, we have a lot of property, so we would like to increase the number of transactions. So how could I do it? And then the one solution that I'm thinking is that to separate the functions, so the newcomers or new graduates can do the easy ones repeatedly, and then but the competitors are like hiring a lot of new graduates and so on. However, it's a lot of performance basis. So they just, keep the ones that work well, but just get rid of the ones that do not, like of the ones that don't not function. But then the turnover rate is going to be high, and then the company environment is not going to be really good as a workplace, and then I don't want that in my company. So if the people come in as a younger generation and I want them to stay long and then they get the skills and so they want to stay long in my company. So what kind of education should I give to those people?
In what you're thinking. And you have a complex business, but it's a very interesting business. So let me try to answer you in modules because it's a big question. And you give me a headache, but it's a good headache. I like you a lot. You're interesting man, deep man. So number one, if trying to teach somebody all those skill sets is very difficult, you're right. Break it apart. There's a man that I know in the United States who works with insurance agents, and he usually gets insurance agents to be 5 times more successful because he gets agents to build teams. And he finds he has the biggest clients the head agent works with, the smaller clients the smaller agents work with, certain functions that are preparing to have the meeting or preparing for the sales presentation, he has separate teams do so that everybody uses their strength to the maximum advantage. That's the first thing. So if you say, okay, I can't teach one person all 12 skills. So let me try to figure out how to teach 12 people one skill or 6 people each 2 skills, and let's start there. And as I teach it, let me videotape myself and let me be very clear so I'm building a teaching protocol that I can use over and over again. And let me be very
自
clear.
分のやってるのをビデオ
So I should shoot myself, videotape me teaching, correct?
So, because you don't want to have to do it over and over again, because sometimes you'll do it well, sometimes you won't. If you're good at teaching, make yourself a prisoner on, permanently on video, so you've got that, so anybody you bring in, they can watch your training. That's the first thing. Second, break down the skills. Don't try to get one person to have 12 skills. Make this person the negotiating person, and this person the client development person, and this person can be the paperwork processing person. Make it easier for people to be successful for you. Now, as far as hiring young people and having them grow, there's 2 things that will help you. One is you sharing a vision. Second is sharing the profits. If you say to young people, if you run ads and say, build a lifetime career in the investment real estate business. And then the ad says, we are one of Tokyo's most respected, I didn't say the biggest, but most respected investment real estate companies. We have wonderful clients, and we are in a wonderful business that will exist for a lifetime. It is a career, it is not a job. We want to grow and develop career professionals, and we are willing to invest in you a lifetime education. We're willing to turn you into great negotiators. We're willing to turn you into great deal makers. We're willing to turn you into great investment advisors. We're willing to turn you into great career professionals. It won't happen overnight, but if you're ready to build yourself a lifetime career and you qualify, we are very willing to consider investing our lifetime in you. If you do it well, we can grow you a wonderful income. You can grow respect and prestige in the market. We are committed to growing and expanding all over Japan, so the growth opportunities, the management opportunities could be wonderful. You have to be the right person, and you have to be able to be trained. You'd be willing to be directed. But if you are, we are committed to see you grow and prosper. And this is a lifetime, long-term career. And then when they are interviewed, you share with them a vision. And the vision is, we're going to grow this company to a great place. The people who help us grow are going to be rewarded not just with good salaries, but they're going to get profit sharing, and they're going to get career advancement, and I can promise you, if you're part of contributing to our growth, you will have a rewarding future that might be more satisfying and financially significant than any other career you can choose. But if you're looking for just a job, don't even apply. Don't even do it. If you're looking for something that will be like that, you won't enjoy it here. We want somebody who wants a great career, who wants to grow. We want to grow you. I mean, I would say that. And then I would know very clearly what skills you want. And then as far as training them, what I try to do, I sat down, when I started doing seminars, I spent 1 month thinking deeply about my own processes, what I did, why I did them, how I did them, the reasons why, the mental state I was in, what I was thinking about when I was connecting to a client so that I could explain it at a seminar. You saw how I tried to explain myself, not just do this, but here's why you do this, here's how you do this, here's an example of how I did this, and you make it easy for people to learn. You can't blame, I mean, if somebody entrusts their career to you and says, okay, I'm going to give my career to you, they're expecting you to know how to train them. They're expecting you to know how to develop them. If you don't know how, you have to stop and say, okay, I, meaning you, I'm very good, I'm great, you're great. Why am I great? What is it that I do that I can teach other people to be great? What are my mindset? What are the methods? What are the steps I take? What am I thinking about? What am I making sure I do or say? Why do I do that? And you make all of those realizations, you put it on paper so you understand yourself, because you can't train me to be you if you don't understand you. And you can't understand you if you're too busy doing everything. So you've got to force yourself to sit down someplace quiet and, first of all, identify and break down all the things you do, how you do them, why you do them, what's most critical about how you do them, what anybody needs to know if they wanted to do them the way you do them. And if you have unclarity, you have to force yourself to focus one process at a time. Because what you do, finding clients, finding properties, selling it, it's a lot of steps. It's not one thing, it's a lot of different parts. And you will help yourself help future employees be great if you can break what you do down to the steps. And what I found about myself, and it was very painful, when I first started doing seminars, I didn't know what I did. I didn't know how to train people. I didn't know why I did it. I just did stuff. And I was really good at it. But I just did stuff. I'd never thought about how do I do it? Why do I do it? What is it I do? What do I make sure I always do? What's driving that? What am I doing different than other people? Why am I doing it? But you need to sit down and you need to understand all of that about you. If you want to train me to be like you, you have to understand yourself very well, or you can't do it. Does that make sense?
Yes, very much so.
I'm done. You're a good
Understood.
I will hopefully look forward to seeing you grow and become the most important company to all the local realtors and the small ones, the most successful company. But there's one other thing I said to you. You want to make sure that all the investors want to deal with you and not every one of your competitors. I know you have a lot of investors. That's good. But it sounds to me like if your competitor calls them and says, I have a property, then they would buy it from the competitor. You want to be in such a position that your investors trust you and your decisions, trust you and your choices, trust you and your recommendations so much that they don't buy from the competitor. That's a big, big protective position. Anyhow, I hope this helps you. I enjoyed you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure. You want to take another picture? What the heck? Come on, we can't have too many pictures. Okay, thank you. My pleasure. Thank you very much. Okay. You guys wore me out. You exhausted me. My brain doesn't work. I'm tired. I'm going to go have a drink. But thank you. It's okay. So there's 3 important thoughts or messages I want to leave you with. Very critical. First is we covered a lot of things today. And you need to be able to reflect. Don't just go back to your business. Think about all you heard today. Not just what you heard if you were up here, but what you heard when you weren't up here. Make sure if you were one of these people who were up on stage that you talked to everybody who watched and you asked them, what did you see, Jay, tell me that maybe I didn't hear? And then each of you, if you want to really add value to everybody, think very carefully right now of all the observations you made, of all the realizations that just happened, of all the really wonderful new realizations that you got, and how you can use them in your own business, and also how anyone else could use them, and share that with everybody. I am done and tired. I always want to express my gratitude and my appreciation that anybody has enough trust and faith in me to sit here, particularly when I'm sitting down, to pay money, to listen or watch. I always hope that I provided more than you expected and that you grew even more than you'd hoped, and that what occurred today will have a monumental positive impact on your business and your life. For those of you who are interested, I'm still looking for cool clients to work with, and I have a very interesting model. I spend 2 sessions a month with them by phone or by Skype, and we work for 6 months to see if it works out. And if you're interested in that, talk to Satoshi. But other than that, I am blessed. You are wonderful, and truthfully, you ask great questions. I may not have given you clear answers always, but I was trying to give you many ways of looking at your situation, because there's not one way. There's lots of ways you can solve a problem. There's lots of opportunities you can capitalize on. You never, ever should allow yourself to be stuck. You always have a way to gain success. You always have a way to overcome adversity, and you always have a way to solve the problem or come up with another solution that will manage the problem. I'm grateful. I thank you. I appreciate you, and it's been an absolute intellectual pleasure, but you wore out my brain and you wore out my voice, so I'm done. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Got it? Thank you. Yeah, but do it right now because I'm really tired. Come. Come. Here. Come. Thank you very much. You did a great job. Thank you. Come, one more. Here. There you are. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, one more. All right. Go for it. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Thank you, great job.